His voice vibrated to some unlooked-for emotion, and Anne, hearing and dimly sensing the demand it held, was suddenly afraid, shrinking back into the reserves of her young, unconquered womanhood. She tried to withdraw her hand from his clasp. Then, from somewhere above her bent head, she heard a low laugh, half tender, half amused. "You shall tell me tomorrow, little Anne," he said. She felt his lips against her palm, and a minute later she was standing alone by the gate with the sound of Elliot's receding steps coming faintly to her ears through the scented dusk. Chapter 17. A sprig of heliotrope. The light of a pale young moon filtered in through the chinks of the blind and crept towards the bed where Anne lay tremulously awake, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation, which had come to her, the revelation of her love for Elliot Coventry. Too unself-conscious to be much given to introspection, she had never asked herself whither the last few months had been leading her. But now, an hour ago, the touch of Elliot's lips against her hand and the sudden, passionate demand in his voice had torn aside the veil and shown her her own heart. With a shy, almost childlike sense of wonder, she realized that her love for him was not a thing of new or sudden growth. It had been slumbering deep within her, unrecognized and unacknowledged, ever since that moment when their eyes had first met across the Kursaal terrace at Montreaux. Like a little closed bud it had lain curled in her heart, to open wide when the sun kissed its petals. And that Elliot loved her in return she had now no doubt. In that brief, poignant moment of understanding, as they stood together in the warm starlit dusk, he had revealed it. She could still feel his lips crushed suddenly against her palm, and hear his shaken voice, "Anne, do you think I shall find the way? The way to the garden of happy hours?" They would find it together. He had known many bitter hours, and out of them had learned a dogged skepticism, a cynical mistrust of the thing which is called love. And with all the young, uplifting faith that was in her, Anne vowed to herself that what one woman had pulled down, destroyed, she would build up and make live again. She was no longer frightened of love, not even of a love that by the very nature of things might exact far more from her than from most women. She would never be afraid of the big claims which life might make on her. Hitherto, whatever had come her way she had met with a gay courage and confidence, and now that the biggest thing of all had come to her, with its shadow of incalculable demands upon her womanhood, she would go to meet that, too, with the same brave steadfastness. With the unerring instinct of the mother-woman, she realized how Elliot had fought against his love for her, tried to withstand it, utterly distrustful of her sex, and she smiled with a tenderly amused indulgence as she recalled his sudden withdrawals and brusquenesses. His sending down a groom to inquire how she was, it had hurt her badly at the time to think he cared so little. But now she recognized that it was because he cared so much that he had begun to be afraid. So he had hidden behind his groom. And with the realization of how much he cared, must care, to have striven so hard to hide and fight it down, she was shaken with a shy, quivering ecstasy, a hesitant sweetness of need and longing that pulsed through every nerve of her. The thought of the morrow almost frightened her. He would come tomorrow, come to tell her all that he had left unsaid, to claim that promise of surrender which a woman both loves and fears to give. It was late when at last she slept, and she woke to find the sunlight streaming in through her window, and Maria standing at her bedside, an appetizing breakfast tray in her hands and a world of shrewd suspicion in her twinkling eyes. Last night she had chanced to look out of her kitchen window, which admitted of a slanting glimpse of the cottage gateway, and had drawn her own deductions accordingly. "You've had a brave sleep, Miss Anne," she observed, as she deposited the tray she was carrying on a small table beside the bed. "Mr. Coventry stayed late, I reckon." Anne flushed a little, smiling. She did not resent the kindly inquisitiveness which gleamed at her out of Maria's sharp old eyes, but she had no mind to gratify it at the moment. "Not very late. I think he left by about 11 o'clock," she answered, with quite a good assumption of indifference. "But I expect being out in the fresh air for the first time for several days made me sleep rather soundly. Why didn't you call me as usual? I'm not an invalid any longer, you know. I thought if so be you'd a mind to sleep on, 'twouldn't do you no harm, vouchsafed Maria rather grumpily. She was inwardly burning with curiosity, but felt unequal to the task of coping with her young mistress's facility for eluding tentative inquiries, so she stumped downstairs to the kitchen regions, and left her to consume her breakfast in solitude. Anne hurried through the meal as quickly as possible. She felt tremendously alive today, and the breezy sunshiny morning, the blue sky with white fleecy clouds blowing across it, the wheeling swallows, all seemed curiously in accord with her mood. She rose and, dressing quickly, went about her various household duties with a subconscious desire to get them finished and out of the way as soon as possible, and thus be free for whatever the day might bring forth. That afternoon she and Robin were due at the rectory for tea. It was what Miss Caroline called her day, a bi-monthly occasion when she sat in state, and a villainous shade of mauve satin, to receive visitors. During the winter this sacred rite resolved itself chiefly into an opportunity for tea and feminine gossip in a hot, ill-ventilated room, but in the summer it was rather a pleasant little function. Tea was served in the pretty old rectory garden, and the proceedings developed on the lines of an informal garden party at which most of the neighbours, of both sexes, showed up. For although Miss Caroline was of too inquiring a mind to be very popular, the rector himself was beloved by men and women alike. The morning hours seemed to Anne interminably long. Insensibly she was keyed up to a delicate pitch of expectancy, her ear nervously alert for the sound of a familiar footstep on the flagged path. And as the leaden moments crawled by, and the warm, sunshiny silence which enfolded the cottage remained unbroken, a vague sense of apprehension crept into her heart. The glamour of those moments alone with Elliot at the gate, the pulsating sweetness of the thoughts which, in the night, had sent little quivering rivulets of fire racing through her veins, grew dim and uncertain. Had she mistaken him? The bare idea sent a swift stab of fear through her whole being. But in a few moments her faith in the man she loved returned, and with it her serenity. She was ready to laugh at herself. Probably, she reflected, he had merely been detained by some unexpected piece of business which had cropped up necessitating his attention, and, as a matter of fact, this was precisely what had occurred. So that when at length she and Robin made their way down a shady path and emerged onto the rectory lawn, dotted about with groups of people, and she perceived Coventry's tall, lean figure in the distance, leaning rather moodily against a tree, she reproached herself for having doubted him even for an instant. While she was greeting Miss Caroline and the rector, her heart seemed to be singing a little paean of happiness all to itself. "So glad to see you." Anne came suddenly down to earth, and tried to focus her attention on Miss Caroline's hospitable gabble. "Such a lot of people here this afternoon, too. I'm so pleased. And a beautiful day, isn't it? Even Mr. Coventry has been tempted out of his shell. He'll be quite a social acquisition to the neighbourhood soon, at this rate." She turned to envelop Robin in a similar flood of meaningless prattle, while Anne and Tempest sauntered on together. "Yes," said the latter, his eyes resting thoughtfully on Elliot's distant figure. "It's a real joy to me to see Coventry here. He's too much of a hermit. I'm afraid, though," he admitted with an awful laugh, "I rather badgered him into coming. And I expect now he is here he's not exactly blessing me for my persistency. Will you go and be very nice to him, Anne?" He had dropped into the friendly usage of her Christian name, and Anne liked it, "and get me out of hot water." "I don't suppose you're in it very deeply," she returned, with some amusement at his air of apprehension. "Well, I really made him come," confessed the rector apologetically. "I simply wouldn't take no." "And you know perfectly well that nobody ever resents what you make them do," said Anne, smiling. "The rector have a way with him, as Maria remarked the other day." Tempest's mouth curved in a responsive smile. "Did she? Nice woman, your Maria Coombe. But I expect the real truth of the matter is that the rector has a particularly kind and long-suffering flock." "A good shepherd makes a good flock, I think," said Anne softly. and for the 100th time wondered how so human and lovable a man came to possess a sister of Miss Caroline's description. "Ha! There you are, Coventry," exclaimed Tempest, as they came abreast of the solitary figure. "I've just been telling Miss Lovell that I fancied you weren't altogether blessing me for having lured you out of your lair to this sort of parish powwow. Not at all. It's very good of people like you and Lady Susan to bother about me, seeing that, even when I am dug up, I'm afraid I'm very poor company." Elliot smiled rather briefly as he answered, but there was a certain friendly good humour in his eyes as they rested on the other man's face. As Anne had remarked, no one ever resented the rector's kindly strategy. "Have either of you seen the greenhouses?" demanded Tempest presently. "No?" "Oh, you must. We're rather conceited over our show of flowers this year." Accordingly they progressed towards the hothouses, collecting Lady Susan and Cara, and one or two other scattered guests, as they went. Anne felt hemmed in. It began to look rather as though she and Elliot would not get a moment to themselves throughout the afternoon. Then she found him at her side, and something in the quickly amused glance of his eyes, as they swept over the gradually increasing numbers of the party, and then met her own, served to comfort her. "The world is too much with us," he murmured. After that it seemed as though they were companions in distress, linked by a secret, wordless understanding, and Anne walked on with a lighter heart. Cara was a few paces ahead, flanked by Robin and the local doctor, who were each endeavouring to secure her undivided attention. She was looking very lovely, in an elusive frock of some ephemeral material veiling a delicate prismatic undertone of colour. She always dressed rather wonderfully, every detail perfect. There was a kind of frail, worldly charm about her clothes, the sort of charm you never find in the clothes of a thoroughly good and virtuous woman, as Lady Susan trenchantly observed one day. Anne herself was acutely conscious of that faintly languorous, mysterious atmosphere of charm with which Mrs. Hilliard seemed to be invested, and she had sometimes wondered how Elliot was able to resist it and treat her with the same cool detachment which he accorded to other people. To her there was something magnetic in Cara's personality. Perhaps her very silence about herself, and the vague background of an unhappy marriage of which Anne was dimly aware, contributed towards it. She glanced up to see Elliot gazing straight ahead, apparently supremely oblivious of that slender, gracious figure in front, moving lightly betwixt Robin and the stooping, rather clever-looking doctor. Presently they all trooped into the hothouses, warm and fragrant with the smell of freshly watered earth, and a rather fierce-looking gardener paused in his work to exhibit this or that particular plant in which he took a special interest. But the pride of the rectory was the orchid house, and insensibly everybody gravitated towards it. Anne and Elliot were strolling along a little behind the rest, and she paused a moment to rifle a pot of heliotrope of a spray of clustered blossom. "Heavenly stuff!" she exclaimed, sniffing it rapturously. "Smell it!" And she held it out just under Elliot's nose, obviously expecting him to share her enthusiasm. Nothing in the world brings back the past so poignantly as remembered scents, neither sight nor sound. A pictured face, the refrain of a song, may chance to stir the pulse of memory, but a remembered fragrance, intangible, unseen, seems to penetrate to the inmost soul itself, ripping asunder the veil which the years between have woven and refashioning the dead past for us as vividly as though it had never died. Even the very atmosphere of the moment nulls back, and thoughts and feelings we had begun to believe inert and negligible reassert themselves with the old irresistible force with which they swayed us years ago. As Anne light-heartedly proffered her sprig of heliotrope, Elliot's face whitened beneath its tan, and with a swift, almost violent movement he snatched the spray from her hand and, flinging it onto the ground, set his foot upon it. She looked up in astonishment, then shrank back with a low exclamation of dismay as she saw his face. It was altered almost out of recognition, the mouth set in a grim straight line of bitterness, the eyes so hard that they looked cruel. "What is it?" she faltered. "What have I done?" With an immense effort he seemed to recover himself. "Nothing," he returned harshly. Only reminded me that a man is a double fool who tempts Providence a second time. Anne quivered as though he had struck her. I don't understand, she said, her voice hardly more than a mere thread of sound. He gave a short laugh. Don't you? Will you understand if I tell you this, that I'm shut out from the happy garden by the gates of memory, now and always? She made no answer. For the moment she was physically unable to reply. But she understood, oh, yes, she understood quite well. He had repented that short, poignantly sweet moment of last night, repudiated all that it implied. He did not TMST her, did not believe in her. And he was telling her in just so many words. The revulsion of feeling left her stunned and dazed. She had been so entirely happy, had already given herself in spirit in response to his unspoken demand, and now with a single roughly uttered phrase he had closed the gates, those unyielding gates of memory, and THNLST her outside. And then her pride came to her aid. He should never know, never guess, how he had hurt her. With the pluck that is born of race, she smiled at him quite naturally. Well, you needn't have closed your gates so hard on my wee bit of heliotrope. Look, you've crushed it completely. She pointed to where it lay, broken and bruised, between them. He picked it up, and tossed it aside, a poor little corpse of heliotrope. I'll get you another piece, he said shortly. No, no, she checked him, laughing. We shall have that alarming-looking gardener on our track if we steal any more. Mr. Tempest says he doesn't even allow him to pick his own flowers. Let's join the others, and escape from the wrath to come. It was pluckily done, and when they rejoined the rest of the party few would have suspected from her insouciant manner that she and Elliot Coventry had been engaged upon anything more heart-searching than a botanical discussion. But that night Anne lay wakeful until the pale streamers of dawn fanned out across the sky, while Elliot Coventry, pacing restlessly to and fro in his silent study, gibed at himself with a savage irony because, though he had successfully steeled himself to meet, unmoved, the woman who had violated all his TNRST in her, a whiff of the sweet, heady scent of heliotrope had flooded his whole being with a resurgent bitterness so deep and so indomitable that it had utterly submerged his dawning faith. Chapter 18. A Battle of Wills. One man sows and another reaps, and sometimes the harvest is a curiously unexpected one for the reaper. Coventry had sown harshness and distrust, and Brett reaped a harvest of kindness and favour in the quarter where he least anticipated it. Anne, exasperated by his cool impertinence at their last meeting, had merely vouchsafed him the briefest of greetings when they had met at the rectory party, and had consistently avoided him for the remainder of the afternoon. But when, with his usual debonair assurance, he presented himself at Aldston Cottage the following day, she received him with unwonted graciousness and appeared to have entirely forgotten that he had given her any just cause for offence. Yesterday she had felt crushed by the magnitude of the blow which had fallen on her, and in her treatment of Forrester she had almost mechanically adopted the detached and chilly attitude prompted by her annoyance with him. But today reaction had set in, and, like many another of her sex, she sought to exorcise the pain which one man had inflicted by flirting recklessly with another. It is a method which has its risks, more especially if the second man happens to be dangerously in love, but a woman hurt as Anne had been hurt does not stop to count risks, but only seeks blindly for may serve to distract her thoughts and keep at bay memories of which the smart and sting is too intolerable to be borne. Forrester was quick to perceive her altered attitude towards him and to take advantage of it, although, with a diplomacy foreign to his usual tactics and perhaps based on Lady Susan's warning counsels, he kept himself well in hand. Vaguely recognizing behind the alteration in Anne's manner some impulse of which he could not fathom the source, he merely accepted the fact of the change and set himself to amuse and entertain her, to hold her interest without frightening her. During the next few days he was with her almost constantly. One day he rowed her over to a distant promontory, when they picnicked together on the brow of the cliffs, afterwards exploring the woods which crowned them. Another time they motored into Ferrybridge, where Anne, long denied the sight of a shop window, revelled in the opportunity to spend her pennies and shopped riotously. Yet another time, on the day preceding that fixed for the dinner party on board the Sphinx, they rode together on the Downs, and mounted on Dick Turpin, Brett on a bad-tempered, unruly mare which Lady Susan had bred and which the grooms at White Windows were terrified to back. Forrester's horsemanship was superb. He had hands of steel and velvet, and fear was an unknown quantity to him. Anne watched the ensuing tussle between man and beast with unequivocal admiration. The mare, a big raking bay, with black points and a white blaze, sulkily obeyed her rider's curbing hands upon the bridle whilst they rode through the lanes, but when they emerged upon the wide, swelling sweep of the Downs, she evidently decided that the moment had come to assert her independence. She commenced operations by going straight up in the air, so straight that for an instant Anne thought she must surely topple backwards, and wondered with a little breathless thrill of admiration how Brett contrived to keep his seat at all at such an angle. Possibly the mare wondered also, for, coming down once more on all 4 feet to find the hated encumbrance still astride her back, she reared again, immediately. Anne had a vision of 2 black hoofs pawing the air indignantly. Then, swift as a flash of light, Brett had flung himself forward on the mare's neck and brought his crop down on her head between the pointed ears. She came down to earth with a bang, plunged violently, then, giving an evil twist to her whole body, started bucking with all the wicked energy that was in her. Brett had a magnificent seat, but twice she nearly had him out of the saddle, and it is certain that if he had not been blessed with almost inexhaustible staying power, combined with a pliant strength of muscle, he would have come off second best in the contest of wills, for the mare seemed tireless, and looked as though she could go on bucking, and enjoying the process, too, till the crack of doom. Finding, however, that she could not rid herself of Forrester by the same methods which had proved easily successful with the stable lads at White Windows, she uttered a squeal of rage, laid back her ears, and bolted hell for leather across the Downs. This proved altogether too much for Dick Turpin's composure. He was seized with a spirited desire to go and do likewise, and for a moment or two Anne had her hands full. Gradually, however, she steadied his first wild rush to a gallop, then to a canter, and finally, as he eased into a trot, she dared to direct her attention elsewhere and look round to discover what had become of Brett. She caught her breath with a gasp of dismay. Far ahead she could see the bay mare streaking across the Downs, with Brett still square in the saddle, headed straight for the edge of the cliffs. From the way she tore along Anne knew she must be practically out of hand, and, if Brett were unable to turn her, the next few minutes would see horse and rider leap into space, to fall headlong down onto the rocks 200 feet below. Instinctively she urged her cob in pursuit, though subconsciously aware of the utter futility of it, of her absolute helplessness to avert disaster. Sick with horror, she could see the mare rocketing wildly towards the brink of the cliff. Almost she thought she could hear the thunderous beat of the maddened hoofs racing the beat of her own heart as it thudded in her ears, feel the wind of that reckless rush towards destruction. Nearer to the cliff's edge. Anne's whole body stiffened convulsively in anticipation of the inevitable catastrophe. Then, just when it seemed as though the end were come, the mare gave a shrill scream of terror and swerved violently in her stride, with a suddenness that sent her staggering to her knees. She slithered along the turf, then, scrambling to her feet, stood stock still, her head thrust forward, snorting with fright. What followed was so surprising that Anne, about to urge her pony onward, pulled up in astonishment. In some miraculous way Brett had retained his seat in the saddle, and instead of dismounting, as she expected him to do, he lifted his arm and brought his crop hard down on the mare's quarters, so that she leaped forward, and the next moment he was sending her along as fast as she could gallop, while his arm rose and fell like a flail, thrashing her unmercifully. They fled past Anne at racing speed, and she watched, dumb with amazement, while Brett steered a huge semicircular course on the Downs, keeping the animal he rode at full stretch the whole time. When at last they came back and pulled up, the mare's breath was sobbing in her throat, while Brett himself, hatless and deadly pale beneath his crop of ruddy hair, was almost reeling in the saddle. Rather stiffly he dismounted and, slipping the reins loosely over his arm, walked towards Anne, the mare following him meekly, like a beaten child. He looked fagged out, but his blue eyes still gleamed with their old indomitable fire. "Brett! How could you?" exclaimed Anne breathlessly, as they approached. "How could I, what? Gallop the mare like that, just after she'd run away? She might have bolted with you again." He threw back his head and laughed. "Not likely. She'll never try those tricks with me again. Will you, old lady?" And he rubbed the black velvet muzzle at his side with a kindly hand. To Anne's astonishment, the mare, dripping with the sweat of sheer exhaustion, her coat striped with the hiding Brett had given her, pushed her head forward, nuzzling his sleeve. "She bolted the first time for her own amusement," he continued. "The second gallop was for mine," grimly. "Don't you see, she'd have bolted again whenever the fit took her if I hadn't punished her. The only cure was to make her gallop till she was dead beat. She knows which of us is master now. And she doesn't bear me any grudge, either. Do you, old thing?" And he patted the mare's streaming neck. "I wonder she doesn't," said Anne. "Wasn't it rather brutal of you?" "Not a bit. Merely necessary. And neither people nor animals bear a grudge when once they are mastered, fair and square." His eyes, with a gay, daredevil challenge in them, flashed up and met hers. "You'll find that out some day," he added. "I hope not," replied Anne stiffly. Then, remembering how near death he had been, she softened. "Anyway, I'm thankful you're alive. I don't know how you managed to pull the mare round as you did." "I pull her round? My dear girl, if it had rested with me, we should both be lying in smithereens at the present moment, on the rocks below." She realized the drop just in the nick of time, and wheeled before we got to it. "What do you mean?" She realized it. How could she? For a moment Brett's eyes held a curious gravity. "I can't tell you," he said at last, simply. "Only I know horses have a kind of instinct which very often warns them of danger. I've seen a similar thing happen once before, in the hunting field. A man was riding straight for a high bank that looked just like an ordinary on and off jump. You couldn't see what lay beyond it, and on the further side there was a 40-foot drop into a quarry. His horse had its forefeet actually on the bank, and then it must have sensed the danger, for it swung right round, just as the mare did today." As he finished speaking, he gathered up the reins and remounted. "We'd better be jogging homeward, I think," he said. "The mare's too hot to stand about. I don't want her to catch cold." They rode slowly over the springy turf, the bay mare beaten but not cowed, responding docilely to every touch of Brett's hands on the bridle. She had learned her lesson, recognized the man who rode her as her master. Anne was very quiet, her thoughts preoccupied with the happenings of the afternoon. In some sort, they shed a fresh light on the character of the man beside her. It was impossible not to admire his cool composure in the face of danger, and his unexpected kindliness to the mare, once he had asserted his supremacy over her, and her responsiveness to his caress, had astonished Anne considerably. She had thought Brett purely brutal when she had watched him force the frightened, flagging horse anew into a gallop, but no man could be all brute to whom an animal would turn with such mute confidence as the mare had shown when the struggle between them was behind Brett's careless courage, and recognized an insistent force and dominance that frightened her. If he could be so invincibly determined to subdue the will of a horse, how would it fare with any woman whom he had made up his mind to conquer? Would his persistency at last beat down her opposition? Or, if the woman's will were strong enough to resist him, would the fight between them go on, endlessly? Somehow she could not imagine Forrester laying down his weapons to admit defeat. They were now approaching the big headland flanking Silver Key Harbour, and, as the waters of the bay came into view, Anne's eyes went instinctively to the Sphinx, where she rode at anchor, specklessly clean and shining in the brilliant sunlight. She had often admired the yacht, with her long, graceful lines that promised speed, and on occasion, when she had steamed out of the bay, and missed her from her accustomed anchorage, feeling rather as though a bit of the landscape had vanished, leaving a gap. But now, for the first time, she was conscious of a disagreeable impression at the sight of the yacht gleaming there in the sun. It seemed as though it were there on guard, waiting motionless and silent, like a sleek cat watching at the mouth of a mousehole. Interminably patient. She glanced at Forrester, riding quietly at her side, and recalled his battle with the bay mare. He and the yacht, his yacht. Both so quiet, and both with such an infinite latent capacity for swift, directed action. She shivered a little, and was aware of an inward sensation of relief when the horses at last pulled up at the gate of the cottage and Billy Brewster flew out from the stables to take charge of the pony. The sight of the boy's rubicund, commonplace face gave her a feeling of reassurance, seeming to restore the normal, everyday atmosphere which the uncomfortable train of thought evoked by the Sphinx had momentarily dissipated. "Well, I suppose I shan't see you tomorrow, until the evening." Brett, standing by her side, the mare's bridle over his arm, was regarding her with an oddly mocking expression in his eyes. She almost felt as though he had been reading her thoughts. "I shall be going backwards and forwards to the yacht, to see that everything is shipshape for my party tomorrow night. Don't forget to hang up a all-moon in the sky, by way of decoration," suggested Anne, trying to speak lightly. "The matter shall receive attention," he replied gravely. "Aunt Susan and I shall go aboard early, of course, but the dinghy will be waiting for you all at the jetty at 7:30. He shook hands, sprang into the saddle, and a minute later his horse's hoofs clattered away into the distance. Anne turned and walked slowly up the path into the house. She wondered Coventry would be at the dinner on board the yacht. She had not seen him since the day of the rectory garden party, and she could think no other than that he had deliberately kept out of her way. Chapter 19. Account rendered. Dinner was over on board the Sphinx, and the whole party were gathered on deck for coffee. It had been a very perfect little dinner. Forrester was a confirmed dine-out in London, and no one knew better than he how to arrange a menu. Lady Susan played hostess charmingly, and under her benign influence the various unsympathetic elements included in the party had fused together more pleasantly than might have been anticipated. Coventry had duly arrived, and although, as luck would have it, he found himself seated next to Mrs. Halyard, the fact that no one but the two people most intimately concerned were aware of any particular reason why they should not sit together enabled them to carry off the situation without visible effort. It had been a matter of more difficulty to merge Miss Caroline's personality into the prevailing atmosphere, but everyone helped. They were all used to the fact that if they wanted to enjoy the rector's company they must be prepared to put up with his sisters, since the canons of a country neighbourhood forbade inviting the one without the other, and on this particular evening Forrester had chaffed her into such good humour that she became quite skittish, and contributed some truly surprising outbursts of frivolity to the general conversation. "Rejuvenation while you wait," Robin had murmured to Kara, under cover of the buzz of talk. Mrs. Hilliard had laughed that low, pretty laugh of hers which was always free from the least suspicion of cattiness. "I defer anyone to maintain a grown-up attitude when Brett decides that they shan't," she made answer. Thanks to the arrangement of their respective seats at the table, Anne had been able to avoid holding any conversation with Elliot without provoking comment. She had dreaded meeting him again, feeling that it would be difficult to re-establish the merely friendly relations which had existed between them until one tense, glowing moment had swept aside convention and pretense and let each see deep into the other's heart. But the meeting passed off more easily than she had dared to hope. They exchanged brief greetings on the quay, where Brett Forrester's guests had collected together and were waiting to board the yacht's dinghy, and during the short passage across the bay to where the Sphinx lay anchored she and Kara and Miss Caroline had sat chatting together in the stern of the boat, leaving the three men to talk amongst themselves. And now, as the whole party emerged onto the deck for coffee, Anne found herself safely wedged in between Brett and the rector, with Coventry, much to her relief, established at the other end of the semicircle of chairs. It was a glorious evening. The moon, according to orders as Brett had laughingly reminded her, hung like a great lambent globe in the sky, throwing a shimmering track of silver across the waters of the bay, and dappling the ripples of the sea beyond with shifting jack-o'-lantern gleams of light. The deck of the Sphinx shone with an almost dazzling whiteness, accentuated by the black patches of sharp shadow flung across it. Anne sat quietly enjoying the peaceful beauty of it all, oblivious to the hum of conversation around her. For the time being she lost that sense of fear and dread of the yacht which had so curiously obsessed her yesterday. Now it seemed but a component part of the beautiful scene. To shoreward, a ragged string of cottage lights climbing the hillside, speaking of hearth and home and of rest after the day's labour, and beyond, the still, calm moon and tranquil bay, and the yacht, with its whiteness and sharp-cut shadows, lying motionless like some legendary vessel carved in alabaster. "What is your opinion, Anne?" The question startled her, severing the dreaming thread of her thoughts. She roused herself with a smile. "Opinion about what?" "I'm afraid I didn't hear what was being said." "About pains and penalties," explained Kara. "They sound unpleasant." "They are," very agreed Lady Susan with her jolly laugh. "The question under discussion is whether we all eventually have to pay up for our misdeeds, even in this world." "I think we do, in some form or another," said Tempest quietly. "Only perhaps we don't always recognize the penalty, as a penalty, when it comes." "Then it seems rather a waste, doesn't it?" suggested Brett idly. The rector's quiet eyes rested on the speaker. "I don't think so. If we recognized it as a punishment, we should probably resent it so much that it wouldn't do us any good, just as spanking doesn't really do a child any good but only rouses its naughty temper. Whereas when it comes unrecognized, even though it may be the outcome of our own mistaken actions, it educates and changes us, does, in fact, just what punishment is really designed to do, acts as a remedial force. I think God often works like that. Only, sometimes, the sinner isn't the only one who pays through in Coventry shortly." "He's the only one who doesn't pay, generally speaking," answered Brett, with a grin. "He flourishes like a green bay tree instead." "I never dream of paying for my sins," he added cheerfully. Tempest smiled, that tolerant, good-humoured smile of his which always took the sting out of anything he might say. "You're not at the end of life yet, Mr. Forrester," he observed quietly. Brett laughed. "Are you threatening me with an account rendered of all my evil deeds to be paid for in a sort of lump sum? Even that might be preferable to having your punishment spread out all over your life," said Kara, with a faint note of weariness in her voice which passed unnoticed by all except Coventry, who threw her quick, searching glance. "Like thinly spread butter," suggested Brett blithely. "Kara didn't say anything about it being thinly spread," retorted Anne, laughing. "Elle should think yours might be rather thick." Amid the general laughter and chaff which followed, the original topic of conversation was lost sight of, and presently someone suggested a game of auction. Miss Caroline's blue-bead eyes gleamed at the very sound of the word. She loved a game of bridge, but for parochial reasons adhered firmly to stakes of not more than a penny 100. Tempest had vainly argued with her that she might equally as well play for a more usual amount, such as sixpence or a shilling, and this without outraging the susceptibilities of the parish, that if she played for money at all the principle involved was precisely the same, but she either could not or would not comprehend. Bridge at a penny 100 was apparently an innocent occupation, at anything higher, an awful example. "Then we'll play for a penny 100, declared Lady Susan good-humouredly, when Miss Caroline had explained her scruples. "Who'll play?" "You will, Mr. Tempest." "And you, Robin?" "That'll make one table." "What about you others?" "I don't play bridge," said Brett mendaciously, adding sotto voce to Lady Susan, "at least, I can't afford to play for a penny 100, beloved aunt." Then aloud, "Besides, Anne wants to see all over the boat, so I'm going to trot her round." Anne laughed in spite of herself, never having expressed any such desire as was thus coolly attributed to her. But she submitted good-naturedly enough to being carried off by Brett on a tour of inspection, whilst Lady Susan and the rector, accompanied by Robin and Miss Caroline, went below to play bridge, leaving Mrs. Hilliard and Coventry alone together on deck. A silence fell between them. Throughout the whole time which had elapsed since they had both come to live at Silverkey, they had never before been actually alone. By tacit consent they had mutually avoided such a happening, and now, without any possibility of escape, it seemed to Kara that they were suddenly enfolded in a solitude which shut out the rest of the world entirely. She twisted her fingers nervously together, vibrantly conscious of Coventry's tall, silent figure beside her, and her breath struggled a little in her throat at the memory of all that had once linked their lives together, of which there remained now only an abiding bitterness and contempt. The silence seemed to close round her like a pall, suffocating her. She felt she could not endure it a minute longer. "Elle hardly expected to see you here tonight," she said at last, the usual sweetness of her voice roughened by reason of the effort it cost her to speak at all. "No. Dinner parties aren't quite in my line," returned Elliot dryly. "But, having been fool enough to say I'd come, I keep my word." He glanced towards her as he spoke, and she flushed faintly beneath his scrutiny. The latter part of the speech pricked her like an arrow sped from the past, though it was difficult to estimate from the man's impassive face whether or no he had actually intended to imply a deeper significance than the surface meaning which the words conveyed. Kara felt that she must know, at any cost she must know. "Is that meant as a protest?" she asked, assuming an air of playful indifference which she was very far from feeling. "Am I intended to take it as a rebuke?" Perhaps the light detachment of her manner jangled some long silent chord, roused an echo from the past, for his face darkened. "You can take it so, if you wish," he said curtly. She was silent. In that brief question and answer she had covertly appealed for mercy and had received judgment, the same judgment which had been pronounced against her years ago. She had never thought it possible that Elliot would learn to care for her again. She knew the man too well to believe that he would have any love left to give the woman who had despoiled him of all a man values, broken his faith, destroyed the ideals that had once been his. Moreover, she had seen clear down into his soul that day at Berrima Cove, when Anne had come within an ace of death, and she knew that on the ruins of the old love a new love was building. But, deep within her, she had hoped that Elliot's savage bitterness towards her might have softened with the passage of time, that perhaps he had learned to tincture his contempt for her with a little understanding and compassion, allowing something in excuse for youth and for the long, grinding years of poverty, which had ground the courage out of her and driven her into making that one ghastly mistake for which life had exacted such a heavy penalty. She knew now that she had hoped in vain. He was as merciless as he had been that day, 10 years ago, when he had turned away and left her alone in an old Italian garden, with the happy sunlight and the scent of flowers mocking the half-realized despair at her heart. "Then you haven't ever forgiven me," she said at last, haltingly. He stared at her. "Isn't that rather a curious question to ask? You killed everything in life that mattered, damned my chances of happiness once and for always. No, I don't think I've forgiven you. I've endeavored to forget you." He paused, then added with a brief, ironic laugh, "It was a queer joke for fate to play, bringing us both to the same neighborhood." "I didn't know," said Kara hastily. "You know that, don't you? I had no idea you lived here when I bought the priory. Even when I heard, afterwards, that a Mr. Coventry owned Herresmere, I never dreamed it could be you. You see, I was told he was very wealthy and the Coventry you knew was poor." It was like the THNRST of Arabia, and Kara winced under the concentrated scorn of the bitter speech. "You are very merciless," she said, her voice shaken and uneven. Then leave it at that, he rejoined indifferently. I've no particular grounds for being anything else. The past is dead, and it won't stand resurrection. Does the past ever die? She demanded, a note of despair in her voice. I think not. He looked at her curiously, at the beautiful face, a trifle worn and shadowed, with its sad eyes and that strangely patient curve of mouth. What do you mean? He asked sharply. One pays, Elliot. He shrugged his shoulders. Oh, yes, one pays. But, in this particular instance, I thought it was I who paid and you who took delivery of the goods. She sprang up. Then you were wrong, she exclaimed in low, passionate tones that, in spite of himself, moved him strangely. If you paid, I paid, too, every day of my life. Oh, I had my punishment, with a little laugh that held more anguish than any tears. Full measure, pressed down, running over. He bent his somber gaze on her. Don't think I understand, he said slowly. Don't you? With a swift movement she thrust back the loose tulle sleeve which veiled her arm, uncovering the ugly, rust-colored scar which marred its whiteness. That. He stammered off into a shocked silence, his eyes fastened on the scar, so unmistakably that of a burn. That is the symbol of my married life, she said with a curious enforced calm. She let her sleeve fall back into its place. Did you never hear? Dean drank, it was no secret. He was quite mad at times. And he ill-treated you. When it amused him. He had a passion for cruelty. I never knew it till I married him. I found out afterwards he had been the same even as a child. He loved torturing things. She paused, then added with a simplicity that was infinitely pitiful, so you see, I had my punishment. I was abroad. I never knew, said Elliot, as though in extenuation of something of which he inwardly accused himself. Never knew, he repeated resentfully. By God! With a sudden suppressed violence which was the more intense by reason of its enforced restraint, if I'd known, I'd have freed the woman I once loved from degradation such as that. Used so unconsciously, without intent, the word once wounded her more cruelly than any of his deliberately harsh and bitter utterances had power to do. It set her definitely outside his life, relegated her to a past that was dead and done with, made her realize more completely than anything else could have done that, as far as Elliot was concerned, she no longer counted in his scheme of existence. The woman I once loved, Kara clenched her hands, and bit back the cry of pain which fought for utterance. For an instant she felt sick with pain, as though someone had turned a knife in a raw wound. Then, with an effort, she regained her self-control. Thank you, she said gently. But no one could have helped me, least of all you, even had you been in England. They fell silent for a while. Elliot stood staring out across the moon-flecked waters, and in the silver radiance which made the night almost as light as day Kara could see the harsh lines which the years had graved upon his face, the grim closing of the lips, and the weariness that lay in his eyes. Half timidly she laid her hand on his arm. I wish I could give you back your happiness, she said unevenly. He turned and looked at her, and now there was neither pity nor compassion in his gaze, only that hardness of granite with which she was all too familiar. Unfortunately, that's out of your power, he said coldly. You only had power to wreck it. He glanced down distastefully at the hand on his sleeve, and she withdrew it hastily. But, with a sudden strength of purpose, born of her infinite longing to repair the harm she had done, she persisted, daring his anger. There's Anne, she said simply. She was surprised it hurt so little to put it into words, the fact that he loved another woman. But, since the day she had first realized that he cared for Anne, she had been schooling herself to a certain stoical resignation. She recognized that she had forfeited her own claim to love when she had married Dean Hilliard because he had more of this world's goods than the man to whom she had given her heart, And she felt no actual jealousy of Anne, only a wistful envy of the girl for whom the love of Elliot Coventry might yet create the heaven on earth which she herself had thrown away. "There's Anne," she said. For an instant Elliot's face seemed convulsed, twisted into a grim mask of agony. "Yes," he said hoarsely. "There's Anne. And because of you, I can't believe in her." It was like an accusation flung straight in her face. She shrank back as though he had struck her. So he cared for Anne, like that. And because of what she had done, because of her sin of 10 years ago, he would not trust her, would not trust any woman. "You make my account rendered a very heavy one," she said unsteadily. Then, on a note of increasing urgency, "Don't judge Anne by me, Elliot. She's different, the kind of woman God meant women to be. If you care for her, you won't make her pay for what I did." His expression altered slightly. A new look came into his eyes, of uncertainty, as though he were regarding things from some fresh angle. But he made no answer, and before Kara could speak again Robin's cheerful voice broke in upon them. "We've just finished our rubber," he called, as he came towards them. "Will you folks come and take a hand?" Then, as neither of them made any immediate response, he paused uncertainly and glanced in an embarrassed way from one to the other, vaguely conscious that his appearance on the scene had been inopportune. Womanlike, Kara was the first to recover her self-possession. "Yes, of course we'll come," she said quickly. "But I haven't played cards for so long that I'm sure whoever is unlucky enough to draw me for a partner will be thankful Miss Caroline has limited the stakes to a penny 100. The ease with which she spoke sufficed to reassure Robin completely. "You'll play, Coventry," he said, as they all three turned and walked towards the companionway. "I'll cut in and take my chance," answered Elliot. Kara glanced at him swiftly. His mouth wore a grave little smile, as though the words bore for him a second and deeper meaning than the obvious one of their reply to Robin's question. Chapter 20. Refusal. The process of making a tour of the Sphinx had been a lengthy one. The yacht was beautifully appointed, and there had been much to examine and admire. Brett, who loved every inch of her, from the marvelous little gold figure of a sphinx, which he had had specially designed and carved as a mascot, down to the polished knobs and buttons in the engine room, had expatiated with considerable length and fervour upon her various beauties and advantages, and by the time he and Anne emerged onto the deck once more it was to find it deserted by the rest of the party. Brett moved a couple of deck chairs into a sheltered corner. "You must be tired," he said remorsefully. "I've kept you standing about an unconscionable time while I yarned on about my old tub. If you'll sit down here, I'll go and fetch you." Anne subsided into one of the chairs not unthankfully. "But I don't want a wrap," she protested. "You will, presently. You must remember it's September, even though it is a warm evening." He departed on his errand, returning shortly with a wrap for her shoulders, together with a light rug which he proceeded to tuck carefully round her. She was reminded of the first occasion on which they had met, when the charming way in which he had waited upon Lady Susan had moved her to the reflection that he might be rather an adept in the art of spoiling any woman. But she had not forgotten that he would want to master her first, as he had mastered the bay mare, afterwards coaxing her into friendship. They conversed desultorily for a time. Then, tossing away the cigarette he was smoking, Brett shot an abrupt question at her. "Well, so you like the yacht?" he demanded. She nodded. "I think it's just perfect," she answered cordially. "I'm glad. Because," he leaned forward and looked at her intently with a curious sparkling light in his eyes, "I hope you'll spend a good deal of time on board her." Anne endeavoured to speak as casually as possible, warned by that sudden danger signal. "Yes. Wouldn't you enjoy cruising about the world a bit? Are you thinking of inviting us all to go for a trip in the Sphinx?" "I'm afraid," shaking her head, "we are most of us much too busy people to go racing off half across the world at a moment's notice." "I wasn't thinking of inviting you all," he returned coolly. Even if the yacht could accommodate you. I was limiting the proposed yachting party to you and me. Anne moved restlessly. Don't be absurd, Brett. He laughed, that gay, triumphant laughter of his which always made her a little afraid. It sounded so sure, so carelessly confident. Then don't fence with me any longer, he retorted. What's the use of pretending, anyway? Pretending? I'm afraid I don't understand. She threw a quick, dismayed glance down the length of the deck, devoutly wishing that someone would come along and interrupt them. But there was nobody in sight except one of the crew, and he was keeping his eyes very studiously turned away from the corner where they were seated. You don't understand? Brett's voice roughened a little. Haven't I made it clear what I want? I want you, no, no. Anne jumped up from her chair precipitately. Don't say it, Brett. Please don't. I don't want to hear. There was a note of urgent pleading in her hurried speech, but if heard it he paid no attention. He was on his feet as quickly as she was. Perhaps if she had looked at him she would have realized that she was drawing upon herself the very thing she was trying to avoid. But she had averted her face, afraid of the blue flame of his eyes, and his quick movement, silent and certain as the leap of a panther, filled her with a sudden irrational terror. She started to run. Then, her feet entangled in the rug which had slipped to the floor when she sprang up from her seat, she stumbled and pitched helplessly forward. But she did not reach the ground. Brett's arms closed round her like a vice of steel, and the next moment she felt his lips on hers, on her eyes, her throat, the gleaming curve of moon-white shoulder, straining against them in fierce, possessive kisses that seemed to drain her of all strength to resist. At last, now do you understand? He demanded hoarsely. I love you. God in heaven. I wonder if you know how much I love you. No, no. She struggled to free herself from his arms, but he held her in a relentless grip that no power of hers could fight against. Let me go, she gasped, finding herself helpless against him. His eyes burned down on her. I'll let you go when you promise to be my wife, not before. Say you love me, Anne. But I don't love you at all. Let me go, Brett. She made another futile effort to release herself, but his grasp never slackened. You shall love me, he declared violently. With the imperative need of the moment, Anne found her courage returning. She realized now that it was to be a battle between them, and she was filled with a cold fury against this man who tried to enforce his will on hers. Suddenly she ceased to struggle, and, bending her head back so that she could see his face, confronted him with a cool, proud defiance. I shall hate you if you don't release me at once, she said quietly. Her face, so close below his own, was milk-white in the moonlight, and her hair glimmered with strange, lurking lights. Wavering gold of hair and eyes and scarlet line of lips, they roused the devil in him. His mouth crushed down on hers once more. You may hate me, but, all the same, you'll marry me. I swear it, he said with grim assurance. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth. It was very quietly uttered, but the absolute conviction of her answer seemed to arrest him. He loosened his clasp of her body, but with the same movement his fingers slid to her wrist, prisoning it. Who would you marry? He demanded. She stood perfectly still, unresisting to the grip of his hand on her wrist. There was a mute suggestion of scorn in this very surrender to physical coercion, a poise that asserted an utter freedom of spirit, a freedom of which he could not rob her. You don't expect an answer to that question, do you? She returned. Is it young Brabazon, Tony Brabazon? He pursued, ignoring her reply and speaking with an odd kind of eagerness. Anne was silent. The instinct of her sex was working in her, the instinct to conceal her real hurt, to throw dust in the eyes of the man who was seeking to tear her secret from her. So she remained silent, and the sudden gleam in Brett's eyes showed that he believed he was answered. Then you have thought of marrying Tony Brabazon, he said searchingly. Perhaps I have, she admitted, reflecting with a brief flash of humour that, in this particular instance, the simple noth was quite the most misleading thing imaginable. Brett regarded her with a peculiar expression in which resentment and a certain need of indulgence were strangely mingled. And you thought better of it, he continued, rather as though he were stating a fact of which he had some intrinsic knowledge. Anne felt a trifle puzzled. He and Tony were only card-room acquaintances, and it seemed unlikely that the latter would have confided in him. Yet Brett certainly spoke as though his cognizance of how matters stood betwixt herself and Tony were based on something more substantial than mere guesswork. That, also, is possible, she answered noncommittally. And just as well, commented Brett. He's a harum-scarum rake of a boy. All the same, as I told you once before, the past doesn't matter to me. It's the future that counts. He paused, as though he expected her to volunteer some reply. But she merely eyed him with a look of steady indifference. You understand, Anne, he said, with a species of urgency in his tones. It sounds quite simple, she replied shortly. I think I understand plain English, though what you say doesn't interest me. Do you mind releasing my wrist, now? You won't run away if I do. She shrugged her shoulders. Where could I run to, on the yacht? Besides, I've no wish for everyone to know about this ridiculous scene, she added scornfully, with a downward glance at her prisoned wrist. His eyes glinted as he released his hold, but he allowed the contemptuous speech to pass without remark. She lifted her arm, frictioning her wrist where his grip had scored a red mark round it. A tumult of anger against him seethed inside her. Her lips felt soiled and she put up her hand and rubbed them distastefully. He interpreted the action with lightning swiftness. No, he said, a note of grim triumph in his voice. You can't undo it. I wish, she said with quiet intensity, I wish I'd never set foot on board your yacht. It wouldn't have made a bit of difference, he assured her unconcernedly. If it hadn't happened here, it would have happened somewhere else. Just as it doesn't matter in the least you're refusing me. By the way, I suppose I'm to understand you have refused me? Mockingly. Certainly I've refused you. Very good. But even that won't make an atom of difference. You're going to marry me, you know, in the long NM. I'm not, she began, then checked herself wearily. Oh, don't let's go over it all again. She was very pale, and there were dark shadows of fatigue beneath her eyes. We won't, he replied amicably. We'll go down and see how those reckless penny 100 gamblers are getting on, instead. With one of the amazingly sudden transitions of which Anne had already discovered he was capable, he dismissed the whole matter as though it were of no importance, and, gathering up her wraps, preceded her in the direction of the companionway. Here they were met by the bridge players. Their game finished, they were all coming up on deck, laughing and talking as they came. Anne drew back, nervously unprepared for the sudden encounter, but Brett covered her momentary confusion by genial inquiries as to who had won. I've won 2 and 5pence, announced Miss Caroline in satisfied tones. She appeared supremely contented with the evening's harvest. These tiresome people are talking of going, Brett complained Lady Susan. Do stop them. Of course I'll stop them, he replied promptly. They've all got to drink my health and good luck to the Sphinx before they go. It's her birthday, today, by the way, he went on, addressing everybody collectively, and I insist upon the occasion being properly honoured. He continued, pouring out a stream of light-hearted nonsense, focusing everyone's attention on himself, and thus giving Anne time to recover her poise. When, finally, she joined in the general conversation, she was quite composed once more, although she still looked somewhat pale and tired. The scene with Brett had exhausted her more than she knew. The man's sheer vitality and force were overwhelming, and his efforts to impose his will on hers, to force from her some response to the flaming ardour of his passion, had left her feeling mentally and spiritually sore and bruised, just as, physically, she had ached all over after the buffeting she had received from the waves at Barrier Cove. She longed inexpressibly for the peace and quiet of her own room, and she felt thankful when at length the moment for departure actually arrived. Lady Susan glanced keenly at her once or twice as they were rowed across the bay to the now deserted quay, but she refrained from making any comment on the girl's appearance of fatigue. It was only as they were walking up the tarred planking of the jetty together, somewhat behind the rest of the party, that she asked with a queer mixture of tenderness and humour, "May I guess, Anne?" "There's nothing to guess," said Anne bluntly. Lady Susan came to a standstill and stood looking down at her with eyes that laughed. "So you've turned him down?" she queried. Anne nodded silently. "Well," incisively, "it will do him a whole heap of good. He's much too inclined to think the entire world is his for the taking." Involuntarily Anne laughed outright at the palpable truth of the statement, and with that spontaneous laughter was borne away much of the hurt pride and resentment which had been galling her. It was, after all, absurd to take an irresponsible being like Brett Forrester too seriously. "I don't altogether envy Brett's wife," pursued Lady Susan judicially. "Still, she'd never find life monotonous, whatever else. He'd probably beat her and drag her round by the hair when he was in a rage. But he'd know how to play the lover, my dear, don't make any mistake about that." "Il may be old-fashioned," said Anne demurely. "But I don't think I feel particularly attracted by the prospect of being beaten and dragged around by the hair." Lady Susan's dark eyes twinkled. "All the same, I don't fancy Brett will allow a little prejudice like that to stand in his way. If I know my nephew, and I think I do, he won't meekly accept his conge and run away and play like a good little boy." "Oh, I think he quite understands," replied Anne a trifle breathlessly. Lady Susan shook her head. "My dear," she said, "Brett is delightful, and I'm ridiculously fond of him. But I'm bound to admit that he hasn't any principles whatever. And he never understands anything he doesn't want to." Chapter 21. The Return. The October sunshine slanted across Barrier Cove, flinging a broad ribbon of light athwart the water and over the wet, shining sands left bare by the outgoing tide. Its furthermost point reached almost to Anne's feet, where she sat in a crook of the rocks, resting after a 5-mile tramp along the shore before she tackled the steep climb up to the cottage. The sea was wonderfully calm today, placid and tranquil as some inland lake, and edged with baby wavelets which came creeping tentatively upward to curl over on the sand like a fringe of downy feathers. Anne could not help vividly recalling the day when she had so nearly lost her life at that very spot. It seemed incredible that this quiet sea, with its gentle, crooning voice no louder than a rhythmic whisper, could be one and the same with the turbulent, thunderous monster which had almost beaten the breath out of her body. And then her thoughts turned involuntarily to Brett Forrester. He was not unlike the sea, she reflected, in his sudden, unexpected changes of mood, with the buoyant charm he could exert when he chose, and that contrasting turbulence of his which left whoever ventured to oppose him feeling altogether breathless and battered. Latterly, Anne had been finding it very difficult to understand him. Since the night of the dinner on board the Sphinx he had studiously refrained from the slightest attempt to make love to her. Sometimes, indeed, she was almost tempted to ask herself if that violent scene on the yacht could really have occurred between them or whether she had only dreamt it. It seemed so entirely incompatible with the easy attitude of friendliness which he had adopted towards her ever since. She would have liked to interpret this as signifying that he had accepted her refusal as final, but some inward prompting warned her that Brett was not the man to be so easily turned aside from his purpose. Meanwhile, however, it was a relief to be free from the subtle sense of importunity, of imperious demand, of which, when he chose, he could make her so acutely conscious. Thinking over all that had passed between them on the yacht, she wondered curiously why he had so persistently referred to Tony. It seemed almost as though he were jealous of the boy, regarded him as someone who might prove an obstacle to the accomplishment of his own desires. Yet she could not recall anything which might have given him that impression. There had been nothing in the least lover-like in Tony's attitude towards her during his visit to the cottage. On the contrary, she had been inwardly congratulating herself upon the fact that he had evidently determined to abide by the answer she had given him that night in Switzerland, as they came down from the Roche d'Or, although she would not have been the TNTE woman she was if she had not secretly wondered a little at the apparent ease with which he had adapted himself to the altered relations between them. Pride had counted for a good deal. That she guessed. But, since Tony's departure, she had begun to speculate whether there might not perhaps be some other reason which would better account for his submitting without further protest to her decision. And in a brief sentence, contained in a letter she had received from him only that morning, she thought she had discovered the key to the mystery. Uncle Philip and depart to Mentone next week, he had written. Naturally, he hates the idea of my being anywhere in the vicinity of Monte Carlo, but as he doesn't seem able to throw off the effects of Chilhey shooting, our local whom, he has the most touching faith, has decreed Mentone. So Mentone it is. Lady Doreen is V2LS and so her mother also be there, at their villa, as Lady Doreen is ordered to winter in the south of France. Afterwards the doctors hope she will be quite strong. It was in the name Neville that Anne thought she detected a clue to Tony's altered demeanour. She recollected having met Lady Doreen on one occasion, about a year ago, when she herself had been paying a flying visit to the Brabazons at their house in Audley Square, a frail slip of a girl with immense grey eyes and hair like an aureole of reddish gold. She had been barely 17 at that time, slim and undeveloped, and her delicacy had added rather than otherwise to her look of extreme youth. Anne had regarded her as hardly more than a child. But she knew that a year can effect an enormous alteration in a girl in her late teens, sometimes seeming to transform her all at once from immature girlhood into gracious and charming womanhood. Lady Doreen had come out since Anne had met her, made her curtsy at court and taken part in her first London season, and it was not difficult to imagine her, delicate though she might be, as extremely attractive and invested with a certain ethereal grace and charm peculiarly her own. And that Tony had seen a good deal of her in town last July Anne was aware. He had mentioned her name more than once during his visit to the cottage, and it seemed to Anne quite likely that, sore because of her own definite refusal of him, he had sought and found consolation in the company of Lady Doreen. Looking back, she fancied she remembered a certain shy embarrassment in Tony's manner when he had spoken of her. She had thought nothing about it at the time, being preoccupied with her own affairs, but now, in the light of this new idea which had presented itself to her, she felt convinced that there was something behind the slight hesitation Tony had evinced when referring to the Nevilles. A little smile, almost maternal in its tenderness, curved her lips. She had always hoped that Tony's love for her might prove to be only a red-hot boyish infatuation, grounded on propinquity and friendship, which the passage of time would cure, and if, now, man's love was being born in him and she could keep the old friendship, it would give her complete happiness. But she questioned rather anxiously whether Doreen Neville was possessed of a strong enough character to keep him straight. She was so sweet and fragile, the kind of woman to be petted and cosseted and taken care of by some big, kind-hearted man, not in the least the type to steady a headstrong young fool, bent upon blundering onto the rocks. Tony's letter was in the pocket of her coat, and, pulling it out, she ran through it again. There was no further mention of Doreen Neville, but she found that there was a postscript scribbled in a corner, in Tony's most illegible scrawl, which she had overlooked when reading the letter at breakfast time. Much as you disapprove, little Puritan Anne, do wish me luck at the Thames. Such luck as we had that night at Montretuix. Do you remez and Anne's heart contracted suddenly. Was she ever likely to forget that day when, for the first time, Elliot Coventry's grey, compelling eyes had met and held her own? Since then she had touched heights and depths of happiness and despair which had changed her whole outlook on life. Love had come to her, and gone again, and only through sheer pluck and a pride that refused to break had she been able to face the fact and hide her hurt from the world at large. Elliot's sudden disappearance from Silverkey last month had made things a little easier for her. He had left home the day following that of the dinner party on board the Sphinx, and the knowledge that there was no danger of meeting him had helped to lessen the strain she was enduring. Previously she had been strung up to a high nervous tension by the ever-present fear of running across him unexpectedly, and it had brought her infinite relief when she learned that he had gone away. Since then a strange numbness seemed to have taken possession of her. It was as though someone had closed the door on the past, very quietly and carefully. Dully she recalled the night after Elliot had shown her he had no intention of claiming her love as a succession of interminable hours of mental and physical agony. But now she was hardly conscious of pain, only of a stupefied sense of loss. She felt as if her life were finished, as though all the days and years that lay ahead of her were entirely empty and purposeless. Sometime or other, she supposed, she would come alive again, be able to feel and realize things once more. But she dreaded the coming of that time. Better this apathy, like the stupor of one drugged, than a repetition of the anguish she had already suffered. It seemed as if she were endowed with a species of double consciousness, an outward, everyday self which laughed and talked quite readily with the people she knew, walked and rode, read and wrote letters just like anyone else, and a strange inner self which led a dumb, dreaming existence, drearily remote from everything that made life keen and sentient. Suddenly a tremor of wind ran between the great boulders of the cove, whining eerily. It savoured of coming autumn, and Anne watched the quiet sea bunch itself up into small, angry tufts of foam as the breeze which seemed to have sprung up from nowhere fled across it. Then, feeling suddenly chilled, she rose from where she was sitting and turned rather wearily homeward. Her way lay through the village, and as she climbed the steep hill which rose abruptly from the bay, in first one cottage, then another, lights twinkled into being, like bright, inquisitive eyes peering through the falling dusk. Absorbed in her thoughts, she had lingered on the shore longer than she intended, and when she reached the top of the hill she instinctively quickened her pace and hastened along the somewhat lonely stretch of road which led to the cottage. Just as she was within a short distance of the gate, she caught the sound of footsteps coming from the opposite direction. There were few people abroad in the lanes, as a rule, at this hour of the evening, and the idea that the approaching pedestrian might prove to be a tramp leaped quickly to Anne's mind. She was seized with a sudden nervousness, born of the dusk and loneliness of the road and of her own bodily fatigue, and she broke into a run, hoping to reach the cottage gate before the supposed tramp should turn the corner. But the steps drew nearer, striding, purposeful steps, not in the least like those of a tramp, and an instant later the figure of Elliot Coventry rounded the bend in the road and loomed into view. Anne's heart gave a sudden leap, then started beating at racing speed. The meeting was so utterly unlooked for that for a moment a feeling akin to terror laid hold of her. Taking the last few yards which still intervened betwixt her and the safety of the cottage at Wanshire, she almost fell against the gate, seeking with blind, groping fingers for the latch. But it seemed to be wedged in some way, and she tore at it unavailingly. "Let me open that for you." Elliot's voice, rather grave but with the ghost of a quiver in it which might have betokened some inward amusement, sounded above her head. Then, as she still struggled vainly to move the recalcitrant latch, he went on quietly, "Are you trying to run away from me, or what?" Anne straightened herself and made a snatch at her fugitive dignity. "No, oh, no," she said, endeavouring to steady her flurried tones. Her heart was still playing tricks, throbbing jerkily in her side, and her breath came unevenly. "Only you startled me. I thought you were a tramp." She fancied he concealed a smile in the darkness. "Not very complimentary of you," he answered composedly. "It wasn't, was it?" "I'm so sorry," she agreed in eager haste. "Have you come to see Robin?" "I'm afraid he's out. He said he should be back rather late tonight." "No," he replied evenly, "I've not come to see Robin." Then, with a sudden leap in his voice, "I came to see you, Anne." "To see me?" she murmured confusedly. "Yes." Am I to tell you all about it out here in the cold, or may I come in? Without waiting for her answer, he quietly lifted the latch which had refused to move for her trembling fingers, and silently, half in a dream, she led the way into the house. There was no light in the living room other than that yielded by the logs which burned on the open hearth, but even by their flickering glow she could discern how much he had altered since she had last seen him. He was thinner, and his face had the worn look of a man who has recently passed through some stern mental and spiritual conflict. There were furrows of weariness deeply graven on either side the mouth, and Anne felt her heart swell within her in an overwhelming impulse of tenderness and longing to smooth away those new lines from the beloved face. Before she knew it, that imperative inner need had manifested in unconscious gesture. Her hands went out to him as naturally and instinctively as the hands of a mother go out to her hurt child. But he did not take them in his. Instead, he seemed almost to draw away from her, his hands slowly clenching as though the man were putting some immense compulsion of restraint upon himself. "I've come back," and he said slowly. "I've come back." Her outstretched hands dropped to her sides. She was trembling, but she forced herself into speech. "Why did you go?" she asked very low. "I went, to see if I could live without you, to try and put you out of my life. And I can't do it." He spoke with a curious deliberation. "If ever a man fought against love, I fought against it. I'd done with love, it's the thing I've cut out of my plan of life these 10 years. His mouth twisted wryly as if even yet the memory of the past had power to stab him. "Elle distrusted love. And I distrusted you." He stopped abruptly, still conveying that impression of a man forcibly holding himself in check. And now?" Anne's voice was almost inaudible. They had been standing very still, held motionless and apart by a strange intensity of feeling, but unconsciously she had drawn closer to him as she spoke. As though her instinctive little movement towards him snapped the last link of the iron control he had been forcing on himself, he suddenly bent forward, and, snatching her up into his arms, held her crushed against his breast, kissing her with the overwhelming passion of a man who has been denied dire dreary months of longing. Heedless of past or future, Anne yielded, surrendering with her lips the whole brave young heart of her. Presently his clasp relaxed, and she drew a little away from him. "Anne," he said unsteadily, "little dear Anne." She met his gaze with eyes like stars, clear and unafraid. "You haven't said you trusted me." A note of tender amusement quivered in her voice. "Do you, Elliot?" For a moment his eyes seemed to burn out at her from under his heavily drawn brows. "Trust you," he said hoarsely. "I don't know whether I trust you or not. But I know I want you." And once more he swept her up into his embrace. "My beloved." His kisses rained down on her face, fierce, imperious kisses that seemed to draw the very soul out of her body and seal it his, and when at last he let her go she leaned against him, tremulously spent and shaken with the rapture of answering passion which had kindled to life within her. "Tell me you love me," he insisted. "Let me hear you say it," to make it, and turning to give herself to him again, she hid her face against his shoulder, whispering, "Oh, you know I do." Half an hour later found them still together, sitting by the big, old-fashioned hearth which Elliot had plied with logs till the flames roared up the chimney. Robin had not yet come back. He had ridden into Ferrybridge early in the afternoon, leaving word that he would probably be late in returning. Once Maria had looked into the room to ask if she should light the lamps, and the lovers had started guiltily apart, and replying with hastily assumed indifference that they did not require them yet. Old Maria, whose eyesight was still quite keen enough to distinguish love, even from the funner side of a room lit only by the lambent firelight, retired to her own quarters, chuckling to herself. "So 'tis the squire as was caught in the chill, after all. And me thinking all along as how 'twas young Master Tony. Or, well, 'tis more suitin' like, for sure, him with his millions and my Miss Anne." Maria's ideas as to the riches with which the owner of Herasmere was providentially endowed might be hazy, but at least she did not err on the side of underestimating them. Meanwhile, Elliot and Anne, placidly believing that Maria was none the wiser for her brief entrance into the room, all newly acknowledged lovers being apparently blessed with an ostrich-like quality of self-deception, continued talking together by the firelight. "That first day I saw you," Elliot was saying. "It was at the Kursaal. Do you remember?" Anne laughed and blushed a little. "I'm not likely to forget," she said mirthfully. "MDE. Rude." He looked honestly astonished. "You were so frightfully yes. Didn't you mean to be? I was sympathizing with you so nicely over losing at the tables, and you nearly bit my head off. You looked down your nose, it's rather a nice nose, by the way," impertinently, and observed loftily, "Pray don't waste your sympathy." Elliot laughed outright. "Did I, really? What a bore you must have thought me." "Oh, and then there was the day of the Fetus des Narcissus, when I hit you with a rosebud by mistake. You glared at me as if I'd committed one of the 7 deadly sins." "So you had, if occupying the thoughts of a confirmed misogynist who had forsworn women and all their ways counts as one of them." A silence fell between them. The lightly uttered speech suddenly recalled the past, and each was vividly conscious of the bitter root from which it sprang. The man's face darkened as though he would push aside the memory. "But that's past," said Anne at last, very softly. He turned to her curiously. "So you know, then?" She flushed. "Yes, I know, I heard. People talk. But I've not been gossiping, Elliot, truly." A brief smile crossed his face. "You, gossiping? That's good. But I might have guessed you would hear all about it. Even one's own particular rack and thumbscrew aren't private property nowadays," bitterly. "I wonder how much you know. What have you heard?" "Oh, very little," she began confusedly, her heart aching for the bitterness which still lingered in his voice. "Tell me," he insisted authoritatively. "I'd rather you knew the truth than some garbled version of it." Very reluctantly Anne repeated what she had learned from Mrs. Hilliard, the bare facts of that unhappy episode in his life which had turned him into a soured, embittered man. "Anything more? Do you know who the woman was, her name?" "No. Only that she was very young," pitifully. "I believe," he said, cupping her face in his hand and turning it up to his, "I believe you are actually sorry for her." "Yes, I am. I'm sorry for anyone who makes a dreadful mistake and loses their whole happiness." Flew off it, she answered heartily. "I'm afraid I don't take such a broad-minded view of things," he returned grimly. "I haven't a forgiving disposition, and I believe in people getting what they deserve. You'd better remember that," smiling briefly, "if ever you feel tempted to try how far you can go. Do you know, I think you're going to prove rather an autocratic lover, Elliot," she said, laughing gently. "All good lovers are," he answered, drawing her into his arms once more with a sudden, swift jealousy. "Don't you know that? It's the very essence of love, possession. A man asks everything of the woman he loves, past, present, and future. He will be satisfied with nothing less." The words, uttered with an undercurrent of deep passion, struck a familiar chord in Anne's mind. They were like, and yet unlike, something she had heard before. For a moment she puzzled over it, the connection eluding her. Then, all at once, it flashed over her, and she remembered how Brett Forrester had said, "The past doesn't matter to me. It's the future that counts." These two men, Elliot and Brett, loved very differently, she thought. With Brett, love meant a passionate determination to possess the woman he desired, whether she surrendered willingly or with every fibre of her spirit in revolt. But to Elliot, love signified something deeper and more enduring. He wanted all of the woman he would make his wife, soul as well as body, past as well as future, The supreme gift which only a woman who loves perfectly can give, and which only a man whose love is on the same high plane should dare to ask. I should never be content with less, Elliot went on. I think if you were ever to fail me, and he broke off abruptly, as though the bare idea were torture. But I shan't fail you, she replied confidently. I love you, simply. And when one loves, one doesn't fail. His arms tightened their clasp about her till she could feel the hard beating of his heart against her own. Heart's dearest, he murmured, his lips against her throat. Presently she lifted her head from his shoulder and regarded him with questioning eyes. You didn't tell me what would happen to me if I did fail you. Don't speak of it, he said sharply. But it's just as well to know the worst, she persisted laughingly. She felt so sure, so safe, with his arms round her, that she could afford to joke a little about something that could never happen. Would you cut off my head, as Bluebeard cut off the heads of his wives? For a moment he made no answer. Then, I should simply wipe you out of my life. That's all. He spoke very evenly, but with such a note of absolute finality in his quiet voice that Anne quivered a little as she lay in his arms, as one might wince if any one laid the keen edge of a naked blade against one's throat, no matter how lightly. Ah! Don't let's talk of such things, she cried hastily. Don't let's spoil our first day, Elliot. Do you realize, with a radiant smile, that this is the very first, day we have really belonged to each other? So they talked of other things, the foolish, sweet, and tender things which lovers have always talked and probably always will, things which are of no moment to the busy material-minded world as it bustles on its way, but which are the frail filaments out of which men and women fashion for themselves dear memories that shall sweeten all their lives. But time will not wait, even for lovers, and Elliot had been gone over an hour when at last Robin returned from Ferrybridge. Cast a shoe and had to wait an unconscionable time to get my horse shod, he explained briefly. You must be starving, commiserated Anne. I'll tell Maria to bring you in some supper at once. I've had mine. But she omitted to add she had hardly eaten anything at the little solitary meal which succeeded Elliot's departure. Maria's indignation as she carried out the half-touched dishes had been tinctured with a certain philosophic indulgence. Ah, well, she commented. They do say folks that be mazed I love can't never fancy their victuals. Seems like tes tme. In response to which Anne had merely laughed and kissed her weather-beaten old cheek. In true masculine fashion, it was not until the cravings of his inner man were satisfied that Robin began to observe anything unusual in the atmosphere. But when at last he had finished supper, and was filling his beloved pipe preparatory to enjoying that best of all smokes which follows a long day's riding and a cosy meal, it dawned upon him that there was something unaccustomed in Anne's air of suppressed radiance. She was hovering about him, waiting to strike a match for him to light up by, when the idea struck him. He regarded her attentively for a minute or two with his nice grey-green eyes and finally inquired in a tone of mild amusement, What is it, sister mine? Has someone left us a fortune, or what? There's something odd about you tonight, an air of, Jene sighs coy. With an expansive wave of his hand. I'm engaged to be married, sir, she said, remarked and demurely. Engaged? Great Scott! Who to? Robin manifested all the unflattering amazement common to successive generations of brothers when confronted with the astounding fact that the apparently quite ordinary young woman whom they have hitherto regarded merely as a sisterly adjunct to life has suddenly become the pivot upon which some other man's entire happiness will henceforth turn. But afterwards, when he had had time to assimilate the unexpected news, he was ready to enter wholeheartedly into Anne's happiness, just as throughout all their lives he had been always ready to share with her either happiness or pain, like the good comrade he was. I shall miss you abominably, he declared. In fact, I shall forbid the banns if Coventry wants to carry you off too soon. You absurd person. She laughed and kissed him. Why, living at Herresmere, I shall be able to look after you both. Little brother shan't be neglected, I promise you." They sat over the fire talking till the grandfather's clock in the corner struck 12 warning strokes. Robin knocked out the ashes of his pipe. "We'd better be thinking of turning in, old thing," he observed. "Even newly engaged people require a modicum of sleep, I suppose," smiling across at her. "We're not telling people we're engaged, yet, Anne," cautioned him. Robin looked up. "No? Why not?" he asked laconically. I thought it would be nice to have a few days just to ourselves," she replied uncertainly. "That's not the only reason." Anne hesitated. "No," she acknowledged at last. "It isn't. Perhaps I'm fey tonight. I don't feel quite material, and yet," with a faint smile. "And, somehow, I'd rather no one knew for a little while." Chapter 22. Wild Oats. Lady Susan came briskly into the morning room at White Windows, and the 4 privileged members of the tribes of Israel who, being allowed the run of the house, were basking in front of a cheery fire, rose in a body and rushed towards her, jealously clamouring for attention. She patted them all round with a beautiful impartiality, cuffed the Great Dane for trampling on a minute Pekingese, settled a dispute between the truculent Irish Terrier and an aristocratic chow, and proceeded to greet her nephew. "I've got an errand for you this morning, Brett," she remarked, as she poured out coffee. Forrester, who was lifting the covers of the hot dishes on the sideboard, glanced round over his shoulder. "At your service, most revered aunt." "What particular job is it? Which will you have? Bacon and eggs, or fish?" "Bacon. I want you to go over to Herresmere, if you will, and bring back that pedigree pup Mr. Coventry promised me." Brett surveyed the privileged classes on the hearthrug with a ruminative "Are you proposing to add yet another to your collection of dogs?" he inquired with some amusement. "You must pay over quite a young fortune to the government every year in the shape of dog licenses." Lady Susan smiled deprecatingly. "Well, I really didn't intend to add to their number just at present," she admitted. "But I couldn't resist a pup by Mr. Coventry's pedigree fox terrier. It's a first-class strain, and he promised he'd pick me out a good puppy." "Then hadn't you better wait till he comes hack to make the selection for you?" "Here's back." Brett, who was in the middle of helping the bacon and eggs, paused abruptly, and a delicately poached egg promptly slid off the spoon he was holding and plopped back upon the dish, disseminating a generous spray of fat. "Damn," he ejaculated below his breath. "Who told you Coventry was back?" he went on in an expressionless voice. Lady Susan chuckled and tried to restrain the Irish Terrier's manifest intention of leaping onto her lap. "My dear boy, haven't you learned yet that nothing takes place in a tiny village like Silverkey without everybody's knowing all about it, and a little more, too? The comings and goings of an important personage like the owner of Herresmere certainly wouldn't be allowed to pass without comment." Here she quieted the Irishman's misplaced exuberance with a lump of sugar. "Through the comparatively direct channel of my maid, who had it from Mrs. Thorogood, the laundress, who had it from the unsullied fount of Maria Coombe herself, I've even received the additional information that Mr. Coventry paid a long visit to Oldston Cottage yesterday. He probably would," returned Brett. "After being away nearly 3 weeks he'd naturally want to see his agent." "Only," remarked Lady Susan reflectively, "it appears that he must have gone to see his agent's sister. Robin was in Ferrybridge yesterday. I met him just setting off there, and he said he'd got a long afternoon's work in front of him." Brett preserved a brooding silence. "I merely told you by way of giving you a friendly warning," his aunt, after a moment, observed. His blue eyes flashed up and met the mirthful dark ones scanning his sulky face amusedly. "Thank you," he said grimly. "I'll see that your warning is not neglected." Now what in the world did he mean by that? Lady Susan asked herself, and the question recurred to her again when, an hour or so later, he swung down the drive in the dog cart at a reckless pace which sent a shiver through her as she watched him turn the corner almost on one wheel. She was under no delusions respecting her nephew, as she had once admitted to Anne. But she was indulgently attached to him, and so genuinely devoted to Anne herself that she would have welcomed a match between the two. During the time they had lived together she had grown to love Anne almost as a daughter, and she felt that if she became her niece by marriage the girl would really belong to her, in a way. She had even come to a mental decision that if such a desirable consummation were ever reached she would settle a fairly large sum of money upon Anne on her wedding day. For as she shrewdly argued to herself, Brett's already got more than is good for him, and every woman's better off for being independent of her husband for the price of hairpins. She had seen comparatively little of Coventry and Anne together. Moreover, although she guessed that the former might be attracted to a limited extent, she did not regard him as a marrying man, nor had she the remotest notion of for how much he counted in Anne's life. Had she suspected this, she would most certainly have let things take their course, and the little warning hint which she had half banteringly dropped at breakfast, and which was destined to bear such bitter fruit, would never have been uttered. Forrester covered the few miles that separated White Windows from Herresmere at the same reckless pace at which he had started. He seemed oblivious of the animal between the shafts of the high dog cart, directing it with the instinctive skill of a man to whom good horsemanship is second nature. His thoughts were turned inward. His eyes, curiously concentrated in expression, gleamed with that peculiar brilliance which was generally indicative with him of some very definite intensity of purpose. The groom who took charge of the foam-flecked horse when he reached Herresmere glanced covertly at his arrogant face and opined to one of his fellows in the stables that Mr. Forrester had precious little care for his horse flesh. Brought his horse here in a fair lather, he did. Coventry, who was attending to a mass of correspondence when Brett was shown into his study, shook hands with the superficial friendliness that not infrequently masks a secret hostility between one man and another. "Hope I'm not disturbing you?" queried Brett lightly. Elliot shook his head. "I've no particular love for my present task," he replied, with a gesture towards his littered desk. "I'm trying to overtake an ears of correspondence. Sit down and have a smoke." He tendered his case as he spoke. "Price you've got to pay for 3 weeks' gallivanting, I suppose," suggested Brett, helping himself to a cigarette and lighting up. "I should hardly describe my recent absence from home as gallivanting," returned Elliot, with a brief flash of reminiscence in his eyes. "No? Well, you don't look as if it had agreed with you too well, whatever it was," commented the other candidly. "I should say you've dropped about half a stone in weight since I last saw you." "Just as well with the hunting season commencing," returned Elliot indifferently. Brett nodded, and, changing the subject, proceeded to explain the object of his visit. "The prospect of an addition to her kennels produces much the same effect on Aunt Susan as the promise of a new toy to a kiddie," he added. "She's almost dancing with impatience over it." Coventry smiled. "We won't keep her in suspense any longer, then," he replied. "You shall take the pup back with you. Come along to the stables and I'll show you the yarn I thought of sending her." He rose as he spoke, tossing the stump of his cigarette into the fire, and Brett followed him out of the house and down to the stables where, in an empty horse box, the litter of puppies at present resided. Cradled in clean, sweet-smelling straw, they were all bunched together round a big bowl of bread and milk, a heterogeneous mass of delicious fat roly-poly bodies and clumsy baby paws and tails that wagged unceasingly. At sight of the visitors, they deserted the now nearly empty bowl of food and galloped unsteadily towards them, squirming ecstatically over their feet and sampling the blacking on their boots with inquisitive pink tongues. "This is the chap," said Coventry. And stooping, he singled out one of the pups and picked it up. All the hardness went out of Brett's eyes as he took the little beast from him and fondled it, the puppy responding by thrusting against his face an affectionate moist black muzzle, still adorned with drops of milk from the recently concluded morning feed. "He has all the points," remarked Elliot. "I think he's the pick of the litter." "Undoubtedly," agreed Brett, casting a knowledgeable eye over the others. "Though they are a good lot, and you ought to find a winner or two amongst them." Like to see the horses? Asked Coventry, and Brett assenting very willingly, they made a tour of the stables. That's a nice little mare, remarked Forrester, pausing by the stall of a slim chestnut thoroughbred, who immediately thrust her head forward and nosed against his shoulder. Yes. And knows her job in the hunting field, too. I'm going to offer her to Miss Lovell for the season. The puppy Brett was carrying in the crook of his arm uttered a plaintive squeak as the breath was abruptly jerked out of his fat little body by the sudden pressure of the arm in question. An offer that won't be rejected, I imagine, replied Brett. He accompanied his host out of the stables, and the two men tumbled towards the house. Miss Lovell's quite a good horsewoman, and a very charming young person into the bargain. Very charming, agreed Coventry shortly. The idea of discussing Anne with anyone, above all with Brett Forrester, was utterly distasteful to him. A somewhat flighty young monkey, though, pursued Brett pensively. It's that touch of red in her hair that does it, I suppose. He laughed indulgently. Coventry making no reply, he continued conversationally, you never inquired into her past history, I suppose, when you engaged her brother as your agent. Inwardly Coventry anathematized the promise he had given Anne to keep their engagement secret for the present. It sealed his lips against the innuendo contained in Forrester's speech. I certainly did not, he responded frigidly. I was not engaging her. Brett appeared entirely unabashed. No. Or you might have found she couldn't show quite such a clean bill as her brother, he returned, smiling broadly. By this time they had re-entered Coventry's study. Decanter and siphon, together with a couple of tumblers, had been placed on the table in readiness by a thoughtful servant. Elliot glanced at these preparations with concealed annoyance, but, compelled by the laws of hospitality, inquired curtly, will you have a drink? Brett assented amicably and established himself in a chair by the fire, the puppy sprawling beatifically across his knees while he pulled its satin-smooth ears with caressing fingers. You can never trust red hair, he went on, accepting the drink Coventry had mixed for him. Then, catching the other's eye, he threw back his head and laughed with that impudent, friendly charm of his that discounted half his deviltries. Oh, I can guess what you're thinking. And you're quite right. I ought to know, because I'm one of the red-headed tribe myself. It certainly passed through my mind, admitted Elliot. Well, you can't trust em. It's true. There's always a bit of the devil in them. And I happen to know that demure little person down at your cottage has sown quite a sprinkling of wild oats. Wild oats in a woman are a very different thing from wild oats in a man, remarked Elliot, pouring himself out a whiskey. Yes. But they are a deal more nearly related nowadays than they were before the war. Staying the night at a hotel with a man pal is sailing a trifle near the wind, don't you think? Anyway, it's carrying a flirtation rather far. The siphon, beneath Elliot's sudden pressure, squirted out a torrent of soda. Brett's eyes scintillated as he watched the slight accident. You're implying a good deal, Forrester, said Elliot gravely, as he dried his coat with his handkerchief. 011, I know what I'm talking about. I was there, you see, and caught the little limb of Satan red-handed, so to speak, though, of course, she doesn't know it. Then, as Elliot remained stonily silent, he proceeded loquaciously. It was last June or thereabouts. I was stopping a night or two at the Hotel de Loop, up in the mountains above Montreux, know it? Yes, I know it, replied Coventry mechanically. There wasn't a soul in the place except me, out of the season, you know. And one beastly cold night, when I marched into the hotel after a confounded long tramp, who should I see but a man I knew saying good night to an uncommonly pretty girl at the bottom of the stairs. I kept tactfully out of the way till the good nights were over, as I thought at first he must have committed matrimony while I'd been abroad and that they were on their honeymoon. I never got the chance to ask him, as he bolted past me down one of the corridors before I had time to speak. So I took a squint at the hotel visitor's book and found they'd registered as G. Smith and Sister. That settled it. The chap's name wasn't Smith, and I happened to know he'd never had a sister, either by that name or any other. So I just chuckled quietly to myself and mentally congratulated him on his good taste. The girl was quite pretty enough to excuse a slight deviation from the strict and narrow path. He paused to light a fresh cigarette, his eyes, between narrowed lids, raking the other man's impenetrable face. Throughout the telling of the story, Coventry had sat motionless, like a figure carved in stone. Only, as the recital proceeded, his eyes hardened slightly and his closed lips straightened into a stern, inflexible line. Having lit his cigarette, Forrester airily resumed the fluid of his narrative. What follows is really rather interesting, the long arm of coincidence with a vengeance. My revered aunt brings me to Oldston Cottage and sends me into the garden on a voyage of discovery to find Miss Lovell. And I find her asleep in the hammock, the identical young woman I'd seen up at the Dempster Loop with Tony Brabazon. Brabazon, the name seemed jerked out of Coventry's lips without his own volition. A curious greyish pallor had overspread his face, and behind the hardness of his eyes smouldered a savage fire that seemed to wax and wane, struggling for release. Yes, Brabazon, replied Brett carelessly. It seems he and old Sir Philip and Aunt Susan and Miss Lovell were all stopping at Montretuke's. I'd no idea my aunt was staying there, or I'd have run down and looked her up. But we hardly ever correspond. My address is always such a doubtful quantity, with a laugh. You see, I'm liable to dash off to the ends of the earth at a moment's notice, if the spirit moves me. He rose, tucking the puppy under his arm. Well, I must be getting back. Aunt Susan will be on tenterhooks till she sees this youngster. Coventry accompanied him to the door and signalled to the groom, who was walking Brett's horse slowly up and down. I shouldn't repeat that story to anyone, if I were you, Forrester, he said, speaking with some effort, as they shook hands. Good Lord. Not I. What do you take me for? Laughed Brett easily. I only thought it might amuse you, Lovell being your agent. The groom brought the horse and trap to a standstill in front of the house door, and touched his hat. I've kept the horse moving about, sir, as he was a bit hot, he said, addressing Brett. The latter nodded and tipped the man generously. Meanness, at least, was not included amongst his many faults. Quite right, he replied. Got a basket handy for the pup? The man lifted down from the front of the dog cart a basket he had put there in readiness, and the puppy, wailing pathetically, was deposited inside. Never mind, old man, observed Brett, bestowing a final reassuring pat on the small black and tan head. It'll soon be over. A minute later he was driving swiftly down the avenue, an odd expression of mingled triumph and amusement in his eyes. Chapter 23. The teeth of the wolf. The gate clicked and Anne peeped rosily out of her bedroom window. She had been expecting that click all morning, waiting for it with every sense alert and with absurd, delicious little thrills of happiness chasing each other through her veins. Several disappointing clicks had preceded it, one which merely revealed a new baker's boy who hadn't troubled to discover whether the cottage boasted a back door or not, and another heralding the entry of Billy Brewster, armed with a stout broom and prepared to sweep the flagged path clean of the minutest particle of dust. So that Anne had at last been reluctantly compelled to fall back on the same explanation which had served her once before, that Elliot must have been detained at Herresmere by unexpected business. But now the afternoon had brought the desired click of the gate, and she could see his tall, well-knit figure striding up the path below. She leaned out of the window and called to him, "Coo-ee. I'm up here." The charming voice, vibrant with that tender, indescribable inflection which a woman's voice holds only for the one beloved man, floated down to him, and instinctively he looked up. For an instant his glance lingered, and ever afterwards there remained stamped indelibly upon his memory the impression of her as she leaned there like the blessed damozel leaning out from the gold bar of heaven. The sun glinted on her hair, mingling it into a nimbus of ruddy gold, and there was something delicately flower-like in the droop of her small bent head on its slender chluot. It reminded him of a harebell. His expression hardened as he fought down the tide of longing which surged up within him at the sight of her, and from some disused corner of his subconscious mind the lines of the old Persian tent-maker seemed to leap out at him and mock him, but the vision of fulfilled desire, and held the shadow from a soul on fire. The vision which had been his was shattered, utterly destroyed, destined to be forever unfulfilled. But Anne remained joyfully oblivious of anything amiss. "Walk straight in," she called through the window. "I'm coming down." And with a gay wave of her hand she withdrew into the room. Followed a light sound of footsteps on the stairs, and a minute later the door of the living room flew open to admit her. Elliot, who had been standing with his back to the room, staring out of the window, wheeled round as she came towards him with hurrying feet and thrust her eager hands into his. "You've come at last. I thought you'd be here the minute after breakfast," she began, her face breaking into smiles. "If you were a storybook hero you would have been. Oh, I know you'll say it was business that kept you. But that's only an old married man's excuse," mirthfully. "I shan't allow you to offer it to me until we've been married for years and years." Thus far she had run on gaily with her tender nonsense, but now she checked herself suddenly as she read no answering smile on his face and felt her hands lie flaccidly ungripped in his. "Elliot," she drew back a little, "why don't you speak? What is it?" Her hands clutched his spasmodically, and a sudden frightened look blurred the radiance in her eyes. 011, my dear. What is it? Have you had bad news? Very slowly, but with a strange, deliberate significance, he freed his hands from her clasp and put her away from him. "Yes," he said quietly, "I've had news." At the frozen calmness of his tones she shrank back as one shrinks from the numbing cold of the still air that hangs above black ice. "What is it?" she breathed. "Not bad news, for us." Her eyes were fastened on his face, searching it wildly. A quick and terrible fear clamoured at her heart. Was there something in the past, something of which she had no knowledge, that could arise, now, to separate them from each other? That long-ago episode which had wrecked his youth, had the woman who had figured in it some material hold upon him? Was it possible she could still come between them in some way? Anne had heard of such things. It seemed to her as though, betwixt herself and Elliot, there hovered a dim, formless shadow, vague and nebulous, a shadow which had crept silently out from some memory-haunted corner of the past. "Not bad news, for us," she repeated quiveringly. "That depends upon how you choose to regard it," he replied. "Anne," the ice broke up and he came to the point with a suddenness that was almost brutal, "why haven't you been straight with me?" "Straight with you," she repeated wonderingly. "But I have been straight with you." "What a woman would call straight, I suppose," he flung back. "Which means concealing everything that you think won't be found out." The indignant colour rushed up into her face, then receded, leaving it deadly pale. "But I have nothing to conceal," she answered. "Elliot, I don't understand, don't you?" Lai said, and the measureless contempt in his voice stung like the lash of a whip. "Think back a bit. Is there nothing you've kept from me which I ought to have known, nothing which makes the love you professed only last night no more than a sham?" For a moment Anne gazed at him in speechless silence. Then a low, passionate denial left her lips. "Nothing," she said. Elliot took 2 strides towards her, and, gripping her by the shoulders, dragged her closer to the window so that the remorseless sunlight poured down onto her face. "Repeat that," he commanded savagely. "Will you dare to repeat that unutterable lie?" His eyes, blazing with a terrible anger that seemed to scorch her like a flame, searched her face with a scrutiny so pitiless, so implacably incredulous, that it was almost unbearable. But she endured it, and her clear golden eyes met his unflinchingly. "It was the truth," she said. Her voice sounded to herself as though it came from a great distance away. It had an odd, tinny sound like cracked metal. He released her suddenly, almost flinging her from him, and she staggered a little, catching at the back of a chair to steady herself. His roughness roused her spirit. "Elliot! Are you mad?" she exclaimed. He stared at her, that burning ferocity of almost uncontrollable anger which had possessed him dying slowly out of his face. "Mad?" he said grimly. "No, I'm not mad, now. I was mad yesterday when I believed in you." The stark agony in his voice smote her to the heart. "Elliot," she moved towards him, her hands held out appealingly, "what have I done? Won't you tell me? I don't understand." "No." His lips drew back over his teeth in a grimace that was a dreadful travesty of a smile. "Then I'll ask you a simple question. Perhaps, after that you'll understand. Have you ever stayed at the Hotel de Loop?" The Hotel de Loop? Why, the word yes was on the tip of her tongue. But before she could utter it the whole, overwhelming realization of what he suspected rushed over her, and she checked herself abruptly, stunned into silence. With the amazing speed at which the mind can work in moments of tense excitement, she grasped instantly all that must have happened. Someone, she could not imagine who it was, had found out about that night which she and Tony had been compelled to pass together at the Hotel de Loop, and had made mischief, told Elliot, putting the worst construction on it, and he believed. Oh! What did he not believe? A burning flush bathed her face, mounting to her very temples, a flush of shamed horror, and she fell suddenly silent, staring at him with wide, horrified eyes. "So you do remember," he said, his voice like cold steel. "Yes." She answered him mechanically, like a doll which says yes or when someone touches a spring. "And you were not there alone, I believe." "The other spring this time?" "No," answered the doll. "Brabazon was with you, Tony Brabazon?" "Yes." Again the parrot-like reply. "Then I don't think there is any need to continue this conversation." As he spoke, Elliot turned and walked towards the door. Anne watched him without moving. She felt almost as though she were watching something that was happening in a play, something that had nothing whatever to do with her. Then, just as his hand was on the latch of the door, the strange numbness which had held her motionless and silent seemed to melt away. "Elliot, come back," she cried out, and there was a note so ringly clear and decisive in her voice that involuntarily he halted. "I have listened to you," she went on quietly. "Now, you will listen to me." He retraced his steps to her side, like a man moving without his own volition, and stood waiting. "Well," he said tonelessly. "What is it you wish to say?" "I am listening." "It's quite true that I stayed at the Hotel de Loop," she said. "And it's true that Tony Brabazon was with me. But I have nothing to ask your forgiveness for." She lifted her head, meeting his gaze with eyes that were very steady and unashamed. There was something proud and at the same time infinitely appealing in the gesture. But Elliot regarded her unmoved. "Do you expect me to believe that?" he asked contemptuously. "I'm not a blind fool. Do you remember, I told you that a man asks all of a woman, past as well as future? Well, you can't give me the past. It belongs to someone else, to Brabazon. I suppose you meant to marry him? And then I come along, and I'm worth more. I don't flatter myself I'm more attractive." Grimly. "Years ago a woman threw me over because I was poor. And now another woman is ready to throw over someone else and marry me because I'm rich. It's the same stale old story. You're not going to ask me to believe you accepted me from disinterested affection, are you?" While he spoke, Anne had been standing motionless, every nerve of her taut and strained to the utmost. Outwardly unflinching, inwardly she felt as though he were raining blows upon her. It was all so sordid and horrible. It dragged love through the clinging mire of suspicion and distrust till its radiant wings were soiled and fouled beyond recognition. "I'm not going to ask you to believe anything." She spoke very quietly. A bitter, tortured pride upheld her. "If you can think that of me, it would be useless asking you to believe anything I might say. Yesterday," her voice trembled but she steadied it again, "yesterday you told me that the essence of love was possession. It isn't, Elliot. It's faith and trust." In the silence that followed, the man and woman stood gazing dumbly at each other, and for a brief moment love and faith hung quivering in the balance. Then the balance tilted. The heavy burden of suspicion weighed it down, and without another word Elliot turned and left the room. Anne did not move. She stood quite still, her arms hanging straight down at her sides. The dense loop, wolf's teeth. Well, the jaws of the wolf had closed, crushing her happiness forever between their merciless white fangs. She knew now the meaning of that nebulous, distorted shape which had seemed to come betwixt her and the man she loved. It was the grey shadow of distrust which had sprung out from the hidden places of the past and now lay, dark and impenetrable, dividing them forever. Chapter aftermath. "I beg your pardon." Instinctively Kara apologized, although actually the collision had been no fault of hers. The man with whom she had collided had been striding along with bent head, completely absorbed in his own thoughts, and had awakened too late to the fact that someone was coming towards him along the narrow bridle path through the woods. He lifted his hat mechanically and murmured some sort of apology, but his eyes remained blank and seemed to look through and beyond the woman into whom he had just cannoned without seeing her, certainly without recognizing her. Kara was startled by their expression of strain. They seemed to glare with a hard, unnatural brilliance, as though the man's vision were focused upon some terrible inner presentment. She laid a detaining hand on his sleeve, but he appeared quite unconscious of her touch and she gave his arm a little shake. "Elliot," she said quickly. "Elliot. Are you trying to cut me?" As though by an immense effort he seemed to come back to the consciousness of his material environment. "To cut you," he repeated dully. He brushed his hand across his forehead. "No, of course I wasn't trying to cut you." He looked shockingly ill. His face was grey and lined, and his shoulders sagged as though he were physically played out. The boots and leggings he wore were caked with mud, and his coat had little torn ends of wool sticking up over it, as if he had been walking blindly ahead, careless of direction, and had forced his way through thickets of bramble rather than turn aside to seek an easier path. "What have you been doing with yourself?" she asked rather breathlessly. In every nerve of her she felt that something terrible had happened. "You look," trying to summon up a smile, "as if you'd been having a battle." "I've been walking." "Far?" He gave a sudden laugh. "To hell and back." "I don't know the mileage." "Elliot, what do you mean?" He looked down at her, and now that dreadful glare which had so frightened her had gone out of his eyes. They were human once more, but the naked misery in them shocked her into momentary silence. She would have liked to run away, to escape from those eyes. They were the windows of a soul enduring torture that was almost too intolerable to be borne. It was only by a strong effort of will that she at last forced her voice to do her bidding. "What has happened, Elliot?" she said, speaking very gently. "Can't you tell me?" He stared at her a moment. Then, "Why, yes," he said. "I think I could tell you part of it. It might amuse you. I've found you were not the only woman in the world who counts the shekels. You wouldn't marry me because I was poor. Now another woman is ready to marry me just because I'm rich. There's only one drawback." "Drawback?" "Yes. Quite a drawback. You see, it doesn't appeal to me to be married because I've a decent income, any more than it appealed to me 10 years ago to be turned down for the opposite reason." Kara shrank from this bitter reference to the past. "You can be very cruel, Elliot," she said unsteadily. "Cruelty breeds cruelty," he replied with indifference. Still, I'm beginning to think I was too hard on you, Kara, in the past. It seems finance plays an amazingly strong hand in the game of love. But it's taken 2 women to teach me the lesson thoroughly, with a short laugh. 2. You, and Anne. Anne? I don't believe it. The words burst from her with impulsive vehemence. His face darkened. While I can believe no other. In poor little sin shows white as driven snow beside hers, insisted Kara. Don't know you're wrong. I'm sure you're wrong why you believe what you do, nor all that you believe. I don't ask to know. It wouldn't make any difference if you told me. I know, Anne. And however black things looked against her, nothing would ever make me believe she was anything but dead straight. Most touching faith, jeered Elliot. Unfortunately, I have a preference in favor of believing the evidence of my own senses. She drew nearer to him, her hands pressed tightly together. Elliot, you're deliberately going to throw away your happiness if you distrust Anne, she urged, beseechingly. I've told you, she's not like me. She's different. She's no better and no worse than other women, I suppose, he resumed implacably. Ready to take whatever goods the gods provide, and then go on to the next. Kara turned aside in despair. She could not tell, could not guess, what had happened. She only knew that the man whose happiness meant more to her than her own, and the woman she had learned to love as a friend, had somehow come to irretrievable misunderstanding and disaster. At last she turned back again to Elliot. Would you have believed this of her, whatever it is you do believe, if it had not been for me? He reflected a moment. Perhaps not, he said. She uttered a cry that was half a sob. So the price of that one terrible mistake she had made was not yet paid. Fate would go on exacting the penalty forever, first the destruction of her own happiness, then that of Elliot and of Anne. All must be hurled into the bottomless well of expiation. There was no forgiveness of sins. It was useless to plead with Elliot, to reason with him. It was she herself who had poisoned the very springs of life for him, and now she was powerless to cleanse them. With a gesture of utter hopelessness she turned and left him, and made her way despondently homeward through the gathering dusk. She reached the Priory just in time to encounter Robin coming out of the gates. He sprang off his horse and greeted her delightedly. Came over to bring you a brace of pheasants, he explained. As you were out, I deposited them in the care of your parlourmaid. Kara thanked him cordially, and then, as he still lingered, she added, won't you turn back and come in for a cup of tea? Have you time? I should think I have. The mercurial rise in Robin's spirits betrayed itself in the tones of his voice. I was hoping for an invitation to tea, so you can imagine my disappointment when I found that you weren't home. She laughed, and they walked up to the house together, Robin leading his horse. A cheery fire burned on the hearth in the square, old-fashioned hall which Kara had converted into a living room. As they entered she switched on the lights, revealing panelled walls, thick dim-hued rugs breaking an expanse of polished floor, and, by the fire, big, cushioned easy chairs which seemed to cry aloud for someone to rest weary limbs in their soft, capacious embrace. Anne's always envious of your electric light, remarked Robin. Being only cottage folk, smiling, we have to content ourselves with lamps, and they seem prone to do appalling things in the way of smoking and covering the whole room with greasy soot the moment you take your eye off them. I know. They are a frightful nuisance, said Kara, ringing the bell for tea. But lamplight is the most becoming form of illumination, you know, especially when you're getting on in years, like me. Robin helped her off with her coat, lingering a little over the process, and gazed down at her with adoring eyes. Don, he said, softly and emphatically. Perhaps he might have gone on to say something more, but at that moment a trim parlourmaid came in and began to arrange the tea table beside her mistress's chair, and for some time afterwards Kara skillfully contrived to keep the conversation on impersonal lines. It was not until tea was over that Robin suddenly struck a more intimate note again. He had been watching her face in silence for a little while, noticing that it looked very small and pale today in its frame of night-dark hair, and that there were faint, purplish shadows beneath her eyes. "You look awfully tired," he remarked with concern. "And sad," he added. "Is anything bothering you?" She was silent for a moment, staring into the heart of the fire where the red and blue flames played flickeringly over the logs. "I've been taking a look into the past," she said, at last. It's rather a dreary occupation." "No," he said quietly. "No." Ignorant of that earlier past of hers, in which Elliot Coventry had played a part, he was thinking only of her unhappy married life, about which he had gathered a good deal from other people and a very little, from Kara herself. But even that little had let in far more light than she had imagined. Robin's insight was extraordinarily quick and keen, and a phrase dropped here or there, even her very silences at times, had enabled him to make a pretty good conjecture as to the kind of martyrdom she had suffered. It made his blood boil to think of the mental, and even physical suffering she must have endured, tied toth brute and drunken bully which it was common knowledge Dean Hilliard had been. "Don't you think," he went on gently, "that you could try to forget it, Kara? Don't dwell on the past. Think of the future." "I'm afraid that's rather dreary, too," she answered, with a sad little smile. "It's just going on living, and remembering." He leaned over her and suddenly she felt the eager touch of his hand on hers. "It needn't be that, Kara," he said swiftly. "It needn't be that." She looked up at him with startled eyes. Her thoughts had been so far away, bridging the gulf between today and long dead yesterday, that she had almost to wrench them back to the present. And now here was Robin, with a new light in his eyes and a new, passionate note in his voice. "Kara, darling," with a sudden realization of what was coming, she drew her hand quickly away from him. "No, no, Robin," she began. But he would not listen. "Don't say no yet. Hear me out," he exclaimed. "I love you. But I don't suppose, I'm not conceited enough to suppose that you love me, yet. Only let me try to teach you to love me. Don't judge all men by one. You've had a ghastly time. Let me try, some day, to make you happier." He was so eager, so humble, so entirely selfless in his devotion, thinking only of her, that she was touched inexpressibly, tempted, even. If she could only put all the past aside, out of sight, and take this love that Robin offered her and hold it round her like a garment shielding her from the icy blasts of life. But she had nothing to give in return for this splendid, brave first love he was offering her. She must play fair. She dare not take where she could not give. Very gently she put him from her. "You don't understand," she said. "You don't understand. Robin, I wish I could say yes. But I can't. It isn't Dean who stands between us. I'm not a coward, I'd take my chance again if I could love again, but you never loved him." "You couldn't have loved him," he protested incredulously. "My husband? No. But I loved someone once. And I threw away my happiness to marry Dean. Oh, it was years ago, Robin," she broke off and lifted her eyes appealingly to his face. "Must I go on? That's really all there is to tell you. Only don't you see, I can't marry you." "No, I don't see," yet returned Robin stoutly, though her words had dashed the quick, eager look of hope from his face. This other man, the one you cared for, is he coming back to marry you?" "Coming back? No." For once the sweet voice was hard, bitterly hard. "He has gone out of my life forever." A look of relief came into his eyes. He took her hands into his and held them very gently. "Then in that case," he said, "there's still a chance for me. Not now, not yet. I wouldn't try to hurry you. But you'll let me go on loving you, Kara. After all, you can't stop my doing that, with a crooked little smile. And someday, perhaps, you'll come to me and let me fry and make you happier again. I think I could do that, you know. No, Robin. I couldn't come to you, not like that. I couldn't take all your love, and only give you second best in return. It wouldn't be fair. He laughed a little. I think fairness just doesn't come into love at all, he said, with a great tenderness. One just loves. And I'd be very glad to take that second best if you'll give it to me, Kara. Oh, my dear, if you only knew, if you only understood. A man can do so much for a woman when he loves her. He can serve her and protect her, and take all the difficult tasks away from her and leave her only the easy ones, the little, pretty, beautiful things, you know. He can stand between her and the prickles and sharp swords of life, and there are such a lot of prickles, and sometimes a terribly sharp sword. I want to do all these things for you, Kara. She shook her head silently. For a moment she could not find her voice. She was too unused to tenderness, out of practice in all the sweet geese of being cared for. No, Robin, she said at last. I'm grateful, I shall always be grateful, and happier, I think, because you've said these things to me, because you've thought of me that way. But you must keep them for some nice girl who hasn't wasted all her youth and lost her beliefs, who can give you something better than a bundle of regrets and a second-hand love. You'll meet her some day, Robin. And then you'll be glad that I didn't take you at your word. But Robin appeared quite unimpressed. No, I shan't. I don't want any nice girl, thank you, he returned, and his head went up a little. If I can't have you, no one else is going to take your place. But I shall never give up hope until you've actually married some other man. And meanwhile, smiling a little, I shall propose to you regularly and systematically, till you give me a different answer. I suppose, tentatively, you couldn't give it today. Kara pushed him gently away from her, but she did not withdraw her hands from the strong, kind, comfortable clasp in which he held them. Oh, Robin, you're ridiculous, she said, a little break in her voice. I'm speaking for your own good, really I am. And I think I'm the best judge of that, he answered, regarding her with a quiet humor in his eyes. But I won't bother you any more tonight, he went on. Only I shall come back. He lifted the hands he held and kissed them with a kind of reverence that made of the slight action an act of homage. I shall come back, he repeated, his eyes looking straight into hers. Then, with a sudden reversion to the commonplace and everyday, he glanced at the clock. I must be awful, he exclaimed. Anne will be wondering what has become of me, and, as soon as she's quite sure I'm safe and sound, she'll give me a scolding for being late for dinner, he added, laughing. Anne. Kara was conscious of an overwhelming msh of self-reproach. And miserable, and alone. And she had been keeping Robin here with her, or, at least, had let him stay. Should she warn him? Prepare him? She hesitated. But her hesitation was only momentary. Whatever had occurred betwixt Anne and the man who loved her, it was Anne's secret, and she alone had the right to decide whether Robin should be admitted into it or not. But he must go home, now, at once. Why, yes, she said urgently. You must hurry back, Robin. Anne may be feeling lonely. Half an hour later Robin strode into the living room at the cottage to find Anne sitting by the window, curiously still, and staring out impassively into the dusk with blank, unseeing eyes. At sight of her, white and motionless as a statue, a queer sense of foreboding woke in him, and he stepped quickly to her side. Anne, he exclaimed. Anne, what is it? She remained quite still, as if she did not hear him. He touched her shoulder. What is it, Anne? He repeated urgently. At the touch of his hand she glanced stupidly towards him. Then, shivering a little as though suddenly cold, she got up stiffly out of her chair. But still she did not speak. Robin slipped his arm round her. "Anne, dear old thing, tell me. What's happened?" he entreated. At last she answered him. "Nothing much," she said. "Oh, nothing at all, really." She gave a funny little cracked laugh. "Only I'm not engaged any longer. I told you I was fair last night." Almost before she had finished speaking, he felt her slight young body suddenly become a dead weight on his arm. She crumpled up against him, and sank into the blessed oblivion of unconsciousness. The following morning 2 rather strained young faces confronted each other across the cottage breakfast table. After Anne had recovered consciousness the previous evening, she had confided to Robin something of what had taken place during the interview between herself and Elliot. He had vainly tried to dissuade her, urging that she was too tired to talk and had much better go to bed and rest. "I'd rather tell you now, tonight," she had insisted. "Then we need never speak of it again." "And there's very little to tell. Elliot has broken off his engagement with me because he thinks I've deceived him." Robin's anger had been deep but inarticulate. When he spoke again it was reassuringly, soothingly. All else he had kept back. "You deceive him, or anyone. If he thinks that, then he doesn't know you at all, little sister. And what's more, if he can think that of you, he isn't good enough for you. The trouble is," with a pale little smile, "that he thinks I'm not good enough for him." She would give no reply to Robin's impetuous demand for an explanation. "No, dear old boy, don't ask me," she had said painfully. It doesn't bear talking about. He just doesn't think me good enough. That's all." But the following morning, when he asked her if she would like to leave Silverkey, a look of intense relief overspread her face. "Would it be possible?" she asked on a low, breathless note of eagerness. Then her face fell. "Oh, but we can't think of it. It's much too good a post for you to throw up." Robin made no answer. But in his own mind he resolved that, if it were possible, he would find some other post, one which, while it would not take him entirely out of reach of the Priory, would yet spare Anne the necessity of ever again meeting Elliot Coventry, or of feeling that they were dependent for their livelihood on the man who, he was instinctively aware, had hurt her in some deep, inmost sanctuary of her womanhood, hurt her so unbearably that she could not bring herself to speak of it. He rode across to Herresmere as soon as breakfast was over, and it did not require a second glance at Elliot's haggard face to tell him that Anne was not alone in her intensity of suffering. He was appalled at the change which 2 days had worked in the man before him, and for an instant sheer pity almost quenched the burning intention of his errand. "You wanted to see me, Lovell." As Elliot turned the grey mask of his face towards him, Robin mentally visioned Anne's own face as he had last seen it, and his heart hardened. "Yes," he said, speaking rather jerkily. "I want to resign my post as your agent." A momentary change of expression showed itself on Elliot's face, fleeting as the passage of a shadow across a pool. "To resign," he repeated mechanically. "As soon as you can find someone to take my place." Coventry remained silent, his fingers trifling absently with a small silver calendar that stood on his desk, pushing it backwards and forwards. "That's rather a strange request," he said at last. "I don't think so," answered Robin, quietly, looking at him very directly. He returned the glance with grave eyes. "I suppose I understand what you mean," he said slowly. "I suppose you do," returned Robin bluntly. "But we needn't speak of that. I came merely to ask you to accept my resignation." Again Elliot made no immediate response. He was trying to realize it, to visualize the cottage empty, or occupied by someone who was no more than an ordinary estate agent, just his man of business. To conceive Silverkey void of Anne's presence, know her no longer there, be ignorant of where she was in the big world whether well or ill. He found that the bare idea wrought an exquisite agony within him. It was like probing a raw wound. No. He spoke very suddenly, his voice so harsh that it seemed to grate on the quiet of the room. No. You can't leave, Lovell. Our arrangement was 6 months' notice on either side. I claim that notice. Robin drew a deep breath. Elle hoped you would consent to waive it, he said. Elle don't consent. I claim it decisively. You can't leave under 6 months. Coventry rose from his chair as though to indicate that the interview was at an end, hesitated a moment, then added abruptly, I'm going abroad. I must have someone in charge whom I can trust. I shall be leaving England tomorrow. Chapter 25. The Half-Truth. There are few truer sayings than the one which cautions us that evil is wrought by want of thought as well as want of heart. When you are unlucky enough to get a combination of the two, the evil accomplished is liable to assume considerably increased proportions. On the morning following Elliot's visit to the cottage, want of thought, in addition to a very natural semi-maternal pride, led Maria Combe into confiding jubilantly into the ear of Mrs. Thorogood, laundress and purveyor of local gossip, the fact that her Miss Anne and the squire up to Herresmere were going to make a match of it. Mrs. Thorogood, not to be outdone, responded to the effect that she had suspicioned all along that this was going to be the case, and that when she had heard in the village yesterday that Mr. Coventry had gone straight to the cottage upon his return that afternoon to Silverkey, with Mr. Lovell away in Ferrybridge, too, and all. She felt sure of it. So I'm not surprised at your news, Mrs. Combe, she concluded triumphantly. Not surprised at all. Having thus successfully taken the wind out of Maria's sails, she proceeded on her way delivering the clean laundry at various houses in the district, and in the course of a few hours the news of Mr. Coventry's engagement to Miss Lovell was being glibly discussed in more than one servants' hall as an accomplished fact. By the afternoon, conveyed thither by the various butchers, bakers, and greengrocers who had acquired the news in the course of their morning rounds, the information had spread to the village. Meanwhile, during the progress of Brett Forrester's visit to Herresmere in search of the puppy his aunt so ardently desired, a prying servant had chanced to pause outside Elliot's study door, inspired by a fleeting inquisitiveness to learn with whom her master was closeted. A single sentence she overheard sufficed to convert that idle curiosity into a burning thirst for knowledge. So she remained at the keyhole listening post until it was satisfied, and later on, armed with a fine fat piece of gossip, the like of which did not often come her way, she sallied forth to spend her afternoon out in the village. Thus it came about that the two streams of gossip, one emanating in all innocence from Maria Combe, the other having its origin in the conversation overheard between Elliot and Brett, met and mingled together and were ultimately poured into the ears of Miss Caroline, busily engaged in parochial visitation. An evil fatality appointed that the first person she subsequently encountered should be Mrs. Carberry, the MFHS wife, with whom, in a flutter of shocked excitement, she promptly shared the dreadful story she had heard. This, of course, carried then gossip into another stratum of society altogether. I can hardly believe it's true. I'm surprised, twittered Miss Caroline. Although, of course, Miss Lovell is certainly rather unconventional, I've always looked upon her as quite nice. But to spend a night, like that, at a hotel, words failed her, and she had to rely upon an unusual pinkness of her complexion to convey adequately to Mrs. Carberry the scandalized depth of her feelings. Perhaps I'm not so surprised as you are, returned the M.F.H.'s wife. I never cared for the girl. After all, she was merely a companion help. Companion chauffeurs, corrected Miss Caroline diffidently. Companion help, repeated Mrs. Carberry, unmoved. And no one would have taken her up at all if Lady Susan hadn't made such a silly fuss of her. It's absurd, when her brother's nothing more than Mr. Coventry's estate agent. I always think it's a great mistake to take people like that out of their position. One generally regrets it afterwards. Still, I believe the Lovells were quite a good family, West Country people, lost money, you know. Miss Caroline's conscience drove her into making this admission. Also, she wanted very much to know how Mrs. Carberry would meet it. Mrs. Carberry took it in her stride. That's just it. They've lost money mixed with the wrong sort of people. Losing money so often involves losing caste, too. If this story proves to be UUE, I shall be very glad indeed that I never allowed my daughter Muriel to make friends of these Lovels. We shall soon know, said, a note of hungry anticipation in her voice. The part about the engagement is true, without doubt, since it came direct from the Oldston cottage cook. Besides, one could see that this Lovell girl was angling to catch Mr. Coventry. If the engagement is broken off, we may feel pretty sure, I think, that the rest of the story's true, too. Privately, she hoped it would prove true, since a man is very often caught at the rebound, and, judiciously managed, it seemed quite possible that Coventry, shocked and disgusted at Anne Lovell's flightiness of character, might turn with relief and admiration to so modest and well brought up a girl as her own daughter. To see dear Muriel installed as mistress of Herresmere had been her ambition from the first moment of its new owners coming to live at Silverkey, and when Miss Caroline had volunteered the news of Anne's supposed engagement to him, it had come as a rude shock to her plans. But this had been so swiftly followed by the story of Anne's scandalous behaviour in Switzerland that she had speedily reacted from the shock, and thus already briskly weaving fresh schemes to bring about the desirable consummation of a marriage between her daughter and Elliot Coventry. Decidedly, Mrs. Carberry was not likely to help stem the tide of gossip setting against Anne. The day following, the news that Elliot had left England for an indefinite stay abroad flew like wildfire through the neighbourhood, and, in consequence, substance was immediately given to the stories already circulating. There could be no longer any further doubt as to what had happened. Coventry had asked Miss Lovell to marry him, and then, discovering how she had forfeited her reputation somewhere on the continent, had broken off the engagement between them the very next day. Silverkey fairly buzzed with the tale. Everybody jumped to the same conclusion and told each other so with varying degrees of censure and disapprobation. Miss Caroline, eager as a ferret, even paid a special visit to Oldston Cottage, to obtain confirmation of the dreadful truth. Having previously assured herself that Robin and Anne were both out, she darted into the cottage on the plea of delivering the monthly parish magazine and, naturally, lingered on the doorstep to chat a little with Maria. "Surely there's no truth in this story I hear, Maria," she opened fire after a few minutes devoted to generalities. "What story may you be meaning?" inquired Maria blandly. She had heard the tale, of course, from half a dozen different sources, and was inwardly fuming with loyal wrath and indignation, the more so in that she dared not mention the matter to her young mistress, whose still, pale composure had seemed to fence her round with a barrier which it was beyond Maria's powers to surmount. Why, Miss Caroline fluttered. The story that she stayed the night at a hotel in the mountains with young Mr. Brabazon when she was on the continent. "And did you suppose 'twas true?" demanded Maria scornfully, her arms akimbo, her blue eyes gimleting Miss Caroline's face. I don't know what to think," began Miss Caroline feebly. Maria looked her up and down, a look beneath which Miss Caroline wilted visibly. "Well, 'tis certain sure no one would pass the night with you, miss, on any mountain top," she observed grimly. "And 'tis just as sure they wouldn't with Miss Anne, though there'd be a main difference in the reason why." And with a snort of defiance she had flounced back into the house, slamming the door in Miss Caroline's astonished face. To Anne herself, the sudden cloud of obloquy in which she found herself enveloped heaped an added weight to the burden she already had to bear, and compelled her to take Robin fully into her confidence. It was a mystery to her how the story of the Denstaloop episode had leaked out in the neighbourhood. She utterly declined to believe that Coventry himself would have shared his knowledge of the incident with anyone. But that it had leaked out was cruelly self-evident, and the worst part of it was that the malicious gossip was founded on so much actual fact that it was difficult, almost impossible, in fact, to combat or refute it. She felt helpless in the face of the detestable scandal which had reared itself upon a foundation of such innocent youth. "I wish Coventry had accepted my resignation," fulminated Robin fiercely. "This is a perfectly beastly business. That vile scandal's all over the place." "I know," assented Anne indifferently. It hurt her that certain people should think ill of her as they did, but after all, the ache in her heart hurt much more. A man stretched on the rack would probably take little notice if you ran a pin into him. The lesser pain would be overwhelmed by the great agony. And although the first realization of the gossip that had fastened on her name filled Anne with bitter indignation and disgust, it became a relatively small matter in comparison with the total shipwreck of her love and happiness. It did not really matter very much that Mrs. Carberry had cut her pointedly in the middle of Silver Key, or that some of the village girls whispered and pointed at her surreptitiously as she passed. These were all external things, which could be fought down. But the wound that Elliot himself had dealt her had pierced to the very core of her being. "Well," Robin resumed thoughtfully after a brief silence, "I've got to stay here till the 6 months are run out." "But you needn't, Anne. You had better look for a post of some kind till I'm free." "A post?" She laughed rather bitterly. "I've a good recommendation for any post, haven't I? A story like this would be sure to follow me up somehow, and I should probably be politely requested by my employer to leave. Then go away for a bit. I'll find the money somehow. I won't have you baited by all the old tabby cats in the neighborhood." Anne stood up, her head thrown back proudly on its slim young oat. "No," she said with decision. "No, Robin. I'm not going to run away from village gossip. I'm going to face it out." Robin sprang up. "Well done, little sister," he exclaimed, a ring of wholehearted admiration in his voice. "We'll stick it out together, stay here and live it down." He held out his hand and laying hers within it, they shook hands soberly, just as in earlier days they had so often shaken hands over some childish pact. The loyalty of Anne's friends, of Lady Susan and of Cara and the rector, was a very real consolation. Lady Susan had descended on the cottage the moment the story came to her ears, which happened to be on the very day following Coventry's departure from Silver Key. Brett, she vouchsafed, had run up to town unexpectedly for a few days. "And he's just as well out of the way," she added briskly, "till we've got this Tangle dreaming that her nephew was responsible for the whole knotting of the tangled skein." By kindly probing she elicited the real, grim tragedy which lay behind all the gossip, and her anger against Elliot knew no bounds. But once she had given characteristic expression to her opinion of men in general, and of Elliot in particular, she promptly set to work to try and mend matters. "I can explain to Elliot how you came to be at the Hotel de Loop that night," she asserted. "He won't presume to doubt me." "No. But he has presumed to doubt me," replied Anne bitterly. "So it wouldn't help in the least if you explained all day." "How do you mean, wouldn't help?" "Because what matters is whether Elliot himself trusts me, not whether he has everything explained to him," said Anne. "He must trust me because I'm trustworthy, not because you guarantee me." "My dear, that's the ideal attitude." "But," Lady Susan sighed and smiled in the same breath, "we've got to make allowances for poor human nature. We're all so very far from being ideal in this sinful old world. Be sensible, and darling," she coaxed, "and let me assure Elliot you were up at the Hotel de Loop alone." Anne shook her head. "You can't, dear Lady Susan." "Because I wasn't alone. Tony and I were there together." Lady Susan turned on her face of blank astonishment. "You weren't alone," she exclaimed. "But I don't understand. Philip told me that Tony ran over to Geneva that day and stayed the night there." "Did he?" Anne's heart grew very soft at the thought of Tony's boyishly crude effort to protect her from the possible consequence of their night's sojourn at the hotel. "I'm afraid Tony let him think that on my account, in order to shield me." I should have told you all about it at the time, she went on, only, don't you remember, you had sprained your ankle, and you were in so much pain that I just didn't want to bother you with the matter. Lady Susan looked distressed. But, my dear, what possessed you to stay the night up there, with Tony? You must have known people would talk if it ever became known. Well, it was just a sheer bit of bad luck, explained Anne, and forthwith proceeded to recount the whole adventure which had befallen her and Tony at the Dempster Loop. We had to stay there, she wound up. We'd absolutely no choice. But we met no one. Not a soul. And I can't conceive how the story has got out. And now there's all this wretched tittle-tattle about you, chafed Lady Susan. My poor little Anne, it really is a stroke of the most fiendish ill luck. Anne nodded. Yes. Don't you see how impossible it is for me to clear myself? We were there. It's you do see, replied Lady Susan in a worried tone. It's just the kind of coil that's hardest of all to straighten out. A lot of untrue gossip founded upon actual fact, and there's nothing more difficult to combat than a half-truth. Oh, well, Anne jumped up restlessly out of her chair. It's smashed up everything for me. And when you've crashed, I don't suppose a little ill-natured gossip more or less matters very much. Did you know Mrs. Carberry cut me this morning in the village high street, she added with a smile. Did she indeed, said Lady Susan, a grim note in her usually pleasant voice. Of course, the whole business is nuts to her, she's aching to plant that Prunes and Prism's daughter of hers on Elliot Coventry. Well, I think I carry weight enough in the neighbourhood to put a stop to that kind of insolence. She paused reflectively. Shall open my campaign with a big dinner party, and you and Robin will come to it. I'll shoot off the invitations tomorrow. Don't worry, Anne. If, between us, your friends can't manage to scotch this kind of dead set some people are making at you, my name's not Susan Hallett. She rose and slipped her arm round Anne's shoulders in a gesture of unwanted tenderness. And for the rest, my dear, try and believe things will come straight in the end. You're in the long lane, now, but you'll find the turning some day, I feel sure. The following morning Brian Tempest arrived at the cottage. Anne greeted him with a smile, half sad, half bitter. Have you come to call down fulminations of wrath on my devoted head? She asked. The rector's kind eyes were puckered round with little creases of distress. Did you think that? He asked. She smiled, and there was less of bitterness in the smile this time. No, she answered frankly. Elle didn't. I thought you'd come to pay a kindly visit to the outcast. Elle came, he said simply, to tell you, if you need telling, that I don't believe one word of this ridiculous story which is flying round, and that I'm going to fight it with every bit of influence I can bring to bear. You dear, replied Anne softly. A wan gleam of amusement flitted across her face. But it's true, you know, Tony and I did stay at the Hotel de Loop together. No remotest glimmer of doubt, or even of astonishment, showed itself in the steady glance of Tempest's heather-mixture eyes. Did you? He returned placidly. Well, I suppose neither Ophir has the sole monopoly of any hotel in Europe. Then you're not shocked? Not in the least. I conjecture that some accidental happening drove you both into an awkward predicament. Feel like telling me about it all? With a friendly smile. Anne felt exactly like it. There was something in Brian Tempest, in his absolute sincerity and his broad, tolerant, humorous outlook on things, which attracted confidence as a magnet attracts steel, and before long he was in possession of the skeleton facts of the story, and had himself, out of his own gifts of observation and sympathetic intuition, clothed those bare bones with tissue. And what do you propose to do? He asked, when Anne ceased speaking. Stick it out, she returned briefly. Tempest watched the brave fire gather and glow in the golden brown eyes. He nodded contentedly. I was sure you would, he said. And don't worry overmuch. think that it will come right. Even with a kindly significance, the part that hurts you most, and I know that is not the general gossip. Don't let your thoughts waver. There's no limit to the force of thought, you know. You believe that, too, then, said Anne quickly. I'm sure of it, he answered quietly. Thought is the one great miracle worker. Why, with a laugh, if you want immediate proof, it was a bad thought, someone thinking wrongly, that started all this present trouble. So that the right thought, the thought that it will all work out straight, held by you and by all of us who are your friends, is the obvious antidote. God never made a law that only works one-sidedly. If thought forces can work evil, they can assuredly work infinite good. You're an excellent cheer-up, said Anne, later on, when he was going. You have cheered me, you know, she added gratefully. Have you? I'm glad. And now, I want you to cheer me. You? Her voice held surprise. Yes, me. He hesitated a moment. Anne, I'm going to throw myself on your mercy. I know, to my deep shame I know that my sister has been one of the people who have helped to circulate this unfounded story about you. I want you, if you can, to try and forgive her, and me. There's nothing to forgive you for, protested Anne. She's my sister. Part of her burden must be mine. Nor have I any excuse to offer for her. Some people look through a window and see God's sunshine, while others see only the spots on the window pane. We are as we are made, they say, but some of us have got a deal of remaking to do before we are perfected. Don't worry. Unconsciously Anne sought to comfort him in the same familiar, everyday language which he himself had used to her. Don't worry one bit. I've no feeling of ill will towards Miss Caroline. It's just her way, one can't help one's way of looking at things, you know, quaintly. And I'm quite sure she never meant any harm. So that's the way you look at things? He smiled down at her, his eyes very luminous and tender. Thank you, Anne, for the way you look at things, the plucky, generous, splendid way. And when he had gone, Anne was conscious of a warm glow round about her heart, that gladdening glow of comfort and thanksgiving which the spontaneous, ardent loyalty of real friends can bring even to the heaviest heart. Chapter 26. Enlightenment. I've turned up again like a bad penny, you see. Brett, ushered into the living room at the cottage by a depressed-looking Maria, made the announcement with his usual debonair assurance. So I see, replied Anne, shaking hands without enthusiasm. How are you? He looked at her critically, at her face, paler than its wont, her shadowed eyes, the slight lines of her figure, grown slighter even during the brief span of a week. I'm all right, he returned pointedly. But I can't say as much for you. What have you been doing in my absence? Pining? Quizzically. Not exactly, she answered dryly. I've had, various worries. Nothing to do with you, though. I'm not so sure, replied Brett, with a flash of sardonic humour, the significance of which was lost on Anne. Then I'm afraid you'll have to take my word for it, she responded indifferently. Are you worrying about this slur on your fair name? He demanded next, as airily as though he were inquiring if she was worrying about the trimming of a new hat. My revered aunt has told me all the news, you see. Anne winced. Brett, how can you speak like that? Her voice trembled. It isn't anything to laugh at. It's horrible. He regarded her in silence. Then no. It isn't anything to laugh at, he said suddenly. It's my chance. He took a quick step towards her and she retreated involuntarily. Your chance, she replied. What do you mean, chance to prove that I'm a better lover than Coventry? I understand he's so shocked that he's bolted out of England, sneeringly. Well, I'm not. I've come back to ask you to marry me. Anne quivered at his mention of Elliot's name, but with an effort she forced herself to answer him composedly. I can only give you the same answer as before, no, Brett. Do explain why, he returned irrepressibly. Don't care tuppence what people say. In fact, if they dared to say anything after we were married I should jolly well break their heads for them. So that's that. But surely I'm as good a fellow as Coventry, who's apparently cried off at the first sign of storm. I suppose that's what's happened, isn't it? She turned and faced him, a spark of anger in her eyes. Whatever it is that has happened between Elliot and me, it has nothing to do with you, she said haughtily. His eyes flickered over her face. But I can guess, he replied imperturbably. You guess? How? She broke off, shaken, as so often before, by his air of complete assurance. He looked at her with quizzical eyes. Shall I tell you? He said tantalizingly. Yes, I think I will. He paused, then finished quietly, I happened to be in Switzerland last spring when you were. There was no misunderstanding the intentional significance with which he spoke, no evading the impression that some definitely evil menace lay behind the brief statement of commonplace fact. To Anne it seemed as how some horror, lurking in the shadows of the firelit room, had suddenly stirred and were creeping stealthily towards her, impalpable but deadly, nauseous as the poisonous miasma rising from some dark and fetid pool. She shrank back, instinctively putting out her hand as though to ward off whatever threatened. You, she stammered. Even his gaze fastened on her face. Spent a couple of nights at the Hotel de Loop. Then, as she shrank still further away from him, he added lightly, Dickens 0F a lonely place, too. Then, Anne's throat felt dry and constricted, but she struggled for utterance. Then it was you who told, yes, he cut in quickly. It was I who told Coventry about your little escapade up there with Tony Brabazon. Ah! A choked cry broke from her lips, and she leaned helplessly against the wall behind her. It was all quite simple, went on Brett coolly. You see, I read the entry in the hotel register and I happened to know that Brabazon had no sister. He rattled glibly on, recounting the episode of the Hotel de Loop with much the same air of inward entertainment with which he had narrated it to Coventry himself. When he had finished he looked across at her with a kind of triumph, no whit ashamed of himself. There was a long silence. Anne swallowed once or twice, trying to relieve the dreadful feeling of tightness in her throat. Suppose, she said at last, speaking with difficulty, suppose you told Elliot, on purpose, to separate us. She was staring at him with incredulous, horror-stricken eyes. This thing which he had done seemed to her unspeakable, treacherous and contemptible beyond all description. She had the same dazed appearance as someone who has just witnessed a terrible catastrophe, so terrible and unlooked for as to be almost beyond credence. For an instant her stricken expression and slow, painful utterance brought the faintest possible look of shame to Brett's face. But it was only momentary and passed as swiftly as it had come. Well, he confessed, I didn't want you to marry Coventry, so I tried to stop it, naturally. As I told you, I want you to marry me. And you could still want to marry me, thinking what you thought. Certainly I could, promptly. Don't you remember, I've told you more than once that the past doesn't count, that nothing a woman might have done would matter to me if I wanted her? I thought you would understand. Understand? Anne laughed mirthlessly. How should I understand? Tony and I were trapped up there, at the Dents de Loop. It was a pure accident. Hasn't Lady Susan told you? Oh. With a quick, tortured movement. What have I ever done that you could think of me like that? I know, once again a fleeting look of shame clouded the blue eyes. It seems mad, now. Now that it's all explained. But any man might have thought the same. And do me this justice, I loved you well enough to forgive you that, or anything else. You loved me. The contempt in her voice was like a lash across the face. You to speak of love. Why, you don't know the first meaning of it. No man who loved me would have deliberately set out to destroy my happiness. Did you imagine for one moment that I would marry you after what you've done? Never. Even if I absolutely hated Elliot, I wouldn't marry you. Oh. Smiting her hands together, couldn't he have believed that any man, even you, with blazing scorn, could have been so wicked, so utterly devoid of anything decent or honest or straight? Have you no feeling, Brett, no mercy, or charity, that you could do such a thing? I've the kind of charity that begins at home, he returned, unabashed. All's fair in love and war, you know. Fair. Surely you're not trying to pretend that you've been fair. I think it was a perfectly legitimate thing to do, in the circumstances, he answered coolly. She gazed at him, appalled. Lady Susan had indeed been right when she declared that Brett had no principles, and against his unshakable sang-froid, Anne felt as helpless to make any impression as a wave beating at the foot of some granite rock. When you want something very badly, he explained with the utmost simplicity, the only way to get it is to forge straight ahead. You can't afford to be squeamish over trifles. And I want, voice deepening to a sudden intensity. The old, familiar fear and dread of him rushed over her afresh. She felt sick and terrified. Oh, go away, she exclaimed desperately. All right, I'll go. But you'll kiss me first. He took a step towards her. She could not retreat. The wall was immediately behind her. With a sudden sideways movement she twisted and tried to escape him. But it was useless. With incredible swiftness he caught her as she turned, and she felt his arms close round her in a grip of steel. He stooped his head. No, she implored piteously. Brett, let me go. Please let me go. She struggled frantically against him. Then, finding herself helpless in his grasp, she covered her face with her hands, pressing them hard against her cheeks. But she might as well have tried to pit her puny strength against an avalanche. In a moment he had forced down her shielding hands, bending her slender body backwards so that her face lay just below his lips, shelterless and at his mercy. And then she felt his mouth crushed savagely on hers, and the turbulence of his passion swept over her as the hot wind sweeps across the desert, scorching and resistless. When at last he released her, she swayed unsteadily. Oh, go, she whispered, her hand against her bruised lips. For a moment he stared at her without speaking. All right. I'll go, he said sullenly, at last. But I shall come back. You'll marry me, Anne, I swear it. Vaguely she heard him go, the closing of the door behind him, and, a minute later, the sound of the latch of the gate falling into its socket. Came the trampling of a restive horse on the road outside, followed by the rhythmic beat of cantering hoofs. Then silence. How long she remained where Brett had left her she never knew. She was oblivious of the passage of time, conscious only of a vast grey sea of misery which seemed to have hemmed her in on every side and which had now risen suddenly and closed over her head. But at last, with a quivering, long-drawn breath, she moved stumblingly across towards the window. The room appeared to her stiflingly hot. Her face burned, and her temples throbbed as though a couple of relentless hammers were beating inside her head. With fumbling, nerveless fingers she unfastened the catch of the window and threw it open, letting in the cool autumnal breeze. She leaned out thankfully, drawing in deep breaths of the clean, salt-laden air. It seemed to lave her face, washing away the hated touch of Forrester's lips on hers, and pressing lightly, like a cool hand, against her aching temples. For some time she stood there, her mind almost a blank, content just to know that she was alone, freed from the presence of the man whom at this moment she felt she loathed more than anyone on earth, and to drink in great draughts of the chill, revivifying air. But presently her thoughts began to stir once more. She grew conscious of her surroundings, of her body, which felt suddenly cold. With a shiver, she closed the window and went over to the fire. She crouched down on the hearthrug, and gradually, as her mind became clearer, she began to piece together all that had happened. It was a bitter realization. Her whole happiness had been ruined, utterly and remorselessly, because she and Tony had missed the train at the Book.2-2. It seemed incredible. Such a trivial, unimportant small happening to have brought the whole fabric of a man's and woman's happiness toppling headlong to the ground. A little hysterical sound, half laugh, half sob, escaped her. And Brett, she could hardly endure to think of him. It was past belief that any man who loved her, and within herself and acknowledged that in his own selfish, masterful way, Brett did love her, could have so ruthlessly flung everything aside, chivalry, honor, and a woman's happiness, in his fierce determination to obtain his ends. Past belief, indeed. Yet it had actually happened, and the consequences will roll on, like the wheels of some dreadful machine, crushing out hope and joy and faith. Faith. Anne's thoughts checked at the word. That was the one and only thing which could have saved the whole terrible situation. If Elliot had only trusted her, had had faith in her, then neither the unlucky accident at the Book.2-2 nor the treacherous misuse which Brett had made of it could have availed to hurt their love or to destroy their happiness. For a moment a tide of bitterness against her lover for his lack of trust swelled up within her, then her inherent sense of justice drove it back. He had learned distrust, learned it from bitter experience. The entire burden of catastrophe lay actually on the shoulders of the woman who, years ago, had taken a boy's love and faith and broken them like toys between her hands. Dully Anne wondered who the woman was, wondered whether she would be a little sorry if she could know that another woman was paying so heavily for the which she had done. And then a dreary smile crossed her face. It wouldn't make any difference if that other woman did know. There was nothing she could do to repair the harm she had worked. It was all hopeless, wheel within wheel, link added to link. Well, it was over, finished. Anne tried to face the fact without blenching. Love had come, for a brief moment transmuting her whole world, and now love had gone again, and it only remained to take up the burden of life once more. Perhaps it would be easier soon. Some day, she supposed, this pain at her heart would cease, just as everything good, bad, and indifferent, comes to an end in time. But no power on earth could alter things, put back the clock. Even if Elliot, driven by the desperate hunger of love, came back to her, nothing would ever be the same again. He had distrusted her, and that distrust would lie between them now and always. Night came, but Anne could not sleep. She tossed restlessly from side to side, her thoughts going round and round in an endless weary circle. Tony and Brett and Elliot, three men who had loved and desired her, each in his own way, and between them they had managed to crush out every atom of happiness that life could hold for her. Towards morning, utterly worn out, she dropped into an uneasy slumber, from which, it seemed to her, Maria roused her almost at once, and with the return of consciousness the whole deadening weight of recollection fell on her once more. She raised herself wearily on her elbow. "Is it really time to get up?" she asked languidly. "I'll feel as if I'd only just gone to sleep." Maria, bustling about the room pulling up the blinds and drawing back the curtains, paused and looked at the slender figure lying in the bed with eyes full of concern. They were like the faithful, yearning eyes of a dog who senses that you are in trouble but is powerless to help. He can do nothing, only love you. And Maria knew that her adored young mistress was in sore trouble, and that she could do nothing to help, only love her. "There, drink your cup o' tea, miss, and you'll feel better," she said hearteningly. "A body feels different with a cup o' tea inside. I suppose you've heard the news, since Mr. Forrester himself was here only yesterday." Anne set down her teacup sharply, her heart beating apprehensively. What was she going to hear now? Something else that would hurt her afresh? She glanced shrinkingly towards Maria. "No." "What news?" she faltered. She did not want to be hurt anymore. She felt as though she wouldn't be able to bear it. "Why, 'twas the milkman told me. Mr. Forrester's off from White Windows today. Going away quite sudden like in that there MNX of his." She nodded in the direction of the bay. The ghost of a smile flitted across Anne's tired face. "In the Sphinx, you mean?" she suggested. "Yes, Miss J's what I said, wasn't it?" agreed Maria. "You can see 'em all on board this morning, busy as bees in a hive." Anne stepped out of bed and went to the window. It was quite true. Far below in the bay she could see the shining Sphinx, and there were signs of unmistakable activity on board. She drew a long breath. If Brett were going, it was good news, not bad. She had always been secretly afraid of him. Now that she was aware of the part he had played in the destruction of her happiness, she knew that she would never again be able to see him without recalling all that she had lost. He seemed to her to embody the whole tragedy which had befallen her. And the yacht, his yacht, waiting always in the bay, like a cat at a mousel. 2 hours later Anne stood on the cliff and watched the Sphinx steam slowly out to sea, and with the last gleam of the yacht's white stern it seemed to her as though some inexplicable, still lingering menace were removed. Chapter 27. The Truth. Café Noy. Bien, Ms2. The alert French waiter shot away like a stone from a catapult, leaving Coventry to lapse back into the reverie from which he had roused himself to order his coffee. He had dined rather early with a view to escaping the chattering crowd which thronged the hotel, and now he was sitting alone in a windowed corner of the salle, his eyes resting absently on the curving line of coast and sea. Set like a round silver shield in the midst of the starry sky hung a full moon, rippling a shining highway across the deep night blue of the Mediterranean and turning the commonplace walks of the hotel garden below into silvern paths of mystery. But Elliot remained unmoved by the exquisite beauty of the scene. It hardly seemed to penetrate his consciousness. He was musing with a grim, sardonic humour on the strange chance which had brought him, after nearly 3 months' solitary wandering through Europe, to the identical hotel at Mentone where Tony Brabazon and his uncle happened to be staying. It seemed as though fate had deliberately mocked him, perpetrating a bitter jest at his expense. Ever since he had quitted Silverkey he had been roving from place to place, seeking forgetfulness, and had at last turned his steps toward Monte Carlo, hoping that in the keen concentration and excitement of pitting his wits against the god of chance he might temporarily drown the memories that pursued him. And then, who should he encounter on the very first night of his arrival but Tony Brabazon? The boy had been seated at the next table to the one allotted to Coventry himself, dining in company with a haughty, irascible old gentleman whom he had introduced as his uncle, Sir Philip Brabazon. One of the most ironical touches of the whole queer jumble of events, Elliot reflected, had been the jolly, friendly way in which, the instant Tony caught sight of him, he had jumped up from the table to greet him, joyfully inquiring for all the friends he had made at Silverkey and, in particular, for Anne. Elliot had been conscious of a curious intermingling of feeling. The very sight of Tony, bringing with it, as it did, a quickened rush of torturing remembrance, filled him with a kind of insensate fury. He wanted to strike the friendly, good-humoured smile off the boy's face. And yet, underneath the burning anger and resentment which he felt, he was fain to acknowledge the rank injustice of it. Tony had done him no deliberate wrong, and, ignorant of the fact that indirectly his was the agency which had brought Elliot's happiness crashing to the ground, his open-hearted attitude of friendliness was the most natural thing in the world. Moreover, Elliot admitted to himself that had things been otherwise he would have felt quite disposed to reciprocate Tony's evident good fellowship. The boy had a distinct charm of his own, and he had liked what little he had seen of him at Silverkey. But, circumstances being as they were, he opposed a quiet indifference to Tony's friendly overtures, although with characteristic obstinacy he declined to be driven out of Mentone by the fact of the other man's presence there. Sometimes the Brabazons had visitors, Lady Doreen, Neville and her mother, and on these occasions Elliot derived a certain misanthropic amusement out of watching the incipient love affair which was obviously budding between the two young people, a development which, he could see, was clearly a source of satisfaction to at least one of their respective elderly relatives. Doreen's mother was all smiles. She had other daughters come gone. That Tony and Doreen Neville were rapidly drifting towards the condition known as being in love was unmistakable, and Elliot envied the pliant facility of youth which can put the past behind and embark so soon upon a new adventure. Surely a man who had once believed himself in love with Anne, with her warm vitality and pluck and humour, could never be satisfied with the frail beauty and helpless, clinging sweetness which was all that Lady Doreen had to offer. Anne was not an easy person to forget, as Elliot knew to his own most bitter cost. Yet Brabazon seemed able to forget. God! If only the faculty of forgetting were purchasable. The waiter sped swiftly forward and deposited Elliot's coffee on the table by his side, rousing him out of his bitter reflections with a jolt. "You've been an unconscionable time," he flung at the man irritably, and then smiled wryly at his own irritability. His nerve must be going. A French newspaper lay on the table at his elbow. Drawing it towards him, he deliberately immersed himself in its pages to the exclusion of the thoughts which were torturing him. It was thus that Tony found him an hour later when he strolled into the cell, looking somewhat at a loose end and rather sorry for himself. "Going to the tables tonight?" he asked, pausing irresolutely at Elliot's side. Elliot glanced up. "No." "Are you? You do most nights, don't you?" He recollected having seen Tony's flushed, eager face opposite him at one or other of the tables on a good many occasions. "No. Feel off it tonight. Besides, with a frown, I've dropped a lot of money at it lately. May I sit down?" he added, laying his hand on the back of a chair. Coventry put down his newspaper. It was obvious the boy wanted to talk, to unburden himself of something. Better let him get it over and have done with it, he reflected. A word of encouragement and the whole story came out. Tony, it appeared, was feeling hipped. The Nevilles were leaving Mentone, a new doctor who had been consulted having advised a more bracing climate for Lady Doreen, and simultaneously Sir Philip had announced his decision to return to London, a combination of events which had succeeded in reducing Tony to unplumbed depths of despondency. "It's rather a break-up, you see," he explained, "after nearly 3 months here together. We made a topping foursome, ingenuously. And now it's all over, I feel rather like a kid going back to school after the holidays." Elliot found himself sympathizing against his will. It was as difficult to maintain an inimical attitude towards Tony as to resist the spontaneous advances of a confiding puppy. "Couldn't you persuade your uncle that a more bracing climate might suit him, too?" suggested Elliot, with a faint smile. Tony flashed him a quick glance from under his long lashes, half laughing, half deprecating. "That's just it," he admitted frankly. "I can't budge him. Doreen and I are, well, half engaged, you know." "Half engaged?" asked Elliot, lifting his brows. Tony nodded, suddenly moody. "Yes. Depending on her health and my good conduct," rather bitterly. "So they are swishing her off to the Swiss mountains for the one, and my uncle is removing me from the temptations of Monte Carlo for the other." "What part of Switzerland are the Nevilles going to?" inquired Elliot, more for the sake of saying something than because the subject held the remotest interest for him. "Davos." "No. Somewhere up above Montreux." "Montreux?" The word left Elliot's lips involuntarily. "Yes. You know it, don't you?" "I've been there, briefly. I had the adventure of my life there," volunteered Tony. "I've never forgotten it, by Jove. Up at a place called the Dents de Loup." Had he been looking, he would have seen a sudden smouldering fire wake in the keen grey eyes of the man beside him. but he was occupied in lighting a cigarette at the moment, and, failing to observe the change in Elliot's expression, he pursued reminiscently. Yes. I was up there with a girl I'd known ever since I was a kid. We'd almost been brought up together. And the first thing I did was to go and skid down the side of a ravine. He puffed futilely at his cigarette. Blow. It's gone out. He paused to relight it, while Elliot sat rigidly still, waiting in tense silence for the rest of the story. It all came out quite naturally and with a blissful unconsciousness on Tony's part that the tale could have any particular significance for the man beside him. She was the pluckiest girl I know, he wound up loyally. Took it like a real sport and never blamed me in the least. Most women would have clamoured for my blood. Yes. I think they would. Elliot replied quite mechanically. He was hardly conscious that he had made any answer, and when, soon afterwards, Tony took himself off with a friendly, "Well, so long. See you in the morning, perhaps," he responded once more like an automaton. He was aware of only one thing. His whole consciousness concentrated on it. Anne was innocent, utterly and entirely innocent. There was no longer any question in his mind. Tony's transparent simplicity and candour in recounting his adventure at the Dentster Loop and its immediate consequences was too self-evident to doubt, and although he had refrained from mentioning the name of the girl who had been his companion, the pluckiest girl, he knew it was equally clear that he had been narrating the mountain episode in which Anne had been concerned and for which she had paid so dearly. Grimly, with emphatic resolution, Elliot faced the facts. He had completely and very terribly wronged the woman he loved. His suspicions had been absolutely unjustified. With his own hand he had pulled down his happiness, his own and Anne's, too, in ruins about them. And there could be no going back, no undoing of what had been done. A man cannot doubt a woman, as he had doubted Anne, and then, when she is proved transcendently innocent, go back and tell her that he believes in her. If he did, she would be quite justified in flinging his tardy assurances of faith back in his face and thanking him for something of trifling value. Even if out of the limitless tenderness of her woman's heart Anne forgave him, as, God knows, women are forgiving men every day that dawns, still their love would be robbed of something infinitely precious, tarnished by an ugly and abiding memory. What was it Anne herself had said about love? It's faith and trust, iho. He remembered her grave, steadfast eyes and groaned in spirit, realizing that he himself had despoiled love of its very pith and marrow, its deepest inner significance. There was no way out, no atonement possible. Motionless, sunk in the inferno of his own thoughts, Elliot remained where Tony had left him until one of the hotel employees, who had several times glanced uneasily in the direction of the silent Englishman occupying the seat by the window, finally plucked up courage to begin switching off the lights for the night. "Pardon, Stu," he murmured deprecatingly as he passed by the still figure in the course of his tour of the room. Elliot stared at the man with blank, incurious eyes. Then he rose slowly to his feet and walked out of the hotel, moving with a peculiar precision like one who walks in a trance. After that he lost count of time. He went down into the depths, and the dark waters of a grief and agony that was nigh to madness submerged him. When he came to himself it was to find that it was late afternoon and that he was back again in his room at the hotel. He could not have given the faintest account of how he had passed the hours which had intervened since he had walked out of the hotel into the moonlit night, whether he had eaten or drunken or where he had been. He had a vague recollection of wandering aimlessly about the streets, and then of diverging from the town into the country because he had twice encountered the same gendarme, and on the second occasion the man had followed him for a few yards suspiciously. Beyond that he remembered nothing. He was only conscious of a physical fatigue so intense, so racking in every nerve and sinew and fibre of his body that for the time being it deadened even the mental torture he had been enduring. He flung himself down on his bed and slept till the noonday sun was high in the heavens, flooding his room with light. When he resumed the normal usages of life once more and reappeared downstairs, he found that the Brabazons and Lady Doreen Neville and her mother had all gone their several ways. They were the only people with whom he had any acquaintance, and in an odd, indefinable way he missed their presence. He spent almost all his time at the casino, working out and experimenting with different systems. He had come to no decision as to how he should order his future life, and until he had formulated some scheme he found that he could only stop the hideous treadmill of his thoughts by focusing his whole attention on the crazy gyrations of the spinning ball. And then one day, about a month later, a letter was put into his hand, bearing the silver key postmark. The writing was unfamiliar, and its unfamiliarity woke in him a sudden horrible fear and dread of what the letter might contain. Had someone to tell him what Anne could no longer write and tell him herself? He slit the envelope and his eyes raced down the lines of the sheet it had enclosed. "Dear Mr. Coventry," ran the letter, written in Lady Susan's characteristically big, generous hand. "Probably you too think me an interfering old woman. Dare say I am. You try and remember that was young once and that just now I'm looking at life for you and through young eyes, and thinking what long, weary lot of it there is still to be lived through if you each remain at opposite ends of the pale. The ideal quicker if are together, it's like dividing by two, you know. I here ran across Tony Irabuzin in you and Tone, and I think that by now you probably know as much happened up at the Denster Loop as I anyone, and are probably cursing yourself. Don't. It's waste of time and happiness. Come to NY party instead." Attached to this characteristic document was a card of invitation to a dance to be given at White Windows by Lady Susan Hallett on February the 7th. And today was the 6th. But it could be done. By travelling all night, catching the morning boat and then the midday train to Silver Key, Elliot realised that he could reach White Windows in time. A bell stood on a table nearby, one of those shiny metal bells with a button on the top which you press down sharply to induce the thing to ring. Elliot thumped it, and continued thumping till a half-demented waiter came flying towards him in response. "Bring me a timetable," he roared. "And bring it quick." Chapter 28. The Grey Shadow. The ballroom at White Windows was all in readiness for the forthcoming dance. The floor, waxed and polished till it was as smooth as a sheet of gleaming ice, caught and held the tremulous reflections of 100 flickering lights, whilst from above, where the orchestra was snugly tucked away in the gallery behind a bank of flowers, came faint pizzicato sounds of fiddles tuning up, alternating with an occasional little flourish or tentative roulade of notes. The dance was not timed to begin for half an hour or more, but the members of the house party had congregated together at the upper end of the room and were chatting desultorily. Sir Philip Brabazon and Tony were included amongst them, in addition to a couple of pretty girls, nieces of Lady Susan, and 3 or 4 stray men who had been invited down to swell the ranks. "And how's Anne?" demanded Sir Philip of his hostess. "Anne? Oh, you'll find her a trifle thinner, I think, that's all," responded Lady Susan discreetly. To her own eyes Anne seemed to have altered woefully in the course of the last few months, but she reasoned that Sir Philip was no more observant than the majority of men, and that if she prepared him for the fact that Anne was somewhat thinner than of old he would accept the change quite naturally and not worry the girl herself with tiresome questions as to the cause of such a falling off. It had been a very difficult winter, but Lady Susan had the satisfaction of knowing that she and the rector between them had triumphantly routed Anne's detractors, and although it was well nigh impossible to utterly stamp out of a country district such as Silver Key the hydra-headed monster called Scandal, they had certainly succeeded in drawing his fangs. But if Lady Susan had been successful in her campaign against the tittle-tattle of the neighbourhood, she had been powerless to restore that sheer joy and happiness in living which had been so peculiarly Anne's gift until the day when Elliot Coventry went out of her life, taking from her, as he went, everything except the courage to endure. Lady Susan had never forgiven Brett for his share in the work of destroying Anne's happiness, and she chafed bitterly against her own inability to help matters. It was only through the merest accident that she had at last seen the possibility of being of service. She had been up in town a few days prior to the date fixed for the dance and had encountered Tony shopping in the Army and Navy stores. He happened to mention that he had run across Coventry at Mentone, and a chance remark elicited the fact that he had regaled him with the history of the Denstaloop adventure. Perhaps Lady Susan's face had expressed more than she knew, for Tony, perceiving that she attached some special importance to the matter, looked suddenly anxious. "I say, I've not been giving Anne away, have I?" he demanded in honest consternation. "I made sure she'd told you all about it by this time." "I never thought." "Don't worry," Lady Susan reassured him hastily. "You're not giving her away. She did tell me all about it." When she returned home she had taken her courage in both hands and written to Elliot asking him to come back. And tonight, doubtful whether her letter had reached him in time to allow of his returning for the dance, totally ignorant of the reception it would receive, and uncertain even as to how Anne would welcome him if he actually did return, she was on tenterhooks of nervousness and anxiety. "You do grow thin in the winter, you know," she continued airily to Sir Philip, unwisely elaborating her comment upon Anne's appearance. "You don't," contradicted the old man with his usual acerbity. "You grow fatter if you've any sense, to keep the cold out." He glared at her, then demanded abruptly, "How do you think Tony's looking?" Lady Susan's dark eyes rested thoughtfully a moment on Tony's face before she answered. "Not too well," she admitted. "He looks a little strained and keyed up." "Have you been bullying him, Philip?" "Not more than I've told him. I'll pay no more debts for him. And a good thing, too. I fancy he's been keeping within his allowance since I put my foot down. Anyhow, he hasn't come to me again, begging for money." He paused and shot a swift glance of inquiry at her, obviously seeking her approval, but Lady Susan preserved a strictly non-committal silence. She thought Tony exhibited decided symptoms of nervous strain. His eyes were restless, and his mouth wore a dissatisfied, thwarted expression. "It's love," pursued Sir Philip, as she made no response. "That's what's the matter with the boy. He doesn't know whether he's on his head or his heels." "Love?" "Yes. He's in love with that slip of a Doreen Neville. And because I brought him back to Audley Square instead of careering all over Europe after her and her mother, he's as sulky as a young bear." Doreen Neville. Lady Susan felt that her replies were hopelessly inadequate, but she was too genuinely taken aback by the news to think of anything to say. "I said so, didn't I?" Crustily. "I suppose I shall have to let him marry her in the end. She's all right, of course, as regards family. But a bit of a swear stick, melt in a storm, probably. Confound the boy." Irritably. "Why couldn't he have remained in love with Anne?" "I'm very glad he didn't," returned Lady Susan quietly. "It was only calf love. Besides, he would have lent on Anne, she's such a stalwart little soldier, you know," with a smile. Sir Philip nodded. "Yes. She'd have kept him straight," he said gloomily. "Whereas Doreen Neville's the hothouse plant type, just the opposite. No good to Tony at all." "I'm not so sure, Philip. Sometimes the need to care for and protect someone weaker than himself helps to steady a man down more than anything else." "All." Lady Susan broke off, her face brightening. "Here is Anne, with Robin. I told them to come early." Sir Philip put up his monocle and glared in the direction of the newcomers. "Yes, and they're certainly thinner, too thin, perhaps, though, as far as appearances were concerned, he thought the change had only served to accentuate the charming angles of her face and give an additional grace to the boyishly slender lines of her figure. Anyone less like a lovelorn maiden than Anne looked at that moment could hardly be imagined. She was wearing a charming frock the colour of a pool of deep green sea water, with a handful of orange-golden poppies clustered at the waist, and as the lights flickered over her, from the swathed gold brown of her hair to the tips of her small gold shoes, she was as detail perfect as a woman who hadn't a single care in life. the simple, appealing black frock generally adopted by the heroine in fiction who has been crossed in love did not allure Anne in the very least. Whatever happened to her, she would always confront the world with a brave face. And even if her small, individual bark of life were hopelessly founded, she would at least go down with colours flying. Nevertheless, to the discerning eye the alteration in her was very palpable. In repose her mouth fell into lines of quiet endurance, and her eyes held a look of deep sadness. But, fortunately for most of us, the discerning eye is a rarity, and in public Anne rarely allowed herself to lapse into one of those moments of abstracted thought when the unguarded expression of the face gives away the secrets of the heart. She greeted Sir Philip with all her old gaiety, and, when he told her she was much too thin, laughed at him gently. "Don't be a fusspot, dear godparent," she adjured him. "I was never one of the fat kind, and really I'm very glad of it. You can dress ever so much more economically when you're thin, you know, and that's quite a consideration these days." "Are you, do you mean, look here," and he floundered awkwardly. "Are you hard up?" She laughed outright. "No, of course not. Robin gets a topping good screw, and I'm doing quite a millionaire business in the poultry line." "Humph!" Sir Philip grunted. "Got any clothes fit for London?" She nodded. "Lots. Put away where moth and rust shan't corrupt their morals." "Well, get 'em out and come up to Audley Square for a bit." "You look, I don't know the word I want, peaked." "It's no use shelving it onto me like that," said Anne teasingly. "What you really mean is that you and Tony are getting awfully bored with each other." A smile glimmered in the depths of the fierce old eyes. "Perhaps that's it. Will you come?" "I'd love to. But you may just as well tell me what's worrying you." "You're an impudent girl." "Who said I was worrying?" "Well, perhaps not worrying, but unsettled in mind," conceded Anne. "What's Tony been doing?" Shrewdly. "Getting engaged, or trying to." She laughed. "Pooh! I guessed that, months ago. And I think Lady Doreen's a dear. So you'd better be getting out your consent and furbishing it up so as to give it prettily as soon as it's required. You know you're pleased, really." By this time the guests were arriving, and very soon Anne was swept away from Sir Philip on a tide of eager young men, anxious to inscribe their names on her programme. She was an excellent dancer, but although she was physically too young and healthy not to find a certain enjoyment in the sheer delight of rhythmic motion, she was conscious as the evening progressed of a certain quality of superficiality in the pleasure she experienced. There was a sameness about it all that palled. What was there in it, after all? One of your partners knew a priceless new glide or shuffle which he forthwith imparted to you, or else you initiated him into some step hitherto unfamiliar to him, and after that you both went on one-stepping or fox-trotting round the room in the wake of a number of other people doing likewise. Anne, in the arms of a tall young officer from the Ferrybridge barracks, caught herself up quickly at this stage of her unprofitable train of thought. This was not the first time lately that she had found herself impressed with the utter staleness of things, she who had been wont to find life so full of interest, and she knew that thoughts such as these were best dismissed as soon as possible. They linked up too closely with searing memories. She made a determined effort to steady herself, and pulled herself together so successfully that the young guardsman from Ferrybridge told quite a number of people that Miss Lovell was a topping little sport all round, good dancer and jolly good fun to talk to. She danced several times with Tony, and left him completely nonplussed by her uncanny discernment when, after he had stumbled through the revelation of his engagement to Doreen Neville, during one of the intervals, she promptly told him she had anticipated it long ago and wished him luck. And you and I?" he had queried with a certain wistful embarrassment. "Pals, Tony," she answered frankly. "Same as always. You must let me meet Lady Doreen when she comes back from Switzerland, and, smiling, I'll hand over my charge to her. Have you been good lately, by the way?" He flushed, and his eyes grew restless. "I lost a bit at Monte," he admitted. "I was winning pots of money at first, and then all at once my luck turned and I lost the lot." "And more, too, I suppose," suggested Anne rather wearily. He nodded. "I shall get it all back at cards, though," he assured her. "Have you got any of it back yet?" she asked pointedly. "No, but it stands to reason my run of bad luck must turn sooner or later. Come on back to the ballroom and let's dance this, Anne, don't lecture me any more, there's a dear." She yielded to those persuasive, long-lashed eyes of his, and they returned to the ballroom and finished the remainder of the dance. But her conversation with Tony had added to the oppression of her spirits. She felt sure, from the way he shirked the subject, that he was getting himself into financial difficulties again, and if the matter came to Sir Philip's ears she was afraid that this time it might end in an irreparable cleavage between uncle and nephew. The former had paid Tony's debts so often, and on the last occasion he had warned him very definitely that he would never do so again. And Anne was fain to acknowledge that one could hardly blame the old man if by this time he had really reached the limits of his patience and his purse. She was still brooding rather unhappily over Tony's affairs when Robin came to claim her for a dance. He, too, seemed rather preoccupied and distrait, and as they swung out into the room together Anne cast about in her mind for some explanation of his unwanted gloom. A minute later she caught an illuminating glimpse of Kara, sitting alone by the big fire which still smouldered redly at the far end of the room, and a queer little smile of understanding curved her lips. "You've only danced with Kara once this evening, Robin," she observed. "Have you been squabbling?" He laughed. "Not likely. But Lady Susan caught me and trotted me round for some duty dances, and by the time those were fixed Kara had booked up a lot and we couldn't make our programs fit." On a quick, sympathetic impulse Anne pulled up near one of the doorways, drawing him aside out of the throng of dancers with a light touch on his arm. "Then go and ask her for this," she said hastily. "She's not dancing it. And I'm really rather tired. I'd love a few minutes' rest." She gave him a little push, and before he could say yea or nay she had vanished through the doorway, leaving him free to secure at least one more dance with Mrs. Hilliard. A good many couples were sitting about outside, partaking of ices and other forms of refreshment, and Anne made her way quickly through the hall and bent her steps in the direction of the library where, earlier in the evening, she had caught sight of a cosy fire. As she passed, she heard the ring of a bell, followed by the sound of some late-comer being admitted. She did not see who it was, and with a fleeting thought that whoever had chosen to arrive so late would have small chance of securing good partners, she slipped quietly into the library. The fire had burnt down and she stirred it into a blaze before she settled herself in a low chair beside it. She was genuinely glad to be alone for a few minutes, glad of the peaceful quiet of the comfortable room with its silent, book-lined walls and padded easy chairs. She had lost the real spirit of enjoyment. Her old-time zest for dancing seemed to have deserted her entirely, and the daily necessity of playing up in public, of pretending to the world at large that all was well with her, was becoming an increasing strain. In addition to this, she was conscious tonight of a vague sense of regret. In another few weeks the term of Robin's 6 months' notice would have expired and they would both be going away from Silverkey. He had heard of several suitable posts, but so far he had not definitely accepted any one of them. Probably within the next fortnight his decision would be made, and Anne realized that leaving Silverkey would be somewhat of a she had known both great happiness and great grief there, and a full measure of those unreckoned hours of everyday fun and laughter and enjoyment which we are all prone to accept so easily and without any very great gratitude, only realizing for how much they counted when they are suddenly taken from us. But now, as the inevitable day of departure drew nearer, Anne found herself face to face with the fact that, although she might leave Silverkey itself behind, memories both sweet and bitter would forever hold out their hands to her from the little sea-girt village. Sometimes she would not be able to evade them. However fast she might hurry through life, they would reach out and touch her, and she would feel those straining hands against her heart. And then, across her bittersweet musings, came the creak of the door as someone pushed it quietly open, and entered the room. At the sound of that voice she felt as though every drop of blood in her body had rushed to her heart and were throbbing there in one great hammering pulse. Her hands gripped the arm of her chair convulsively, and slowly and fearfully she turned her head in the direction whence came the voice. Coventry was standing on the threshold of the room. A strangled cry broke from her, and she sat staring at him with wild, incredulous eyes. For a moment the room seemed to fill with a grey, swirling mist, blurring the outlines of the furniture and the figure of the man who stood there silently in the doorway. Then the mist cleared away, and she could see his eyes bent on her with an expression of such stark bitterness and despair and longing that it hurt her to look at him. Was this her lover who had left her in such fierce scorn and anger only a few short months ago? This man whose face was worn and ravaged with an intensity of suffering such as she had not dreamed possible. If she had grown thin in paying for that bitter parting, then he must have paid 100-fold to be so terribly marred and altered. Elliot. The word came stammeringly from her lips, hushed as one hushes the voice only in the presence of a great grief or of death itself. She bent her head, unwilling to look again on that soul's agony so nakedly revealed. "Yes. I have come back," he said tonelessly. Closing the door behind him, he advanced into the room and came and stood beside her. "Look up," he exclaimed suddenly, almost violently. "Lift up your face, and let me see what these months have done to you." She lifted her face mechanically, and for a full minute he stood looking down at it, reading it feature by feature, line by line, the proud, weary droop of the mouth, the quiet acceptance of pain which had lain so long in the gold-brown eyes. Then, with a groan he dropped suddenly and knelt beside her, holding his arms close round her, and laid his head against her knees. His face was hidden, and hesitatingly, with a half-shy, half-maternal gesture, and touched the dark head pressed against her. Moments passed and he neither stirred nor spoke. At last she stooped over him. "Elliot," she said quietly, "tell me why you have come back." Even then he did not move at once, but at last he raised his head from her knees and met her eyes. "I've come back," he said slowly, "because, though I've doubted you, I can't live without you. I've come back to ask your forgiveness, if it is still possible for you to forgive me." Then, as she would have spoken, he checked her. "No, don't decide, don't say anything yet. Hear what I have to tell you first." She yielded to a curious strained insistence in his voice. "Very well," she said gently, "you shall tell me just what you will." He left his place by her side and went over and stood by the chimneypiece, looking down at her while he spoke, and as she listened it seemed as though all that he had fought against, believed and disbelieved, suffered and endured, was made clear to her in the terse, difficult sentences that fell one by one from his lips. "You knew that I'd once been deceived by a woman," he said. "Her name doesn't matter. She deceived me, and my love for her died, as surely as a man dies if you stab him to the heart. She stabbed my love, and it died, and I swore then that I would give no other woman the power to hurt me as she had hurt me. When I met you I knew, almost at once, that you were a woman whom if I allowed myself to, I might grow to love. I think it was your sincerity, your transparent honesty that won me. You were all I dreamed of in a woman, all that I hadn't found in that other woman. But I was afraid. So I left Montreaux, went away at once. I didn't want to care for you. I'd been too badly hit before. Cowardly, you'll say, perhaps. You were never a coward, were you, Anne? Well, it may have been. Anyhow, I did go away and I tried to forget all about you. It wasn't easy, God knows, and then, by a trick of fate, I found you again, at my cottage, living there, sister of the man with whom I'd just made a pact. After that it was a struggle between my joy at finding you there and my determination never to let myself care again for any woman. He paused, but Anne did not speak, and after a minute he went on again, "Well, you know how it ended. I was beaten. I loved you and I had to tell you so. When I yielded entirely, gave you my utter love and faith. I believed in you completely, far more than I knew or even suspected at the time. And then, close on the top of that, I was told the story of how you had stayed at the Denster Loop with Tony Brabazon. Even then I could hardly credit it. I came and asked you. And you didn't deny it. It was true. What else could I think? I argued that you had thrown Brabazon over because I was a better catch from a worldly point of view, just as that other woman had thrown me over for a similar. You deliberately deceived me, that you'd been faithless both to Brabazon and to me, as you would be faithless to any other man who loved you. Remember, it had been your seeming sincerity, your truth, your straightness which had first attracted me. And just as I had loved you for your truth, so then I hated you for your falseness, your unbelievable falseness. Why didn't you deny it all, Anne? Explain, clear the mists away from my eyes." "I was too proud and hurt," she said quiveringly. "If you'd only stoop to explain," he broke off, with a savage gesture. "Forgive me. What right have I to reproach or blame you? The whole fault was mine. Well, I believed you as disloyal and disingenuous as I had known you to be loyal and candid. And I went away. I went down into hell. You've at least the satisfaction of knowing that I paid for my distrust, paid for it to the last fraction owing. Don't." She raised her hand swiftly, imploringly. But he took no notice. He continued doggedly. "Then, when I thought I had suffered all that a man could be called upon to suffer, I met Tony over head and ears in love with quite another woman, as unlike you, oh, your very antithesis. He used to talk to Messemet times. God knows I didn't give him any encouragement. I hated the very sight of him. But he never guessed it. And one day he came and prattled out to me the story of an adventure he had had, at the Denster Loop, how he got caught up there with a girl. And I knew, then, that it was your adventure, too, though of course he never mentioned your name. But it was as clear as daylight to me. It was as though scales had fallen from my eyes. I knew then what I'd done. I'd pulled down our house of happiness about our heads. For a time I think I went mad. I could think of nothing except the fact that I'd made it impossible for me ever to come to you again, even to ask your forgiveness." He was silent a moment, leaning his arm on the chimney-piece and shading his face with his hand. When he again resumed, it was with a palpable effort and his voice roughened. "Afterwards, when I came to my senses, I saw that I must come to you. I had destroyed my own life, all that was worthwhile in it. But I had no right to destroy yours. So I've come back, to ask your forgiveness, Anne, if you can give it. And by forgiveness," he eyed her steadily, "I mean all that forgiveness can hold, not just a mere form of words. I want the love I threw away, the right you once gave me to call myself your lover. If you don't feel you can give it, I shan't complain. I've no right to complain. I shall just go quietly out of your life. But if you can, now you know all," he broke off. "And shall I go or stay?" He made an involuntary movement towards her, then checked himself abruptly and stood looking down at her in silence. From the ballroom there floated out the strains of the latest foxtrot, sounding curiously cheap and tawdry as they cut across the deep, almost solemn intensity that prevailed in the quiet room where a man had just stripped his soul naked to the eyes of the woman he loved and now stood as one awaiting judgment. Anne remained silent. Speech seemed for a few moments a physical impossibility. She had been touched to the quick. Step by step she had gone with Elliot down into that place of torment where he had been wandering, suffering an agony of pain of which the keenest pang had taken birth in the bitter knowledge that it was of his own making, and in every fibre of her being she ached to give him back all that he had lost, all that he asked for. Ached to give it back to him complete, whole, unharmed, that love which had been his and which he had so piteously thrown away. And she could not. By no mere shibboleth of words, no waving of a wand, could she restore the past, reconstruct what had been out of what was. Love she could give him in full measure, the same enduring love which would be his forever, believing or unbelieving, living or dead. And his love she would take again, only she herself knew how gladly. But always their mutual love must lack something, that fine thread of utter faith and trust which he himself had cut asunder. It could be knotted together again, it was true. But one would always feel the knot, know it was there. He believed in her now, because she had been proved innocent. But she would never know if his belief in her would withstand the stress of another such test as the one under which it had gone down. To the end of life there would be a doubt, an unanswered question in her heart, as to whether he really had faith in her or no. She looked up at last to meet his eyes still fixed intently upon her as he waited for her answer. Her own were rather sad. But her surrender was complete. She held out her hands. "Stay," she said. Yet even as he gathered her into his arms she was vitally, cruelly conscious of the absence of the one thing needed to make perfect their reunion. Not even the swift passion of his kisses could convince her of his faith in her. She was not sure, could never be sure, now. It would be bound to come between them sometimes, that terrible uncertainty. The grey shadow of distrust which had divided them in the past still followed them from afar, a vague, intangible menace. Would it some day swing forward, like the dark, remorseless finger of an hour dial, and lie once more impassably between them? Chapter 29. A patch of sunlight. The days which followed were very wonderful ones to Anne. She had come through darkness into light, out of infinite pain into infinite joy, and perhaps the very fact that in giving herself to Elliot she had forgiven much, forgiven what many women would have found it impossible to forgive, added something precious, some sacramental spikenard, to the gift which flowed back to the giver, deepening the profound sense of peace and happiness which encompassed her. Elliot had known how to accept her gift, had taken it with simple thankfulness and a wondering reverence for the shining ways along which a woman's love can lead her, and the hour which they had passed together after Anne had bidden him stay had been, in a sense, sacred, a mutual revelation to each of them of the secret depths in the other's nature. But afterwards, once that wonderful hour was past, Elliot strode masterfully back into his man's kingdom. He was not of the type to remain a penitent, on his knees indefinitely. Nor would Anne have had it otherwise. She would have hated a subservient lover. Elliot was very far from being subservient. Almost before the neighbourhood's congratulations had ceased to rain about them both he was demanding that Anne should fix the date of their wedding. "You impatient man," she teased him. "Why, we're only just this minute engaged. We shan't be married for ages and ages yet." 011, shan't we, he retorted. "We'll be married in May, sweetheart. That's exactly as long as I'll consent to wait. And I'm only agreeing to that because a woman always seems to think it's part of the ceremony to buy a quantity of clothes when she's married, just as though she couldn't buy them afterwards quite as well as before. In May? Oh, no, Elliot." Anne shook her head with decision. "That's the unlucky month for marriages. You don't mean to say you're superstitious?" "I don't know." She spoke uncertainly. "But we've had so much ill luck I don't think I want to tempt Providence by getting married in May." He shouted with laughter. "Very well, you absurd baby, it shan't be May," he conceded, adding cheerfully, "we'll fix it for April then." "No, no. That's too soon," she protested hastily. "Let's decide on June." "April," he repeated firmly. An effort to be equally firm. "If you say that again," he returned coolly, "else shall make it March." "I'd ever so much rather, too," he wound up boyishly. "That would be quite impossible," replied Anne triumphantly. "I've promised to go and stay with the Brabazons in March." He took her by the shoulders and pulled her towards him. "Let it be April, then he said, adding quickly, as he read dissent in her eyes, "We've wasted such a lot of time, beloved." She yielded at that. "Very well, then, April. But I'm afraid you're going to be a dreadfully self-willed husband," Elliot, smiling as though the prospect were in no way distasteful. "I think I am," he acknowledged, with all a man's supreme egotism. He laughed down at her, and, lifting her right off the ground into his arms, kissed her with swift passion. "You're much too thin," he grumbled discontentedly, as he set her down again. "You weigh next to nothing." "And whose fault is that, pray?" she asked gaily. She was horrified to see his face darken with sudden pain. "Don't," he said abruptly, in a stifled voice. "Oh, my dear," she was back in his arms in an instant, soothing, comforting, and scolding him all in a breath. "You needn't worry over my boniness," she assured him cheerfully. "When we are married and settled down and I've no worries, I expect I shall get appallingly plump and have to take to one of those anti-fat cures." "You, fat?" He laughed. "There's about as much danger of that as of Mrs. Carberry becoming a philanthropist." Elliot had been furiously angry when he heard of the gossip which had gathered for a time around Anne's name and of the part Mrs. Carberry had played in helping to disseminate it, but neither he nor Anne herself had been able to refrain from laughing at the complete volte-face which that excellent lady performed when the announcement of their engagement was made public. She had been one of the first to offer her felicitations, and had paid a special call at the cottage, this time accompanied by the modest Muriel, to offer them in person. "It will be so delightful to have a chatelaine at Herresmere at last," she had gushed. Presumably, recognizing that her daughter's chance of acquiring the coveted position was now reduced to nil, she had decided with the promptness of a good general, to accept the fact and adapt her tactics to the altered situation. With mathematical foresight she argued that when Coventry was married Herresmere would undoubtedly become the centre of a considerable amount of entertaining, and from every point of view it would therefore be wise to be on friendly terms there. After all, there were as good fish in the sea as ever came out of it, and the prospective hospitality which she anticipated would emanate from Herresmere in the near future should provide excellent opportunities for fishing. Apart from Mrs. Carberry, everybody seemed genuinely delighted at the engagement, even Miss Caroline. She confusedly mingled regrets for any misunderstanding with her congratulations, and Anne, too happy herself to wish anyone else to be unhappy, forgave her full-heartedly. Lady Susan was overflowingly pleased. Though, of course, as she characteristically informed Sir Philip just before he and Tony returned to London, Elliot's been blessed far beyond his deserts, like most men. "Anyhow, Philip, you may as well make up your mind to accept Doreen as a pious otter for Tony, and do it gracefully, my dear man. Mark my words, marriage will be the making of the boy. Every man ought to be married." "I'll wish you'd held that opinion 30 years ago," Susan retorted Sir Philip. Elle hesitated, his eyes curiously soft. "It's too late in the day now." "Much too late," replied Lady Susan promptly, though her eyes, too, were unwontedly soft. "Besides, I could never bear to be parted from the tribes of Israel, and you know you can't stand a dog about the house." "Drat the man," she muttered crossly to herself, as the train bearing the Brabazons Londonwards steamed out of the station. She brushed her hand across her eyes as she hopped briskly into the car which had brought them to the station, giving the chauffeur the order home, in a sharper voice than she usually employed towards her servants. "Drat the man. It looks as though a single engagement has demoralized the lot of us." It was certainly destined to be followed by far-reaching consequences as regards two, at least, of the other people in the neighbourhood. Robin's notice to give up his post as Elliot's agent had, of course, been suitably buried, a brief understanding handshake between the two men its only tombstone, and Robin had gone straight from his interview with Elliot to the Priory. He found Kara, surrounded by a small army of vases, arranging flowers, of which a great sheaf, freshly sent in by the gardener from the hothouses, lay on the table. "Aren't they lovely?" she said, when she and Robin had exchanged greetings. "Do you want a buttonhole?" He looked at the deep red carnation which she held out to him and shook his head. "No, thank you," he said politely. "I want a wife." Kara gasped a little. "Robin," she exclaimed faintly. A lovely colour flooded her face. It had been a much happier face latterly, since Anne's engagement. The look of settled sadness had gone out of her eyes. She felt now that everything was made straight betwixt Anne and Elliot, as though the heavy burden she had carried all these years had been suddenly loosed from her shoulders. Elliot had found happiness, at last, and the terrible sense of responsibility for his maimed and broken life was taken from her. Of the existence of the grey shadow she could not know, or guess. So she turned to Robin with a sweet hesitancy that brought him swiftly to her side. "Kara," he said eagerly. "Kara, are you going to give me that second best after all?" Still she hesitated. "It doesn't seem fair, Robin," she faltered. "I'm older than you are, for one thing." "1 year, or 2, is it?" he mocked joyfully. "Half a century, I think," with a quick sigh. "You'll grow younger," he suggested optimistically. "And anyway, can you bear to think of me living all alone at the cottage after Anne is married? I should probably commit suicide." Kara stood twisting a spray of maidenhair fern round and round her fingers till the tiny pale green leaves shriveled up and dropped off and only the wiry stem remained. "When is Anne going to be married?" she asked slowly, at last. "In April. It's all fixed. But the thing that matters is, when are we going to be married?" "April." Elliot was to be married in April. Kara was conscious of a mum's stab of pain. But she felt no active rebellion. With a wistful sense of resignation she recognized that his life and hers were separate and apart. She herself had sundered them more than 10 years ago. But now, at last, Elliot had won through to happiness. She thanked God for that. And there was still something she could give Robin in return for his eager worship, good comradeship, and that second love which, though it bears but a faint semblance to the rushing ecstasy of young, passionate, first love, yet holds, perhaps, a deeper, more selfless tenderness and understanding. She turned to the man waiting so eagerly for her answer. "Are you quite sure you want me, Robin?" she asked. "Quite sure," he answered gravely. "Then, if you're really sure, I'll marry you whenever you like, after Anne is married." He kissed her with a deep, grave passion, holding her closely in his arms. "You shall forget the past, dearest, I promise you, you shall forget all the things that hurt you," he said with tender reassurance. Presently, when the first few minutes were past, he smiled down at her, a gleam of mirth in his eyes. "I shall see to it that Anne and Elliot don't postpone their wedding, if it means postponing ours." "You said after you know." She nodded. "Yes. I can't possibly commandeer Anne's natural protector," smiling, "till she is safely bestowed in someone else's care." But though she jested about the stipulation she had made, it was the outcome of a curiously definite idea. Since it was through her that Elliot's happiness had once been wrecked, she felt as though, until this new-found happiness which had come to him were assured, secure beyond any shadow of doubt, she was not free to take her own. It was in a sense an expiation, a pathetic little human effort to propitiate fate and turn aside any blow aimed at Elliot's happiness by those jealous gods who exact payment to the very last farthing. Anne was overjoyed when she heard of Robin's engagement. To know that her adored brother would not be left lonely by her marriage, and to see Kara, whose former experience of matrimony had proved such a ghastly failure, with a new, brooding gladness in her eyes, added the last drop to her cup of happiness. "Dear Robin, I'm so pleased," she told him. "If I'd been choosing a wife for you myself, I couldn't have chosen anyone nicer than Kara." "Glad you're pleased," Robin returned gnlffly, the gruff is being merely the cloak to conceal his own riotous felicity which every Englishman in similar circumstances thinks it necessary to assume. But Anne saw through it, and was not to be deterred from frank rejoicing. "It will be perfectly lovely to have my best friend married to my best brother," she continued. "Where shall you live? At the Priory or the cottage? We haven't got as far as making such world-shaking decisions as that," he grinned. "Perhaps we might live at the Priory and weekend at the cottage," whimsically. Anne found a further cause for rejoicing in the continued absence of Brett Forrester. She had never seen him again since the morning when, with an intense feeling of relief, she had watched the Sphinx steam out from Silverkey Harbour. Lady Susan was much too incensed against him to invite him to White Windows, and Anne rested fairly secure in the hope that she would never see him again, or, at least, not until she was Elliot's wife. After that, she felt she would not be afraid to meet him. He could work her no more harm then. So that it was with a light heart that she finally started on her journey to London to stay with the Brabazons. Elliot saw her off at the station. "If you stop a day longer than a fortnight I shall come and fetch you back," he informed her despotically. "I'm not going to spare my girl to anyone for more than 2 weeks. And I grudge even that." And Anne, leaning out of the carriage window and waving her hand to the tall, beloved figure on the platform, felt no premonition, was conscious of no ominous foreboding that the train which was bearing her so swiftly away from him was actually carrying her straight towards the very danger from which she felt so sure she had escaped. In the patch of brilliant sunshine which lay all about her, the grey shadow had paled until it had become almost imperceptible. But it was still there, only waiting for the sun to move a little in the heavens to fling itself blackly across her path once more. Chapter 30. The keeping of her promise. Her first 2 or 3 days at the tall grey house in Audley Square sufficed to indicate to Anne that all was not going well there. Sir Philip had welcomed her warmly enough, and when she descended to breakfast on the morning after her arrival she found an envelope on her plate containing his cheque for £200, together with a brief intimation that it was intended to help towards the trousseau. But, apart from the bestowal of this signal mark of favour, Anne found her godfather's behaviour extremely difficult to understand. It was usually his custom to treat her with a species of crusty amiability, but, on this occasion, after the first warmth of his welcome had evaporated, she found that the crustiness became much more in evidence and the amiability conspicuously lacking. The old man was extraordinarily irritable, both towards her and towards Tony. It was as though he were labouring under a secret strain, prey to some anxiety which he was stubbornly bent on keeping to himself. Tony also, Anne observed, seemed to be living at high pressure of some kind. He was moody and restless, and unless some theatre or other plan had been proposed by his uncle he usually disappeared soon after dinner, and she saw him no more until the following morning. It was all very unlike any previous visit which she had paid to the house at Audley Square. Formerly, if Sir Philip had felt disinclined to go out in an evening, Tony had always been eager with suggestions for their visitor's amusement, and many had been the occasions on which he and Anne had dined gaily at some little restaurant and gone on afterwards to a dance or theatre alone together. But now the change was noticeable. Tony seemed entirely preoccupied with his own thoughts, and to judge by his manner, they were anything but pleasant ones. Sometimes he would sit in moody silence for an hour at a time, making a pretence at reading a magazine. Or he would get up suddenly when they were all three sitting together, and, without a word Tony put on his hat and go out of the house. He never volunteered any information as to where he spent his evenings, and although Sir Philip would peer after him with angry, suspicious eyes when he took his departure, it seemed as if pride, or was it fear of what the answer might the old man from questioning him. When 11 o'clock came, bringing no Tony, he would get up abruptly, fold his newspaper, and remark curtly to Anne, "Time we went to bed. No need to wait up for Tony. He has his latchkey." It was always the same formula, and the next day at breakfast uncle and nephew would exchange a brief greeting, and no further reference would be made to the previous evening. It was as though a kind of armed neutrality prevailed between them. Decidedly something was radically awry, Anne reflected unhappily. Her visit, of course, was spoilt. But this troubled her very little in comparison with her increasing anxiety concerning Tony. He had never kept her out of his confidence before. She had always been able to stand by him, as she had promised his mother that she would. But now it seemed as if he had deliberately assumed an armor of reserve, not only in his relations with his uncle, but also in his attitude towards Anne herself, and her helplessness worried her intensely. She felt convinced that there must be something seriously amiss to account for Tony's extraordinary behavior, and finally, the day before her visit was due to terminate, she decided to consult Mrs. Mello, Sir Philip's faithful old housekeeper, whom Anne had known ever since those childhood days when she and Robin had been invited over to Lawn to have nursery tea with Tony. Mrs. Mello was one of the old-fashioned type of housekeeper, a comfortable black satin person, with pink cheeks and kind blue eyes and crinkly grey hair surmounted by a lace cap. Her name suited her admirably. When Anne put her head round the door of the housekeeper's room with the announcement, "Mello, dear, I've come to have tea with you, if I may," she welcomed her with respectful delight. "Now, come straight in, Miss Anne." As if I even needed to ask. "I was afraid you meant going away this time without coming to have a cup of tea with your old Mello." Anne shook a reproving forefinger at her. "Now, Mello, you arch hypocrite, you know I'd never dare." "If I did, I expect the next time I wanted to come up and frivol in town you'd tell Sir Philip that you were spring cleaning or something of the kind and that you couldn't put me up." "How you do go on, miss, to be sure," declared Mrs. Mello beamingly, as she bustled about spreading the cloth for tea. "As if you didn't know you were always as welcome as the flowers in May, spring cleaning or 110 spring cleaning. And I suppose, be Mrs. the next time you visit us, if all I hear is true." Anne laughed. Throwing her arms round the old woman's neck, she kissed her warmly. "Yes, it really will, Mello. I just aching to hear all about it." "Well, miss," admitted Mello, holding the kettle, suspended a moment above the teapot, "don't want to seem inquisitive or disrespectful, you may be sure, but I would like to hear a bit about the gentleman who's going to marry my young lady. I always think of you as my young lady, you know, Miss Anne. You were more like a daughter than anything else to Master Tony's mother, God rest her. Perhaps you have his photograph, miss, that you could show me." Anne nodded smilingly. She knew her Mello, and had anticipated this request, and forthwith proceeded to descant on Elliot's various virtues and the beauty of Herresmere until Mrs. Mello declared that she could, as she phrased it, picture it all as plain as if she'd seen it herself. Then, when the good woman's kindly interest was satisfied, Anne embarked on the quest which had been uppermost in her mind when she sought the housekeeper's room. "Mello, I'm worried about Tony," she announced at last. The smile died out of Mrs. Mello's face like the flame of a suddenly snuffed candle. "You've noticed it, then, miss," she parried uneasily. "Of course I've noticed it. He isn't in the least like himself, and he's almost always out." "Yes, miss." Mrs. Mello shook her head. "I call it rare bad manners to ask a young lady to the house and then to leave her to entertain herself, as you may say. And I've told Master Tony so more than once." "You told him so? What did he say?" "Why, miss, he looked at me in a funny sort of way, and he said, 'Don't you worry yourself, Mello. Miss Anne will understand all about it one day and before very long, too.' I couldn't think what he meant, miss. But I didn't like the way he looked." Anne's brows were knitted. "How did he look?" she asked. "Why, miss, sort of reckless. Like he did that time when we were down at Lawn last year and he and Sir Philip quarrelled something dreadful. He came down to me then, Master Tony did, in the housekeeper's room, at Lawn, and he said, 'Well, I'm off, Mello, and whether you ever see me again or not depends on whether you can beat any sense into the head of that obstinate old man upstairs.' He was mad with anger, was Master Tony, or of course he wouldn't have spoken like that of his uncle. And I'm blessed if he didn't go out of the house the very next day. Sir Philip was in a rare taking, I remember. He needn't he have been, said Anne, smiling. Tony only came to Aldston Cottage and stayed with Robin and me. So I heard, miss, afterwards. But, really, at the time I was frightened lest he should do himself a mischief, he looked so wild. Anne's heart skipped a beat. Do himself a mischief, she interposed quickly. What do you mean? How could he? I don't know how, miss. But I tell you, I'm frightened for Master Tony. I am, Frilly. Anne gazed thoughtfully into the fire. Where does he spend his time, Mello? Have you any idea? I have not, miss. But I do know this, that it's sometimes 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning before he comes home. My bedroom's on the ground floor, as you know, and I hear him come in and go upstairs almost always after midnight. Last night 'twas near 1 o'clock, and another night it may be later still. It bodes no good for a young gentleman to be coming home at all hours. Of that I am sure. I'll think you're right, Mello replied Anne gravely. Does Sir Philip know about it, do you think? Indeed, miss, I fancy he guesses. But mostly he's too proud to speak what he thinks. Though he did say to me, one evening about a week or 10 days before you came here, Nlalao, says he, the boy's going the same way as his father. And then he swore, miss, something awful it was to hear him, that he'd not lift a finger to keep Master Tony out of the gutter. He'll end up in jail, Mello, he said, and bring shame on the old name. All I hope is that I'll be dead and buried before it happens. And with that he gets up and goes out and slams the door behind him. Anne was silent. It seemed to her that things were even more seriously amiss than she had imagined. Mrs. Mello glanced at her wistfully. Do you think, miss, that you could say a word to Master Tony, she said. Talk to him for his own good? He always used to take a lot of notice of what you said to him, I remember. I know he did, returned Anne. But he doesn't give me any opportunity of talking to him now, ruefully. All the same, she added with determination, I shall certainly talk to him before I go home. I'll get hold of him this evening. But Tony proved obdurately uncommunicative. It's too late to talk, he told her, with a roughness that was quite foreign to him. All the talking in the world wouldn't mend matters. He looked at her oddly, it's neck or nothing now, Anne. His eyes were feverishly brilliant, and Anne could see that even during the last few days his boyish face had grown strangely haggard-looking. Tony, you're in trouble of some sort. I wish you'd tell me about it, she entreated. There's nothing to tell. Don't fuss so, Anne, irritably. I said it was neck or nothing. Well, it's going to be neck. I swear it shall be. I'm going to win through all right. And before long, too. To Anne's relief, he made no suggestion of going out that evening after dinner, presumably in deference to the fact that she was leaving on the morrow, and, as Sir Philip appeared tired and Anne had still a few oddments of packing to finish off, by common consent they all retired early to bed. Half an hour later, however, as Anne was folding a last remaining frock into the tray of her trunk, she heard someone very quietly descending the stairs, and a minute later the house door opened and closed again softly. A sudden conviction seized her, and she ran swiftly down to the landing below, where Tony's room was situated, and tapped on his door. No answer being forthcoming, she drew the door open and looked in. She had switched on the landing burner as she passed, and the light streamed into the room. Tony was not there, nor were there any indications that he had contemplated going to bed. His room was untouched, just as the housemaid had left it prepared for the night, a fire burning in the grate, the bed neatly turned with his pyjamas laid out on it, a can of hot water, covered with a towel, standing ready in the basin on the washstand. Very quietly Anne closed the door and returned to her own room. She had little doubt what had happened. In consideration of the fact that it was her last evening, Tony had stayed indoors until she and his uncle might be supposed to be safely in bed. Then he had stolen out of the house and departed once more on his own pursuits. Anne could make a pretty good guess that these included gambling in some form or other. She felt rather sick. It was so unlike Tony to resort to any hole-and-corner business such as this, slipping out of the house, as he believed, unknown to anyone. That he must be caught in a terrible tangle of some kind she felt sure, and his mother's last words, as she had lain on her deathbed, came back to her with redoubled significance. And if Tony gets into difficulties? Vividly she recalled Virginia's imploring face, the beseeching note in her tired voice. And her own answer, if he does, why, then I'll get him out of them if it's in any way possible. It looked as though the time had come for the fulfillment of that promise. And ignorant of what danger it could be which threatened Tony, unable to guess the particular kind of difficulties in which he found himself involved at the moment, she was powerless to help. Slowly she undressed and got into bed. But not to sleep. She lay there with wide-open eyes, every sense alert, listening for the least sound which might herald Tony's return. She could hear the loud ticking of the tall old clock on the staircase, tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack. Sometimes the sound of it deceived her into thinking it was a footstep on the stairs, and she would sit up eagerly in bed, listening intently. But always the hoped-for sound resolved itself back into the eternal tick-tack of the clock. 12, 1, 2 o'clock struck, bringing no sign of Tony's return, and finally, wearied out, Anne fell into a brief slumber from which she awakened with sudden violence to the knowledge that, at length, there was the sound of an actual footfall in the house. She heard the stairs creak twice, unmistakably, then the muffled closing of a door, and silence. For a moment she hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. Surely she could sleep in peace now? Tony was safely in the house once more, and tomorrow she would have a heart-to-heart talk with him and induce him to confide in her. But instantaneously her mind rejected the idea. Something bade her act, and act immediately. Urged by that imperative inner impulse, she rose and, throwing on a wrapper, ran swiftly down the stairs, her bare feet soundless on the carpet, and paused irresolutely outside Tony's bedroom door. Her hand was raised to knock softly on the panel, when all at once an odd little noise came to her from the inside of the room, a curious metallic sound, like the dull clink of metal dragged slowly across wood. Seized by a sudden overwhelming fear, she flung open the door. Tony was standing beside an old mahogany bureau, one drawer of which had been pulled open. His arm was half raised. In his hand he gripped a revolver. Anne could see the light from the rose-shaded burners run redly along its barrel like a thin stream of blood. In the fraction of a second she had fled across the room and grasped his wrist. "Tony! What are you doing?" she cried hoarsely. She felt his arm jerk against her hold, resisting it, but she clung determinedly to his wrist with her small strong fingers. "Give it to me. Give it to me," she whispered hurriedly, hardly conscious of what she was saying. His instinctive resistance ceased. She felt his muscles relax, and he allowed her to take the pistol from him. He stared down at her curiously. "Pity you didn't come 2 minutes later," he observed laconically. Without reply, she proceeded to unload the revolver. He watched her with a faint, apathetic amusement. "Shouldn't have thought you knew how to do that," he said. "I'll learn how to handle a revolver during the war," she returned grimly. She crossed the room and very softly closed the door. "Now, Tony," she went on, tumbling back and forcing herself to speak composedly, "you're going to tell me all about it. Things must be pretty bad for you to have thought of this." She glanced down with shrinking repugnance at the weapon which she still held. All at once the apathy which seemed to have possessed him vanished. He turned on her with sudden violence. "Why did you come? If you hadn't, I should be safely out of it all." Out of it all. Oh, my God. He dropped into a chair, burying his face in his hands, and the utter despair in his voice tore at Anne's heart. What had happened? What could have happened that Tony should seek to take his own life? Mechanically she stooped to replace the revolver in the opened drawer from which he had evidently taken it. A few loose cartridges still lay there, together with some torn scraps of paper and a blank check. Almost unconsciously her glance took in the contents of the drawer. Then suddenly it checked, concentrated. She caught her breath sharply and looked at Tony, a horrified, incredulous question in her eyes. But he was still sitting with his head buried in his hands, silent and motionless. Very slowly, as though she approached her hand to something nauseous and abhorrent, Anne reached out and withdrew one of the torn sheets of paper and stared at it. It was covered with repeated copyings of a single name, sometimes the whole name, sometimes only one or other of the initial letters to it. And the name which someone was taking such pains to learn to write was that of her godfather, Philip Brabazon. Philip Brabazon, the sheet was covered with it, and some of the signatures were a very fair imitation of the old man's handwriting. Anne snatched up the blank cheque. It was one that had been torn from Sir Philip's cheque-book. She could see that at a glance, remembered so clearly noticing the same heading on the cheque which he had given her towards her trousseau, the Worcester and Loamshire Bank. She held out to Tony the two pieces of paper, the sheet of scribbled signatures and the blank cheque. "Tony," she said, her voice cracking a little. What are these?" The tense, vibrating H01 tone in her tones roused him. He looked up wearily. Then, as he saw what she held, a dull red flush mounted slowly to his face. For a moment he did not speak. When he did, his voice sounded dead, flat and toneless. "Those," he said, "are attempts on my part to forge my uncle's signature." She stared at him speechlessly. Then, a sudden new fear shaking her, she went quickly to his side, thrusting the blank cheque under his eyes. "Tony, you haven't done it before? This isn't. How many cheques of his have you had?" "One," he said. "That one," nodding towards the narrow pink slip she held. Anne gave a gasp of relief. "Yes," he went on, "I found I couldn't do it. The old man's been decent to me, after all. He'd have hated the old name muddied by forgery." "And do you think he'd like it stained by suicide?" she demanded fiercely. "Oh, Tony, you coward! You coward!" It was as if she had struck him across the face. He sprang up, his eyes blazing. "How dare you say that?" he cried stormily. "I say it because it's true," she returned, her voice quivering. "Thank God you haven't committed forgery. And thank God I was in time to stop your taking this cowardly, utterly cowardly, way out of things. You've got into a mess, and you wanted to get out of it, the easiest way. Did you ever stop to think of us, afterwards? Of your uncle, and me, or of Doreen Neville, all of us who cared for you? Oh! I wouldn't have believed it of you, Tony. You don't know how bad things are," he said desperately. "You've got to be hurt, you, and Uncle, and Doreen." His voice broke, then steadied again. "I've got myself in such a mess that a bullet was the best way out, for everybody." "Don't believe it," answered Anne, with stubborn courage. "There's some other way. There always is, only we've got to look for it, find it." Suddenly her heart overflowed in pity for this white-faced, haggard boy who must have suffered so bitterly, must have gone down into the veriest depths of despair, before he had been driven to seek that short and tenable way out of life. She held out her hands to him. "Tony, let me help. Let's look for a way out together. I'm your pal. I've always been your pal. Why did you bear all this alone instead of letting me share?" At the touch of her strong, kind little hands he broke down for a moment. Turning aside, He leaned his arms on the chimneypiece and hid his face. A hard, stifled sob tore its way through his throat and his shoulders shook. Anne remained silent, giving him time in which to recover his self-command. Her heart was full almost to breaking point with that eager, mothering tenderness which a woman instinctively feels for a man in trouble. She is the eternal mother, then, he the eternal child. When at last Tony lifted his head from his arms he was very pale, but his eyes held a look of resolution. "I'll tell you," he said jerkily. Bit by bit the painful story came out, the same familiar story, only infinitely aggravated, of high play, losses, then still higher play in a desperate hope of recovery, and finally, the confession of heavy borrowings, of notes of hand given and accepted, and now falling due. "That's the devil of it, the time's up and they are due for payment," wound up Tony hoarsely. "Payment? And I haven't £20 in the world." As Anne listened to the stumbling recital, her face paled and grew very grave. This was worse, far worse than she had anticipated. "How much do you owe, altogether, Tony?" she asked at last, when he had finished speaking. £1,200. £1,200. The largeness of the amount left her momentarily aghast, and the vague idea she had been harbouring that Robin and she might scrape up £100 or £200 between them and so put matters straight crumbled to atoms. £1,200. In her wildest imaginings she had never dreamed of Tony's owing such a sum. She shivered a little, partly from nerves, partly from sheer physical cold. The fire had smouldered to black ash long ere this, and the chill air which precedes the dawn was creeping into the room. Even the necessity of conducting the entire conversation in lowered tones, in order not to disturb the sleeping household, added to the aguish, strained feeling of which she was conscious. "There is only one thing to do, Tony," she said at last. "You must tell Sir Philip." A sharp ejaculation escaped him, hastily stifled as she raised a warning finger enjoining silence. "Sure. Don't make a noise. We mustn't wake anyone," she cautioned him. "You must tell Sir Philip," she resumed. "There's simply nothing else to be done." "It would be utterly useless," he replied with quiet conviction. "He wouldn't pay. He said he wouldn't, last time. And he meant it. You'd better have let me blow out my brains while I was about it," a mirthless laugh. "Don't talk rot," she returned succinctly. "It's not rot. Don't you see I'm done for, gone in? A man who borrows, as I've done, and can't pay, is finished. Outside the pale. You don't suppose they'll let Doreen marry me after this, do you?" Anne shook her head voicelessly. She could see, only too clearly, all the consequences which must inevitably follow if the matter became public. It signalled the end of things for Tony. It meant a ruined life, love, happiness, a clean name, all would go down in the general crash. "The only thing I can do," he resumed hopelessly, "to emigrate. Bolt, and start fresh somewhere." Anne set her teeth. "You're not going to bolt," she said doggedly. She was silent for a moment, thinking feverishly. There must be some way out, some way, if she could only come upon it. "Whom do you owe this money to?" she demanded at last. "Several different people, I suppose. Number one man offered to be my banker till my luck came round again," confessed Tony. "And I let him. But I didn't know I'd borrowed so much. It seemed to mount up all in a moment." "In a moment?" There was a tiny edge of contempt to Anne's voice. "How long have you been borrowing from this man?" 011, for a goodish time, on and off. "I've paid back some. I'd have paid it all back if I'd only had a stroke of luck. But I've been losing every night for the last month." Luck. The weak man's eternal excuse for failure. Anne felt as though she loathed the very word. "Who is the man you borrowed from?" she asked. Tony preserved an embarrassed silence. "Who is it?" she repeated. "I must know, Tony. We can't plan anything to help if you're not absolutely frank." "Well, if you must know, it's Brett Forrester," he said double-tetchedly. "It's beastly, I know, his being a friend of yours." "Brett Forrester?" Anne remained very silent, with bent head, absorbing the full significance of this confession. It seemed suddenly to have thrown an immense burden of responsibility upon her. Brett. As Tony said, he was a friend of hers. And desired to be much more than a friend, if Tony but knew. Were it not for this, it would have been simple enough for her to go and use her influence with Brett, ask him out of sheer friendliness to her to give Tony a chance, to grant him time in which to pay. It would have to be a very long time, she reflected. But perhaps, when she was Elliot's wife. Elliot was generous, he would not think twice about paying £1,200 to give happiness to the woman he loved, to purchase peace of mind for her. And she would economize in her own personal expenses and so fry to balance matters. Elliot had told her that one of his earliest presents to her was to be a new and very perfectly equipped car for her own special use. She would forego the car, ask him to pay Tony's debts instead. Her thoughts raced along. But all this presupposed that Brett would be willing to wait a little for his money. If there had been only friendship between herself and Brett, Anne felt she could so easily have begged a chance for Tony. But to approach the man who had desired to marry her so much that he had been willing to go to almost any length to force her into marriage with him, this man whom she had defied and scorned at their last meeting, to ask a boon, a favour from him, seemed of all things the most impossible. To do so would be to strangle her pride, to walk deliberately through the valley of humiliation. Oh, she couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. Virginia's sad, entreating voice seemed to plead in her ear, "Anne, will you do what you can for him and for me?" It was almost as though she were there in the room, an invisible presence, beseeching, supplicating mercy for her son, claiming the fulfillment of the promise Anne had made so many years ago. "If it's in any way possible," and the voice seemed to urge. "In any way you said. And it is possible. You could save Tony if you would." After what appeared to Tony an interminable time, Anne lifted her bent head. Her face was white to the lips, but her eyes were strangely bright, like golden stars, he thought. They looked almost unearthly. "Don't worry, Tony," she said. Familiar little comforting phrase. "Don't worry, old boy. Leave it all to me. I'm sure I can put things straight. I'll talk to Brett, I'm certain he'll do what I ask and give you time to pay." Time? Tony laughed harshly. "If I had all the time until eternity I couldn't produce £1,200. But I could," asserted Anne confidently. "Won't you trust me, Tony? I'm sure that I can get you out of this scrape." He looked at her in blank amazement. But something in her face convinced him that she was speaking the truth, that he could rely on her. "If you do," he said, and his voice rang true as steel, "I'll give you my word, Anne, that I'll never get into another. I'll chuck gambling from this day forth." "Will you, Tony? Will you really?" she cried eagerly. He took her hands in his. "I promise," he said simply. The two strained young faces gleamed palely in the chill dawnlight, on each of them the impress of a stern resolution. Suddenly, moved by a new irresistible impulse of compassion, Anne lifted her arms and laying her hands on either side Tony's face, drew it down level with her own. Then she bent forward and kissed his forehead tenderly, as his mother might have kissed "Good night, Tony boy," she said. And a minute later her slender figure flitted, ghost-like, up the stairs to her own room. Chapter 31. A bargain? The day after Anne's return to the cottage found her occupied in the composition of a letter to Brett Forrester, the number of torn, half-written sheets of paper which surrounded her testifying to the difficulty she was experiencing in the matter. The whole idea of appealing to Brett, of asking any service from him, was intensely repugnant to her and rendered the performance of her task doubly difficult, but at last, after several abortive attempts, it was accomplished. When completed, the letter read as simply and shortly as possible, merely saying that she was anxious to see him about a rather important matter and asking where it would be possible for them to meet. She had no idea where he was at the moment, but she had gathered from Tony that he had been in London as recently as a week ago, so she addressed her letter to his flat in town, posted it, and tried to possess her soul in patience until she should receive an answer. It might have eased matters somewhat if she could have shared her burden with Robin, but, as luck would have it, he had been obliged to leave home on the day following that of her own return. Elliot had unexpectedly commissioned him to inspect on his behalf a famous herd of cattle in which he happened to be interested, a matter which would take Robin up to Scotland and entail his absence from home for several days, and in the hurry of packing and departure there had been no chance of a cosy, confidential chat between brother and sister. 2 or 3 days passed, bringing no answer to her letter, and Anne began to be nervously agitated in mind as to whether it had reached its destination safely or not. She sought for reassurance by telling herself that, if Brett happened to be out of town, the letter was probably following him round and might not yet have caught up with him, but the knowledge that time was an important factor in the solving of Tony's difficulties, and the fear lest, in the interval, anything should occur to drive the boy once more to despair, kept her nerves on the stretch. It was late in the afternoon of the 4th day that the response came to her letter, and in a form in which she least expected it. She had been out in the garden, gathering snowdrops, and was returning to the house, her hands filled with the white blossom of spring, when she lifted her eyes to find Brett Forrester standing directly in her path. Her heart gave a great terrified leap. She had pictured him as far enough away, and his appearance was utterly unexpected. Moreover, the very sight of him brought back a swift rush of painful memories, and involuntarily she recoiled a little. He regarded her quizzically. "You don't seem exactly pleased to see me," he observed. I'm surprised, that's all," she said hastily. I wasn't expecting you." Transferring her harvest of snowdrops to one hand, she extended the other towards him. "Not expecting me," he returned, when they had shaken hands. "After the letter you wrote me. Thought you would write first, suggesting where we could meet." "Should have thought you would have known me better by this time," he commented dryly, as he turned and walked beside her up the path to the house. Never waste time in preliminaries. You said you wanted to see me, so here I am." Anne made no response, for the simple reason that she couldn't think of one to make. Brett always appeared to cut the ground from under one's feet, so to speak, certainly as regards the small change of social intercourse. Even behind his lightest remarks one seemed able to hear the threatening rumble of the volcano. "What was it you wanted to see me about?" he continued. "I'll tell you. Come in, will you?" By this time they had reached the house and Anne led the way into the living room. She was conscious of an acute feeling of trepidation and, by way of postponing the evil moment, paused to put her snowdrops in water in a bowl which she had left filled in readiness on the table. "Are you staying at White Windows?" she asked, as she arranged the flowers with quick, nervous touches. "I am not," replied Brett. "I gathered, during the last conversation I held with my revered aunt, that my welcome had worn a trifle thin, as you are doubtless aware," he concluded mockingly. Then how did you come?" Some astonishment. "I came on the Sphinx. I am at present living on board, and at the moment she is anchored in Silverkey Bay. Any other questions?" Anne flushed hotly. "I beg your pardon," she said with downcast eyes. "I didn't mean to be inquisitive, only naturally I rather wondered where you had sprung from. You did arrive somewhat suddenly, you know." "I did," he acquiesced. "I was on my way to the south of France and your letter was forwarded on to me at Southampton, where I'd put in en route. So we steamed for Silverkey at once." Now, perhaps, you'll gratify my curiosity as to what is the important matter you want to see me about. I can only think of one matter of any real importance, he added daringly, his blue eyes raking her face with the audacious, challenging glance which was so characteristic of the man. Reluctantly and assisted from fidgeting with the bowl of snowdrops, and Brett nodded approval. Yes, I'm sure you've done your level best for them, he observed ironically. She sat down, clasping her hands tightly together in her lap, while Brett remained standing on the hearthrug, looking down at her with quizzical amusement. I wanted to ask you, she began, then halted abruptly and made a fresh start. I wrote to you because, once again she came to a dead stop. Well, he queried. I'm afraid I haven't grasped it yet. Anne pulled herself together and made another effort. It's about Tony, she said bluntly. Brett's eyes narrowed, but he made no comment. He waited quietly for her to continue. He's told me, I've found out, that he owes you a large sum of money. He nodded. He owes me money, certainly. Whether you define it as a large or small sum would be a matter of relative proportion, I should imagine. That's it, exclaimed Anne eagerly. That's just it. To him, 1,200 is an enormous sum, a small fortune. To you, it isn't very much to you, Brett, is it? I don't quite understand, he replied cautiously. You hold some bills of his, notes of hand, don't you call them, she pursued. And they are due to be paid now, aren't they? That is so. Well, what then? Why, it wouldn't make much difference to you, would it, Brett? He didn't pay just yet, if you waited a little longer. I'm afraid I don't see with what object, he returned coldly. Anne caught her lip between her teeth. Oh, how difficult men were when it came to any question of money. How hard. Hardening all at once into cold and implacable strangers. Why, she said entreatingly. Tony hasn't got the money to pay you with just now, and if you'll only wait a little, give him a little time to pay, oh, Brett, won't you do it? Wait for my money, you mean? Yes. Do you think, sardonically, that I'm any more likely to get it at the end of 6 months than I am at present? If Tony hasn't got 1,200 now, is he proposing to earn it in the next 6 months? The bitter, gibing note in his voice roused her anger. You'd no business to lend it him, she exclaimed hotly. He's only young, and you were simply helping him, encouraging him to gamble, when you know as well as I do that gambling is absolutely in his blood. You'd no right to lend it him. Ill like that coolly. Brubazin plays the fool, or knave, a sudden harshness in his money which he knows he can't repay, apparently, and it's my fault. Not having enough sins of my own, I suppose you think you can saddle me with Tony's, too. Many thanks. He bowed mockingly. You're the older man, persisted Anne. You ought not to have made it possible, easy for him to play beyond his means. Brett, please, will you give him time to pay? As, with an effort she swallowed her pride, as an act of personal friendship to me. You still haven't answered my question. Supposing I agree, supposing I do give him another 6 months, how is he going to get the money by then, unless that old curmudgeon of an uncle of his shells out for him? Anne shook her head. He won't, she said. I know that. Then how is the young fool going to find the money in the time? Tell me that. He will find it, said Anne quietly. I can't tell you how. But if you'll wait 6 months, I'll give you my personal guarantee that the money shall be paid. Brett's eyes narrowed again in sudden concentration. Your personal guarantee? Yes, mine. If you'll wait 6 months, or even 3, urgently. Oh, Brett, you will wait. Even 3, he repeated thoughtfully. Suddenly he threw up his head and laughed. I see it, it's as clear as daylight. I believe, smiling blandly, "You are proposing to marry Coventry next month. At least, I'm told that's the program. And I suppose you count on paying off Tony's debt with Coventry's money. Is that it?" W had a charming arrangement. Anne felt her colour rise till her whole face and neck seemed scorching with the hot rush of blood. "Whatever the arrangement would be, you may be sure it would be a perfectly fair one," she said steadily. "Nor does it concern you so long as you get the money owing to you. On the contrary, it would concern me very much to be paid off with Coventry's money. I shouldn't like it a bit. He's got the woman I want, and he can keep his damn money." Sick as she felt under the insult of his manner, Anne forced herself into making yet another appeal. "Brett, please be merciful. Put me outside the matter altogether. It isn't a question of you and me. It's Tony. Voice want to save him?" "I'll think it's very much a question of you and me," he retorted. "You asked me just now to extend the time of payment as an act of personal friendship to you." She was silent, inwardly writhing under the lash of his tongue. She wondered if Tony would ever know or guess all that this interview had cost her. "I know I did," she acknowledged at last in a low voice. Brett appeared to meditate a moment. Suddenly he looked across at her with eyes that sparkled dangerously. "I won't take Coventry's money," he said deliberately. "What I will do, I'll let you liquidate the debt." "I?" She glanced at him swiftly. "I? How can I? But I tell you it's quite simple. Come and have supper with me, alone, tomorrow night on board the Sphinx, and in return I'll give you back those notes I hold of Brabazon's, every one of them." "Oh, I couldn't." Anne drew away from him instinctively. "You know I couldn't do that, Brett." He shrugged his shoulders. "Very well, then, Tony must pay up, or go under," he answered nonchalantly. "No, no." She made a quick step forward. "Brett, it isn't fair to ask me to do such a thing. Isn't it? It's asking very little, I think." His voice vibrated with a sudden note of passion. "You're going to marry Coventry. Very well. What am I asking? One little evening out of all your life, to call mine, to remember you by." Anne was silent. Her thoughts were in a whirl. Here was a way by which she could save Tony, put things right for him. But at what a price? She shrank from the risk involved. If Elliot were to hear of it, to learn that she had had supper with Brett on board his yacht, alone, what would he think suspect? His faith in her had not stood testing once before, when a pure accident had forced her into a false position. Would it stand now, if she did this thing? If, being Elliot's promised wife, she deliberately spent the evening on board the Sphinx with Brett? She knew it would not. The faith of very few men would remain proof against circumstances such as those, least of all, Elliot's. The grey, relentless shadow had suddenly swung forward, completely enveloping her path. "No, Brett," she said at last. "I can't do that." "Then, as I said, Tony must go under." Coolly. She clenched her hands in an agony of indecision. Tony, whom Virginia had bequeathed to her, whom she had promised to shield from harm if it was in any way possible. She had thought that already she had paid to the utmost in the fulfillment of her trust by stooping to beg mercy at Brett's hands. But it seemed that the keeping of her promise to the dead woman was to cost still more, demanded the sacrifice of her own happiness, the faith and trust of the man who loved her. Piteously Anne reflected that could Virginia have known how matters stood, she would never have exacted the fulfillment of any promise at such a fearful price. But Virginia could not know. And the promise held. "Well?" queried Brett. He had been watching Anne's face closely while she fought her battle. "Well, will you come?" She drew a long, shuddering breath. "Yes. I'll come," she said. Her voice sounded curiously weak and strange to her own ears, like that of someone else speaking. She wondered if she had really spoken audibly, and, in a sudden terror lest he shouldn't have heard her, she repeated the words with jerky emphasis. Yes. I'll come. He made an abrupt movement towards her, but she shrank back out of his reach. You'll give me the notes if I come? She asked rather wildly. You'll play fair, Brett? Yes. I'll play fair. Then, will you go now, please? She felt as though her strength were deserting her, as though she could bear no more. He paused, regarding her irresolutely. Then he turned to the door. Very well, I'll go now. The dinghy will be waiting for you at the jetty tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. The door closed behind him and, left alone, Anne sank down onto the nearest chair, utterly overwhelmed by what had befallen her. An hour ago there had been not a cloud in her sky, the whole of life seemed stretching out before her, filled with the promise of love and happiness. And now, with unbelievable suddenness, black and bitter storm clouds had arisen and covered the entire heavens, till not even a flickering ray of light was visible. She remembered her strange, unconquerable fear of the yacht, like a sleek cat watching at a mousel. Well, the cat had sprung now, leaped suddenly, striking into her very heart with its pitiless claws. No tears came to her relief. She felt stunned, and remained limply in her chair, staring with dazed, unseeing eyes into space. She was still sitting in the same position, gazing blankly in front of her, when Maria Chloe opened the door to admit Mrs. Hilliard. I just looked in, Kara, beginning to speak almost as she entered, broke off abruptly as she caught sight of Anne's stricken face. She hurried to her side. The girl's mute immobility frightened her. Anne, she cried quickly. What's happened? What is the matter with you? Slowly Anne turned her head towards her, regarding her with lackluster nothing. She said. Or everything? I'm not quite sure which. She began to laugh a trifle hysterically, and Carol laid her hands firmly on her shoulders. Don't do that, she said sharply, giving her a little shake. Pull yourself together, Anne, and tell me what's gone. With an effort Anne caught back the sobbing laugh that struggled in her throat for utterance. Getting up, she crossed the room to the window and stood there silently for a few moments, with her back towards Kara. When she turned round again it was obvious she had regained her self-control. I'm all right, now, she declared, smiling more naturally. Then tell me what's wrong, and let's put our heads together to get it right, replied Kara practically. Oh, yes, I'll tell you. But there's nothing in the world will put things right, all the same. Very briefly she recapitulated the facts of the case, while Carol listened with an expression of increasing gravity. You can't go, she said with decision, when Anne ceased speaking. Whatever else you do, you mustn't spend the evening on board his yacht alone with Brett. And if I'm to save Tony, it's the only thing to be done, replied Anne quietly. Then you must leave Tony to get out of his difficulties by himself. Sir Philip would pay, I expect, if the matter were put up to him. Anne shook her head. I'm quite sure he wouldn't, she said, there's no question of that. He's reached the limit of his patience. He'd simply turn Tony out of the house, turn him adrift. And that means shipwreck. Tony might even do what he tried to do the other night. Kill himself. He's desperate. Don't you see, everything's doubly bad for him now when he's in love with Doreen. Unless he's pulled out of this hole somehow, it means smashing up his whole life. And if you pull him out of it the way you propose doing, it means smashing up yours, returned Kara succinctly. You know what Elliot's like, how jealous and suspicious. And you know Brett's reputation. I can manage, Brett insisted, and Kara made a swift gesture. It isn't that. It's Elliot, and you know it. If he ever came to hear that you'd been to supper on the Sphinx with Brett, he'd never treat you again. He might. I'm hoping he wouldn't, with conviction. It would wreck everything. Anne, don't be such a fool, such a fool. Kara spoke with desperate intensity. For God's sake, give up this crazy plan. I can't. I must go. I've promised. Her brows drawn together, Kara reflected a few minutes in silence. She looked as though she were trying to work out a problem of some kind, balancing the pros and cons. At last, there's only one way out of it, she said slowly. Let me go instead of you. I think I could make Brett see reason, and persuade him to give those notes of hand to me instead of to you. At any rate, let me try. No good, said Anne, shaking her head. He wouldn't give them to you. He wants his pound of flesh, bitterly. Why don't you ask Elliot to give you the money, demanded Kara suddenly. A deep flush stained Anne's cheeks. I've not fallen so low that I'll ask the man I'm engaged to for money with which to pay another man's debts. You'd ask him if you were in certain circumstances, yes. But that's different. Oh, you must see it's different. Besides, Tony would accept money from me, even though my husband had given it to me. But he'd be too proud to take it from Elliot, or from anyone else. Too proud. It seems to me Tony's precious little to be proud about. The more reason why he should keep any pride he has remaining. Don't be hard on him, Kara. Remember he's young, and that the instinct to gamble is in his very blood. This has been a lesson to him, a frightful lesson. He once gets clear of this, he'll run straight for the future. Then you must let me go to the yacht, insisted Kara with finality. No, the reply came with a definiteness there was no mistaking. I've given my word to Brett that I'd come. You know what Elliot will think if he hears of it. He'll probably, almost certainly, distrust you utterly, and it will ruin both your lives. I must risk that, said Anne quietly. Tony's got to be saved somehow, and it's up to me to do it. He was left to me, you know. Virginia trusted me. And I can't let her down. There was something curiously strong and steadfast in her face as she spoke, something against which Kara realized that it was futile to strive any further. Reluctantly she desisted, but it was with a heavy heart that she at last quitted the cottage, leaving Anne firm in her resolve to save Tony, no matter at what cost. Anne woke early next morning, feeling rather as though it were to be her last day on earth. She thought she could appreciate to some extent the sensations of a man condemned to be executed the following dawn. Today she was tremendously alive, with happiness cupped betwixt her hands, while the future of rose and gold beckoned her onward. Tomorrow, that whole future might be wrenched from her, leaving her like one dead, with nothing to live for, nothing to hope. When Elliot paid his usual daily visit, she went tremulously to meet him. This might be the last time he would ever look at her with the eyes of love, the last time they would ever talk together as lovers. For her, his kisses held all the poignant ecstasy and pain of kisses that may be the last on earth. He had noticed the Sphinx, lying at anchor in the bay, on his way to the cottage. I suppose that chap Forrester is going to favour Silverkey with another visit, he remarked, as he and Anne strolled in the garden together. Don't care for him, he added. When we are married, Anne, I'd rather you didn't see any more of him than you can help. From all I can hear he hasn't too savoury a reputation. Anne's heart sank. If Elliot thought that, felt like that about Brett, then there could be no hope of forgiveness if he ever found out that she had been to supper with him on the yacht. And now, appearances would be even stronger against her. It would look as though she had gone there deliberately in defiance of Elliot's expressed wishes. She became unwontedly quiet, so much so that Elliot's solicitude was awakened. What's the matter with you today? He asked, looking down keenly into her face as he held her in his arms. Are you depressed or worried about anything, sweetheart? She roused herself to a smile. Worried? Why, what have I to be worried about, now we're together again? His face cleared. Suppose you're just feeling a bit lonely without that best brother of yours. Is that it? Yes. That's it, she said, nodding emphatically. I miss Robin. You won't have to send him away again, Elliot. I don't think I shall, he returned, smiling, if it reduces you to such a wan-looking little person. You're quite pale, and mine. At parting, she clung to him as though she could never let him go. Why, what's this, child? He asked, genuinely perturbed. Are you really nervous at being left in the cottage alone, even with the doughty Maria for company? If you are, I'll ride over to White Windows and ask Lady Susan to put you up there until Robin comes back. Oh, no, no, she exclaimed hastily. I'm perfectly all right. I am, really, Elliot. I didn't sleep very well last night, that's all. Well, then, take a rest after lunch. I shan't be able to come over this afternoon, I have to go to Ferrybridge. So, pinching her cheek, your slumbers will be undisturbed. And go to bed early tonight, he added authoritatively. He went away, and later Anne made a pretense at eating lunch. The idea of taking a rest almost brought a smile to her pale lips. There was nothing further from her than sleep. Her brain felt on fire, and the time seemed to race along, each minute bringing nearer the dreaded ordeal of the evening. At 7 Maria brought in dinner, and once again Anne had to make a pretense at eating. Every mouthful felt as though it would choke her. Then, just as she was wondering how on earth she was to dispose of what still remained on her plate without incurring Maria's displeasure, there came a ring at the bell, and a minute later Maria herself reappeared, carrying a telegram on a salver. From Master Robin, maybe, saying when he'll be home again, she suggested conversationally, while Anne tore open the envelope and withdrew the flimsy sheet. Don't come. Anne looked up from the single line of writing and spoke mechanically. No, it's not from Robin, she said. And tearing the telegram across, she tossed the pieces into the fire, where a swift tongue of flame shot up and consumed them. She was conscious of an immense surge of relief. She could not imagine what had happened. Possibly Kara had seen Brett and interceded with him. Or perhaps it was merely that some unexpected happening had made the projected supper an impossibility for that particular night. But whatever it was, it meant a reprieve. A reprieve. She could hold her happiness unharmed a little longer. Chapter 32. On board the Sphinx, Brett glanced over the supper table, laid for two, with an experienced eye. The lights, shining down upon dainty silver and crystal, added a more lustrous sheen to the crimson petals, like fringed velvet, of a bowl of exquisite deep red carnations, and flickered gaily on the bright neck of a gold-foiled bottle which twinkled in the midst of the cool greyness of a pail of ice. Satisfied with his inspection, Brett gave a little nod of approval. His manservant, Achille Dupont, who accompanied him wherever he went, had all a Frenchman's quick grasp of a situation, he reflected. Moreover, the man possessed the invaluable faculty of getting on well with the members of the yacht's company, so that his coming on board with his master and waiting on him exclusively failed to create any resentment. In addition to this, he was dowered with the golden gift of discretion. Achille never suffered from a misplaced curiosity concerning his master's doings. He accepted them blandly, and although Brett supposed there would be a certain amount of gossip on board the yacht concerning this night's doings, he felt serenely sure that Achille himself would preserve a strict reticence concerning anything that he might chance to observe or overhear in the performance of his duty of serving the supper. The clock had struck 9 some few minutes ago, and Brett pictured the dinghy slipping over the smooth water with Anne, hooded and cloaked, sitting in the stern. He could almost visualize her young, tense-lipped face with its courageous eyes gazing ahead into the darkness. She would have need of all her courage before the evening was over. That he admitted. But he comforted himself with the reflection that, whatever happened, she had brought it on herself. She had refused to marry him, while he was fully determined that she should be his wife. In a way, He felt distinctly resentful that her obstinacy had driven him into employing such methods as he proposed to use tonight. The door opened, and to the accompaniment of a respectful murmur of Mademoiselle ist envie from Achille, a woman's figure, shrouded in furs and with a scarf twisted round her head, slipped past the Frenchman, and stood poised just inside the threshold as though uncertain whether to stay or go. Achille retired and closed the door noiselessly behind him, thus deciding the matter. "Anne," cried Brett triumphantly. "Elle wondered, I half doubted whether you would come, after all. Let me help you," he added quickly, as the woman drew back the fur wrap she was wearing, and with a deft movement, untwisted the scarf from her hair. "It's not," Anne said, a cool feminine voice, and with a swift turn of her wrist the visitor drew the swathing scarf aside and revealed the small dark head and pansy-purple eyes of the lady from the Priory. Brett fell back a pace, his face wearing an expression of such blank amazement that for a moment Kara could hardly refrain from laughing out loud. But he recovered himself with surprising quickness, and looked her up and down with characteristic coolness. "I don't think I remember inviting you for tonight," he said slowly. "No," she replied. "I've come instead of Anne." "Brett, you had no right to ask her here." His eyes flashed wickedly, but he preserved his coolness. "That, I think, is my business," he responded. "It's not." A note of deep feeling came into her voice. "It's the business of everyone who cares for Anne to protect her from her own rash unselfishness. Just to please yourself, you asked her to come here, without a thought as to how it would affect her reputation, how people might talk. And you used those bills of Tony's as a lever. Really, your perspicacity does you credit," he returned ironically. "I saw no other way of getting her here, so, as you truthfully remark, I used those bits of paper as a lever." "Well," quickly, "I've come for those bits of paper, as you call them." Brett shook his head regretfully. "I never made any bargain to give them to you, even though you have condescended to honor the Sphinx with your presence tonight," he said. Kara approached the table. "No, I didn't expect them in return for that," she replied. "I'm proposing to give you the usual return for notes of hand, payment of the amount owing." To make this proposal had been her intention when she had first suggested to Anne that she should take her place as Forrester's guest. She had not dared to offer the necessary money as an outright loan, realizing that the girl would have refused it on Tony's behalf peremptorily, so she had inwardly resolved to redeem the bills Brett held without consulting her. She opened a small, ivory-mounted wrist bag she carried, and withdrew a bundle of crisp Bank of England notes. "I think the sum owing is 1,200, she said composedly. "There's the money. Will you count it, please, and let me have the bills Tony has given you?" Brett stood quietly looking down at the small heap of notes, but he made no effort to pick them up. "I'd forgotten you were a wealthy woman," he remarked contemplatively. Carol laughed rather bitterly. "Heaven knows I've not found my wealth of much value to me before," she said. "But I shall think more of it in the future if it can get a friend out of trouble. Come, take the money, Brett, and give me the bills," she added, with a touch of impatience. He picked up one of the notes and fingered it thoughtfully, then replaced it on the pile once more. "I'm sorry," he said mildly. "But it isn't you who owe me this money. It's Brabazon. So I can't accept repayment from you." Kara glanced at him swiftly. Her lips felt suddenly dry. "What do you mean?" she asked nervously. "Just what I say. Brabazon is my debtor. You haven't the authority to act for him, by any chance, have you?" "Authority? No. But I'm willing, I'm only too glad to be able to do this for him." Brett pushed the bundle of notes across the table towards her. "I'm sorry," he repeated pensively. "It's very good of you, of course. But I couldn't possibly take your money. I happen to be the holder of the bills, and I only give them back to Brabazon for the amount owing, or to Anne on the terms I suggested." Sudden flame leapt up in his eyes. "I'll keep them." Kara stood as though turned to stone. The whole thing became perfectly clear to her on the instant. It had not been just a carelessly selfish proposal, that bargain he had made with Anne, but a deliberately thought-out scheme. Slowly she replaced the useless notes in the little silken bag which had held them. "Ah, I see you understand," he observed, watching her with some amusement. She looked at him with a desperate demand in her eyes. "Brett, what did you mean to do? What was your plan, if Anne had come?" she asked in a low, shaken voice. He laughed. "Can't you guess? Really, Kara, I think I complimented you on your perspicacity too soon. It seems to be halting a little, shall we say, now. You didn't ask her here just for the pleasure it would give you, there was something else. It was partly for that. I at least made sure of a few hours alone with her." A note of passion roughened his voice for a moment. Then he forced it back and his blue eyes laughed at her again, audaciously. "But it was partly for the displeasure which I thought it might give to someone else. Even so. He's not got precisely what you'd call an equable temperament, has he? And you knew if he discovered Anne had been here, exactly, with a mocking bow. You've guessed it. The marriage arranged, would not take place." Kara stared at him in frank honor. "Then it was a trap," she exclaimed, and beneath the utter scorn and contempt which rang in her voice any other man would have winced. "But it affected Brett not one jot." "Yes. And would have succeeded admirably, but for your interference. Tell me, how did you persuade Anne not to come? It isn't like her to back out of a bargain." "No, it isn't," agreed Kara warmly. "Anne would always keep her word, even if the keeping of it half killed her." "Then how?" There was a suspicion of veiled triumph in her smile. "It was quite simple," she said. "I sent her a wire, saying, 'Tonight,' and signed it Forrester." Brett burst out laughing. "Don't come my felicitations. That was quite a stroke after my own heart. But still, you'll agree, it was rather a liberty to take with my name, wasn't it?" "A liberty? Perhaps. But you were trying to ruin Anne's name, and her happiness. Won't you change your mind, Brett, and sell me those notes offhand?" she added, with a sudden entreaty. "I hate refusing you," he smiled back. She realized the futility of pleading with him further, and drew her furs round her shoulders preparatory to leaving him. "Then I'll go back. I'm sorry I failed. But thank God I at least prevented Anne from coming here herself." She moved towards the door, but Brett was before her, and planted himself with his back against it. "Let me pass, Brett," she said quietly, though her heart beat a shade faster in her breast. "Again I'm sorry to refuse you," he returned mockingly. "You can't keep me here." "Can't Elle? If you interfere with other people's love affairs, you must be prepared to take the consequences. In this case the consequence is supper with me." Kara hesitated. She could not struggle with him, and in his present mood she thought it quite possible he might oppose with actual physical force any attempt on her part to leave the yacht. If he did, of course, she would be perfectly helpless. Forcing herself to a composure she was far from feeling, she turned away from the door he was guarding with a slight shrug of her shoulders. "I've no wish to have supper with you," she said. "No? Yet, after all, it's you who've despoiled me of my rightful guest," he returned, with bland mockery in eyes and voice. "It's certainly up to you to provide a substitute. Perhaps, banteringly, we might even discuss the question of those notes of hand again, later on. A man's obstinacy sometimes melts as the evening advances, you know." A faint hope stirred in Kara's heart. Perhaps, if she yielded to his wishes now, without further argument, she might be able, later on, to induce him to consider his decision, to persuade him to be merciful. He seemed to read her thoughts with an oniony insight. "You'll stay," he said. She nodded, and he helped off the heavy fur wrap she was wearing. Then he pressed the bell push and, when Achille appeared, gave a curt order for supper to be served. As the Frenchman departed, his quick eyes flickered a moment over Kara's beautiful face and milk-white shoulders. Decidedly, he reflected, his master had good taste. The supper, as might have been expected, was a very perfectly chosen repast, and as the meal progressed, Kara was fain to acknowledge that Brett knew how to act the part of host most charmingly. On her side she played up pluckily, hoping that by falling in with his humour she might yet win the odd trick of the game. It was not until they had reached the coffee and cigarette stage that he reverted to the avowed object of her visit to the yacht. "It was really rather a sporting attempt on your part," he remarked, "even though foredoomed to failure. Will you tell induced you to do it?" "I'm very fond of Anne," returned Kara evasively. He shook his head. "I don't think that can have been all. You were running," he regarded her through narrowed lids, "a pretty big risk, and you're woman of the world enough to know it. You are quite at my mercy, you see. A woman doesn't run that kind of risk for another woman." He leaned across the little table, his compelling blue eyes concentrated on her face. "Do tell me why you did it." For a moment she was silent. Then, lifting her eyes to meet his, she said simply, "Elle did it because once, years ago, I robbed Elliot Coventry of his happiness. I wanted to give it back to him. And you were prepared to risk your reputation over the job?" Swiftly. "Yes," she answered quietly. "I was prepared." "Then you must have felt quite convinced he was in danger of losing his happiness, to me." With lightning triumph. "Not to you, through you," she corrected quietly. "Anne would have promised to marry me tonight." "I'm sure she would not." But it was almost inevitable that Elliot would misunderstand, distrust her, if he learned that she had been here with you, this evening. Brett nodded composedly. "Yes. And I don't think the only explanation she could have offered would have helped her much, that it was done for the sake of Tony Brabazon. It was a big thing for any woman to do for a man, unless she cared for him. And," he uttered a light laugh, "I'll fancy Coventry's jealousy of Brabazon would have wakened up again quite quickly in the circumstances." "Oh." With an impatient gesture, "It was a lovely scheme, absolutely watertight, if only you hadn't meddled." He looked across at her with an expression that held a droll mixture of anger and mortification, not unlike the expression of a child who, having banged a new toy too ecstatically upon the floor, sees it suddenly drop to pieces. "Not altogether watertight," observed Kara calmly. "There was a chance, quite a good chance, too, that Elliot might not have heard a single word about the matter, might never have known that Anne had been here." "Bah!" Arrogantly. "I don't leave things like that to chance. I wasn't taking any chances. I arranged that Coventry should know all right." Kara started. "What do you mean?" she demanded. "What do I mean?" He smiled derisively. "Why, that old chap who lives at the lodge at Herresmere, old chap with a face like a gargoyle, Brady, what's his name?" "Bradley," supplied Kara. "Yes, that's it. Bradley. A cunning old rascal, if ever there was one. He'd sell his immortal soul for the price of a drink. I told him, watching her keenly while his master would probably like to know that a certain young lady in whom he was interested would be found on board the Sphinx this evening if he wanted to see her." "You told him that?" gasped Kara, stricken with dismay. "Certainly, I gave him a £5 note to jog his memory. I don't think he'll omit to hand on the information as desired. I should say, glancing at the we might expect Coventry along at any moment now." Kara half rose from the table. Her face was very white, her eyes dilated with horror. Perhaps he won't come, won't believe it," she stammered faintly, with a desperate hope that she might be speaking the truth. Brett smiled unpleasantly. "I think he'll believe it all right. I gave Bradley very clear instructions." But, in any case, he added easily, I'd prepared for the possible contingency that the old fool might bungle matters. How? Her voice was almost inaudible. Why, then, I should simply have steamed away with my honoured guest on board. After a day or two's trip at sea, I think there'd be no question Anne would accept me as her husband. The position would be an even more awkward one than her predicament at the Dentster Loop. Her presence on the yacht could hardly be explained away as an accident significantly. But I preferred my first plan. It entailed less publicity. With a short laugh, Kara sprang up, her eyes blazing. In the torrent of scorn and anger which swept over her at his duplicity, at the nonchalant recital of it all, the embarrassment of her own situation was temporarily lost sight of. Brett, I think you must be absolutely devoid of any sense of right or wrong. I never heard of anything more utterly fiendish and heartless in the whole of my life. Have you no conscience, no decent feeling, that you could plot and plan to ruin a woman's happiness as you would have ruined Anne's? Oh, it's unbelievable. I think you must be a devil incarnate. He rose too, his eyes smouldering dangerously. The veneer of polished mockery had dropped from him suddenly. "I'm not. I'm a man in love," he said thickly. Wanted her, God, how I wanted her. And, but for you, I'd have succeeded. You've robbed me of my mate. His lips drew back over his teeth in a kind of snarl. I think you deserve to be punished, he went on slowly and significantly. What's to prevent my putting out to sea, now, this minute, and taking you with me? She shrank back, suddenly terrified. His eyes were blazing. Brett, with a reckless fury, mad eyes. She made a dart for the door, but before she could reach it he had caught her by the arm, his strong fingers crushing deep into her white flesh. Well, why not, he jeered savagely. You came here in Anne's place of your own free will. Supposing you take her place, altogether. A tap sounded on the door. Brett's hand fell away from her arm, and she stood quiveringly waiting for what might come. After a discreet pause Achille entered, advancing with soft, cat-like tread. For Mademoiselle, he said, tendering a note to Kara on a salver. As she took the note she vaguely noticed that it bore no superscription. With trembling fingers she tore it open. I hear are on the Sphinx. I'm quite sure you must have a good reason for being there, if you are there of your own free 7 plus or minus 11. But in case you are not, and need help, wanted you to know I've come on board and will take home whenever you. Kara glanced across at Brett, who was watching her curiously. She slipped the note, intended for Anne, into the bosom of her gown and turned to Achille. Tell Mr. Coventry Miss Lovell is not on board the Sphinx, she said quietly. Coventry broke violently from Brett. Where is he, Achille? He come in a boat from the shore, monsieur. Just now. He wait only an answer to his letter. The man bowed and retired, leaving Brett and Kara staring at each other. You would not have come between Elliot and Anne, after all, she said proudly. Your trick would have misfired. He trusts her, absolutely. She had hardly finished speaking when the sound of a scuffle came from the companionway, accompanied by a stream of voluble French. Then, get out of my way, came in good, robust English, and an instant later Elliot's big frame appeared in the doorway. "I'll want an explanation, Forrester," he began sternly. Then fell silent, while his senses quietly absorbed the whole scene before him, the man and woman in evening dress, the flower-decked table with its half-emptied coffee cups and evidences of a recent gay little supper, the mingled scent of cigarette smoke and carnations. Last of all, his glance, cold and contemptuous, swept over Kara's white face. He gave a short laugh. Bradley misled me, he observed coolly. There's no one here in whom I'm interested. For a moment his eyes, accusing, utterly scornful, met and held Kara's. Then he looked across at Brett. I understood you were alone, Forrester. I regret my indulgence. With a curt bow he was gone. As the door closed behind him, Kara sank down mutely into her chair. She gazed wearily in front of her. There was no need to ask herself what Elliot thought. It had been written plainly in his eyes. Presently she turned her head and looked across at Brett. "Well," she said tonelessly. "I hope you're satisfied. I don't think you need bother any more about punishing me." The savage anger had died out of his face. He was regarding her with an odd look of surprise. There had been no mistaking the anguish of her expression as she had grasped Elliot's swift and cruel interpretation of the scene. She had looked like a woman on the rack. "So Coventry was the man before you married that bounder, Dean?" Brett spoke very quietly, like a man communing with himself, fitting together the pieces of a puzzle. She nodded. "Yes," was all she said. He sat down on the opposite side of the table and leaned forward, still with that half-surprised curiosity on his face. "Then why didn't you clear yourself just now? You could have done. Why on earth didn't you explain?" A twisted little smile tilted her mouth. Because I wanted to keep Anne out of it. Don't you see, he thinks Bradley made a mistake. He need never know, now, that Anne even thought of coming. I've made sure of his happiness. I took it away once. Now I've given it back." Brett got up abruptly. That twisted little smile hiding a supreme agony touched him as no woman's grief had ever touched him yet. The low, toneless confession with its quiet immolation of self. He put his hand into his pocket, and, drawing out a packet of loose papers, banded together with elastic, flung them down onto the table. "Oh, hang," he said gruffly. "There are the bills Brabazon gave me. By God, you've earned them." Kara stretched her hand out slowly and touched the packet with hesitating fingers. "Do you mean this, Brett?" "Certainly I mean it." She stared at him almost incredulously. "I'll believe you're sorry," she said slowly. But in that she miscalculated. Brett would be an unrepentant sinner to the end of his days. He laughed and shook his head. "Not in the way you mean. Frankly and honestly, oh, the faint quizzical gleam in her can be both when I want to. The devil quoting scripture, you know. Frankly, then, I'm merely sorry that my plan miscarried. It was a splendid plan. Its only fault was that it didn't succeed. But I know when I'm beaten. And you've beaten me." A few minutes later they stood together on the deck, waiting for the dinghy to come alongside. "Good night, Brett," she said, holding out her hand. He lifted it to his lips with audacious grace. "It will be a bad night, thanks to you," he returned with a last flash of mocking humour. Chapter 33. The vision fulfilled, Anne opened her next morning's mail with nervously eager fingers. A couple of tradesmen's bills, an advertisement for somebody's infallible cure-all, and a letter from Robin saying that he would reach home the following day, that was all. Not a line from Brett. Nothing in explanation of his last evening's telegram. There is a wise old saw which asserts that no news is good news, but Anne could extract no comfort from it. Such hackneyed sayings did not take into consideration people of Brett Forrester's temperament, she reflected bitterly. Something had occurred to prevent the carrying out of his plans for last night, but not for one moment did she imagine that he would allow anything to divert him permanently from his intention of compelling her to buy Tony's freedom on the terms he had already fixed. That fact must still be faced, and the absence of any word from Brett this morning increased illimitably the sense of strain under which she was labouring. Last evening she had keyed herself up to the required pitch for the ordeal which awaited her. And now the whole agony and terror would have to be gone through again. She wandered restlessly from the house to the garden and then back again, her nerves ragged-edged with suspense. If she could only know what had occurred last night to prompt that wire, what Brett now proposed, what further troubles there were in store, she felt she could have borne it better. She was never afraid to face definite difficulties. It was this terrible inaction and uncertainty which she found so unendurable. The minutes crawled by on leaden feet. When she returned from feeding her poultry, she was absolutely aghast to hear the church clock only striking 10. It seemed to her that a whole eternity of time had elapsed since the moment when the delivery of the morning post, destitute of news from Brett, had plunged her into this dreadful agony of uncertainty. Suddenly she heard the gate click. She had been unconsciously listening for that sound with an intensity of which she was unaware, expecting, hoping, almost praying for tidings of some kind. Surely, if he did not come himself, Brett would at least send her a message of some sort. When at last the click and rattle of the wooden gate, as it swung to, smote on her ears, she felt powerless to go and meet whoever it might be whose coming the sound heralded. A curious numbness pervaded all her limbs, and she leaned against the table, almost holding her breath, while the measured tread of Maria's sturdy feet resounded along the passage leading from the kitchen to the front of the house. Anne heard the opening of the cottage door, followed by the soft murmur of women's voices instead of by the high treble of the telegraph boy which she had expected. Then the swish of a skirt, the lifting of a latch, and Kara came quickly into the room. The tension of Anne's nerves relaxed, giving place to a spiritless acceptance of the inevitable. There was no message from Brett, after all. It was only Kara who had come to ask the success or failure of her last night's interview with him. The irony of it! Anne began to speak at once, anticipating the first question which she knew the other would be sure to put. It would be better to get it over at once. "I didn't go to the yacht," she said baldly. "Brett wired me not to come." Kara nodded. "No. But I went," she answered quietly. "You?" Anne stared at her. "You went to the yacht," she repeated in tones of stupefaction. "Yes. And I got what I wanted. These are the bills which Tony gave to Brett, and there's a note for you, as well," she added with a fugitive smile. She slid the whole packet onto the table, and Anne picked up one of the stamped oblong slips of paper and examined it with a curious sense of detachment. "Bill or note?" She read aloud the words which crowned and footed the government stamp. Then she laid the bill back on the top of the others. "But I don't understand," she said. "How did you get these?" "Sit down, and I'll tell you," replied Kara. Anne sat down obediently, feeling as though she were living and moving in a dream. Once she glanced almost apprehensively towards the small heap of bills on the table. Yes, they were still there. Those narrow strips of paper which spelt for Tony a fresh chance in life and for herself release from any future domination of Brett Forrester's. Not yet could she realize the real wonder and joy of it, all the splendor of life and love which their mere presence there gave back to her. For the moment she was only conscious of an extraordinary calm, like the quiescence which succeeds relief from physical agony, when the senses, dulled by suffering, are for a short space contented with the mere absence of actual pain. At first she fixed her eyes almost unseeingly on Kara, as the latter began to recount the events of the previous evening, but swiftly a look of attention dawned in them. The realities of life were coming back to her, and by the time Kara had finished her story, beginning with the sending of the telegram in Brett's name and ending with the final surrender of the notes of hand, she had grasped the significance of what had happened. "And you did this, risked so much, for me," she said, trembling a little. "Oh, Kara." Kara was silent a moment. Then she leaned forward. "Not only for you," and she said gently, "do you remember my telling you that a woman once jilted Elliot Coventry?" Anne's startled eyes met the grave, sorrowful ones of the woman who bent towards her. But she averted them quickly. Some fine, instinctive understanding forbade that she should look at her just then. "Yes," she answered, hardly above her breath. Kara hesitated. Then she spoke, unevenly, and with a slight, difficult pause now and again between her words. "I was that woman. I robbed him of his belief in things, of his chance of happiness. I didn't realize all I was doing at the time. But afterwards, I knew. Ever since then, I've wanted to give it back to him, all that I robbed him of. I made his life bitter, and I wanted to make it sweet again. To give him back his happiness. Last night, I paid my debt. Anne had been listening with bent head. Now she lifted it, and her eyes held a terrible questioning. Behind the questioning lay terror, the terror of one who sees a heaven regain suddenly barred away. Then you. She could not even formulate the aching demand of her whole soul and body. But Kara understood. Love had taught her all there was to know of love. Elliot's love for me died 10 years ago, she said simply. And yours, asked Anne painfully. Not yours. Or you wouldn't, you couldn't have done this, for him. For an instant Kara closed her eyes. Then she spoke, with white lips, but with a quiet, steadfast decision that carried absolute conviction. I'll know what you are thinking, she said. But you are wrong, quite wrong. There is nothing left between Elliot Coventry and me, nothing except remembrance. And for the sake of that remembrance, for the sake of what was, though it has been dead these many years, I have done what I have done. The question died out of Anne's eyes, answered once and forever, and Kara stifled a sigh of relief as she watched the faint colour steal back into the girl's cheeks. I don't know how I could have thought you still cared, said Anne presently. It was silly of me, when you are going to marry Robin. Yes. Robin and I are going to start a new life together. He knows what happened years ago. And he understands. I hope, forcing herself to speak more lightly, I hope he won't be too shocked at my flight to the yacht last night to marry me after all. Anne laughed. I don't think you need be afraid, she answered affectionately. But Elliot. She paused in consternation, then went on quickly, what did he think when he found you there, Kara? Do you know what he thought? Kara's expression hardened a little. Yes, I know, she said shortly. And I can guess, returned Anne. She sprang up from her chair with all her old characteristic impetuosity. And he's not going to think that a moment longer. I suppose, her voice seemed to glow and the eyes she bent on Kara were wonderfully tender, I suppose you wouldn't explain because you wanted to keep me out of it. Then, as Kara nodded assent, Elle thought so. Well, I'm not going to be kept out of it. I'm going straight across to Herresmere, now, at once, to tell Elliot the whole truth. She swept Kara's protest royally aside, and within a few minutes Kara herself was on her way home and Billy Brewster flinging the harness on the pony's back at unprecedented speed. But Dick Turpin was spared the necessity of making the whirlwind rush to Herresmere which loomed ahead of him, by the opportune appearance of Elliot himself at the cottage gate. Anne drew him quickly into the house. I was just coming over to see you about last night. His face darkened. She told him swiftly. About last night, he repeated. What about it? You found Kara on board Brett's yacht. I did, and drew my own conclusions. Well, they were ones, said Anne. Then, seeing that he looked quite unconvinced, she went on quickly lest her courage should fail her. If it had not been for Kara, you would have found me there, you? Then it's TNLE, true you actually intended going there? Bradley was right. Yes, he told you just what he had been ordered to tell you. Brett believed I was coming, he was expecting me. I promised to go because he held some bills of Tony's. Tony had borrowed from him far more than he could pay. And Brett bargained with me that he would give them up if I would go to supper with him on the Sphinx. The whole story came tumbling out in quick, vivid sentences. In a few moments Elliot was in possession of all the facts which lay behind his discovery of Kara on the yacht. So Kara had taken your place. There was a strange new gentleness in his voice as he spoke of the woman who had first broken and then built up his life again. Yes. I was afraid that if you knew I had been there, you would believe what you believed once before." A stifled ejaculation broke from him. "You thought that," he said, his voice suddenly roughened by pain. "My dear, do you think I haven't learned my lesson yet?" She looked at him doubtfully. "How could I know?" "Oh, tragic could I." For a moment the man and woman stood looking at each other in silence, separated once more by the grey shadow which had fallen again between them, the shadow of an old distrust. All at once Elliot's Pam-wrung face relaxed. "Didn't you get my note?" he asked eagerly. "Didn't Kara give it you?" "Your note?" For an instant Anne was puzzled. Then she remembered. Kara had said there was a note for her. At the time she had assumed it was a note from Brett, and in listening to the history of all that had taken place upon the yacht she had never given it another thought. She turned to the sheaf of bills still lying on the table. Yes, it was there, hidden beneath the bill which she had picked up to examine, afterwards replacing it on the top of the pile. She unfolded the note and read it in silence, and, as she read, the grey shadow which had dimmed even the radiance of love itself unfurled its wings and fled away. There could never be any more questioning or doubt. She knew now that Elliot's faith in her was perfected. He had written these words of utter trust, in circumstances which might have shaken the belief of almost any man. And his faith had remained steadfast. Love, which casteth out fear, had cast out this last fear of all. Voice broke. "Given me the one thing I still needed, the absolute certainty of your faith in me." "I'll believe in you as I believe in God," he answered simply. He drew her into his arms. "And you, beloved, do you know what you have done for me? You have closed the gates of memory, shown me the way into the happy garden, given me beauty for ashes." A silence fell between them. But it was the silence of complete and perfect understanding. Together they would go forth into the future, unafraid. The end.